Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining me on this first ever Tony's Journal podcast. Excited about it, excited to do more of these. But for this first episode, I'm going to start with my grandfather, Larry Peccatiello, or as we call him, Papa. And, before we get started, I just wanted to highlight some of the things that maybe we didn't touch on during the conversation, but I do think are important. So something that we do touch on, he was a first generation Italian immigrant, grew up in New Jersey, and of fairly humble means and was able to achieve a lot in his life, including going to 4 Super Bowls. But a couple of things that he was acknowledged for over the course of his life is being inducted to a number of Hall of Fames. So the New Jersey Hall of Fame. He was also inducted into the William and Mary Hall of Fame, where he went to college, where he was also the Student of the Year and the Tucker L. Jones Award recipient in 1958. But he was also inducted into the Virginia Sports Hall of Fame as well, and then finally nominated as one of the all-time greats for the Washington Redskins, or as they're known now as the Commanders, in 2022. So a really incredible person, both personally and professionally, and I love him very much and excited for you all to hear his story. All right, so let's get started. All right, Papa, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah? Feeling good?
I'm good, thank you.
That's good. All right. Are you looking forward to today?
Today I'm looking forward to because I'm having an interview with my grandson, Tony, and this is real exciting for me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was excited too.
Yeah.
Can you hear yourself all right?
I can hear everything really good.
Yeah? This is a good way to have a conversation, right? You can hear.
Let's do it. I'm going to start out by telling you about, okay?
Yeah.
Do you want me to just talk about my life?
Yeah. I mean, we can start wherever you want to start.
Let me introduce myself.
Please do.
Lawrence or Larry Peccatiello. Some of my friends call me Peck. My cronies, my ex-players, a lot of other people. So I go by any title you call me by. But anyway, I was born actually 2 days. My birthday was 2 days ago, so I was 89 years old. So we're going to try and span this conversation into 89 years. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if my memory works that well, but we're going to do our best. I was born on December 21st, 1935, in Newark, New Jersey. Now, December 31st is the shortest day of the year. It's supposedly the first day of winter. And I just hear tales. Naturally, I don't remember myself. But the day I was born, it was very, very cold. Why is that important? It's important because we lived in a three-story apartment unit, all brick, in right on one of the main streets in Newark's First Ward. And I was delivered at home because this was the kind of the tail end of the Depression. We had a tremendous depression in our country starting in 1929, and kind of 35 was just starting to abate and people getting a little bit wind under their sails, and things growing better. But the necessity was my dad couldn't always find a job during that time. Times were tough. So I was born at home. I was born at home to the neighborhood doctor. His name was Dr. Rosimano. And he was assisted by my grandmother. So the two of them and my mom and dad's bedroom is where that birth occurred. Now, you got to understand that this was a house that was built really before the turn of the century that my grandmother actually bought when my grandmother and grandfather bought when they came, they settled here from Italy in about 1913. And this is all hearsay, but I hear she had to spend $4,000 for an all brick, 3-story, 3 units, all 2-bed bedroom apartments. Now, unfortunately, it was back then, and we did not have central heat. The only heat in the house was a kerosene stove, which we handled daily with a 5-gallon jug of kerosene, which we brought up from a little shack we had in the backyard. But anyway, because it was so cold, we didn't have central heat. The word is that when I came out of the womb, my grandmother cuddled me up, brought me to the stove to keep me warm, and kind of put blankets all around me. So that's the birth. Now, actually, Dr. Russimano actually took my appendix out 10 years later. So he went full bore with me. So anyway, let me just say something about this apartment, okay? Well, let me say something. Let me go back. All four of my grandparents were born in Italy and came to this country. I know more about my dad's family than I do my mom's family because my grandmother lived with my dad's mom, my grandma. We used to call her Nanana. Nanana lived with me from day one, and until the day she died. So I always like to think, in retrospect, I really had two mothers. I had my grandmother on me on a constant basis, and I had my mother there on every day. So I was very fortunate. But anyway, we'll start off with them coming from Italy. They came from a country, an area called Avellino, and it's the small town called Capocele, Capocele, and Capo meaning head, and Sala being a river. They lived in a mountain type of a village, and the Sala River was sort of the start of the river up there, and they were right at the top there. And the way people made a living because of the terrain that they lived in, with a lot of granite, marble, terrazzo, all the other stone elements. Most of the men who came from that area were what you would call stone cutters. They worked with cutting stone, shaping it into headstones for graves or anything else you might want, for stone. So when my grandfather came over first, he would come over to work, and not having, this is all my hearsay. The old timers weren't very talkative back then. So everything I picked up by hearing conversations or picking things up. Never anybody ever documenting anything or just sitting down and telling you this is what it's all about. But anyway, the word was that my grandfather would come over to this country, work for about 6 months to make some money, and then go back to Italy and enjoy his next 6 months, where I guess they had a little plot of land where they could grow their tomatoes and peppers and stuff of this nature, some chickens and some pigs. The terrain of Italy doesn't allow itself to have a lot of beef because it's sort of an island, a peninsula with a coastline and mountains, really. So that's why the cuisine for Italians always centered around pork, chicken, veal, these kind of meats. So anyway, I transgress here from one thing to another, so just bear with me. But anyway, so he would go back and forth, and he did this on a number of occasions. Now, what was to be done in the new country? Well, New York City was just growing. In fact, he worked on St. Patrick's Cathedral, which was being built at the time. Even the streets in New York, the gutters were all hand-cut stone. So there was plenty of work for the people that worked in stone, and he never had a problem getting a job. The only problem is that on one of his trips, his oldest daughter, my Aunt Fanny, I guess that's all we knew her by was Aunt Fanny. I don't know what her real name was. Frances, I guess. But anyway, Aunt Fanny wanted to come back with him because she was now 18 years old. And she did that, and she found work and enjoyed it. And when he went back for the next visit, Aunt Fanny didn't want to go back. She wanted to stay and enjoy her new life. So he went and he came back, and now my grandmother, putting all the pieces together, figured out that, hey, I'm going to be losing these people one by one. It must be nice over there. So she actually had 4 sons and 2 other daughters. my Aunt Fanny being a third daughter. And by the time she could put the group together to come to the United States, two of the older boys passed away through childhood illnesses, whatever they were. I do not know. That was kind of never talked about. I guess that you just don't. You have to understand old Italian people. They didn't discuss bad things. They just didn't discuss it. It was over. It was dead. It was gone. So they left two dead boys back in Italy, and her two older daughters, and my dad's brother, who was 10 years older than my dad, and my dad, who was the youngest of the group, at 6 or 7 years old, made the trip overseas and come to their new country. The word is that my grandmother had to secure a what do you call it when you get the control of
like a power of attorney.
Power of attorney. Power of attorney. She had to get her power of attorney, and they got my grandfather drunk in the new country to sign it, and they sent it back to her. She sold everything she had enough money from that, I guess, to buy that house on Summer Avenue.
So Aunt Fanny got your granddad drunk.
My Aunt Fanny was part of the deal, I guess.
Got him to sign the power of attorney, sent that back.
And they went and they sold everything, and she had enough money to buy the house. So they came over on a boat call. I do have that manifest, as a matter of fact, somewhere in my papers, and it's called the Seralto. The Seralto must have been an Italian liner. And they came over in stewage. They didn't have any. They didn't have the first class seats or anything like that. And my dad, being the youngest, just kind of was told to do something and kind of followed in suit.
So your dad, born in Italy, was part of the last trip coming over.
The last group that came over. His two older sisters were my Aunt Mary and my Aunt Jenny. And my dad's brother was Antonio. I never got to know Antonio, unfortunately, because when he came over, being 10 years older than my dad, he was actually drafted into World War I and served. Think about it. He comes from. We were at war with Italy along with Germany, and there he's serving in the military. Fighting his native country. But anyway, after he got out of the war, he came home, and supposedly he was engaged to a beautiful girl, and he died in a factory accident. And so I never got to know my Uncle Antonio, and that was very sad. And the way the rumors go is that my grandmother was given $2,500 because he died in a factory accident, and as compensation. So now I'm born in Newark, Summer Avenue, in what is really the infamous First Ward. I'll talk more about that because I love the place I grew up in. By the way, I did. I think about it today. I wish every young boy can grow up in my environment, but I don't think that's going to be available to anybody anymore. But anyway, the way the situation was, we had 2 bedrooms. That's it. Cold water flat, not a cold water flat. We had hot water, but no central heat. We did not have a shower, but we had a toilet. Okay?
No shower, but toilet.
So, no shower, right. But a toilet. But we had a tub. We had a little tub. And my dad could hook up, or somebody before he got. Well, he was old enough when I was born, so he would hook up a little hose to the sink that was in the bathroom, and you could kind of shower by standing in the tub and kind of put the water on. You have a way to turn it off, soap, and then do that again, So. Not that we didn't shower. We did. we didn't take regular showers, but we got clean anyway. So to make a long story short, how do a man and wife, a grandmother, my sister being 3 years older than me, Lorraine, she's 92 now, bless her heart, and healthy, and my two younger aunts, my aunt Grace and my aunt Helen, were young girls and lived with us also. Now, in the old Italian way of life, the oldest son, which my dad was really the youngest of four boys, but being the oldest because of some tragedy to the other three, wound up being the oldest son. So traditionally, you take care of your mom and you take care of your family until they're able to be, get on their own. So when my mom got married, she moved actually in with her mother-in-law and her two sister-in-laws. And then my sister was born, and I came 3 years later. So, how do we all live? Well, I slept with my grandmother, and it wasn't a king-size bed, by the way. It was a double bed until I was 10 years old. Okay, 10 years old.
In the same bed?
In the same bed with my grandmother, right off the kitchen. Yeah, that's all.
Was it in a bedroom, or is that out?
The bedroom was next to the kitchen. See?
All right.
My mom and dad shared the other bedroom, which really had a view of the kerosene stove, which my mom was always afraid was going to overflow. So I don't believe that lady ever slept a day in her life. I think she was always watching that stove to see when it overflow. Finally, when I got old enough, I said, "Mom, you're not watching the stove on the first or second floor either, so give it a break. If we're going to have a fire, we're going to have one."
Mm-hmm.
Because it was, that was not uncommon for these things to overflow and then create a house fire. So anyway, my Aunt Grace, my Aunt Helen, actually slept in the back in the parlor, what we call the parlor, and a pull-out bed. And my sister and her two aunts slept three to the bed, So that's how we had to live. Well, how did that all change? Well, it changed because now you got to understand the second floor of this three apartment unit was my Aunt Jenny, and she had four children. So I had four cousins. Everybody was older than me. I was the youngest one in the whole building. On the first floor was my Aunt Mary. Her last name was Rizzolo, and my Aunt Jenny had a last name before Joan, and my Aunt Mary had two children, Ernie and Lenora. Well, Lenora was the only one closest to my age, but she was 6 months older. So she and I were playmates really early in our life. Believe me, we were together, and they had a nickname for us. I forget what it was, but we would not always agree on things. Very interesting lady, girl, by the way. And my cousin Ernie. On the second floor was my cousin Vincent, my cousin Anthony, my cousin Lawrence. Lawrence is a very popular name throughout our whole family, extended family and all. And my cousin Joan. Well, Joan and my sister were the same age. And, now it's when I get about 10 years old. Now we're starting to play in the streets more. We're trying to play in the playgrounds a little bit more. And kind of word got out, I guess, that he sleeps with his grandmother, And this led to some, you sleep with your grandmother kind of crap, little kids are. And this resulted in, I wouldn't say they were fights. They were like pushing matches, you shove each other, you wrestle to the ground, whatever. No, nothing serious. But so my dad thought he had to do something about that. So because our house was on the third floor, we had a back stairway, which that's all we ever used was the back stairway, okay? The front stairway was only for special occasions. Somebody died, somebody got married, all the year, the highlights of everybody's lives, and graduations, confirmations, communions, things like that was used for the back staircase. But being the staircase ended at our unit, there was a little area that could be converted into sort of a large closet, you might say. Okay. My dad did that. He was very handy. My dad was very, very handy. Great guy. And even-tempered, man. He's a nice man. And he converted that, and he actually made a bed that fit in there for me. You couldn't put anything in there but the bed. That was it. No dresser, no nothing. No bedstand, nightstand, nothing. The bed. That was it.
Yep.
Had to make the door open one way. But I did have like a pole in the top of the door, a dowel type that my dad could stick in there. It's kind of hang a couple of shirts or my pants like that. You see, the floor was all linoleum, by the way. No rugs, no. So in the wintertime, when you got up in that back room, man, it was cold. It was really cold. I'm not kidding you. In fact, in the wintertime, my mom never put sheets on my bed. Just blankets, because it was so cold back there. Honestly, I'm not kidding you. You think I'm kidding, but I did not sleep in sheets in the wintertime, just on blankets. So we got along. But anyway, I guess when I was about 14 years old, 15 or so, we did convert to central heat. And that made all the difference in the world. I didn't have to go downstairs and get with a 5-gallon jug, fill it up with kerosene, bring it up 3 flights of stairs, and put it on the stove. I was never allowed to put it on the stove. Let me back that up. I was only allowed to go down and get it, and carry it up to 3 steps, and then one of the adults would then put it on the stove.
Got it.
So, but
and the central heat, you just added that to your existing home.
Yeah, then we had central heat, man. So we were uptown.
All right.
Yeah, it was great. So anyhow, I'm kind of digging around.
Did you all have refrigeration? Did you have refrigeration?
We didn't have refrigeration at first. We had an ice box. Oh, and the ice box was awesome. It really was. I like that. I used to tell this to my players all the time. I could bring so many stories about my early growing up into with my players that they loved them. They actually loved them.
Yeah.
And I said, you guys think you have it tough. I said, you think, you came from the ghetto. You came from here. I said, you should have had the life of the Iceman. Let me tell you about the Iceman. I say, hey, the Iceman would come down through the streets every day with a cart pulled by a horse. And then all of a sudden he graduated to a pickup truck. But I went through the whole process with him. And he'd be yelling through the thing, ice, ice. And my mom on the 3rd floor would yell down to the Iceman, I'll take a 10-cent piece. See? And he would then take his tongs out and knock out a 10-cent piece of block of ice from his big block that he had on the truck. And put a burlap sack on his shoulder, and boom, with his tongs, flip that thing on his shoulder, walk up 3 flights of stairs, put the ice in our ice box, and then for a dime, come on, give me a break. You talking about a dime? Okay, so that was the Iceman, I said. So don't think you've got it so bad now.
Could always be the Iceman.
And the Iceman's got to do this not only in the wintertime, and not only the summertime, but in the wintertime, too.
Parts of that job are a little easier in the winter. The melting ice, you don't have to worry about that.
Well, you got to work fast in the summer. No question about it. Anyway, so that's how we had an ice box, and then finally we got a refrigerator, and then finally we actually got a washing machine, which was a ringer washing machine. You guys don't even know what ringers are, but it's a machine you wash the clothes like you normally do, and then you put them through a ringer, and you turn it like a Victrola, you might, type of thing, and you wring the clothes out. You see, so you can hang them on the clothesline, which went from our back porch to a pole in the backyard. See,
Yeah.
that's another story now, because the clothesline wouldn't always work. There was a clothesline on the second floor also for them. Naturally, no clothesline on the first floor. My Aunt Mary had to use the one on the second floor because that was too close to the ground. But the pole was about, I'm gonna say, it looked like a first down, let's say 30 feet. Yeah, probably about 30 feet from the porch to the pole in the back. And you hung the clothes out on that line to dry. See, that's how you dried your clothes. Well, sometimes there'd be a little niche in the line or something, and somebody had to climb up the pole. The pole was easy to climb. It wasn't hard, but, as soon as I got old enough, who that fell upon. My cousins did nothing. I said, yeah, my dad did everything, see? My dad did everything. The other people never did, nobody did anything. So who had to help my dad? It was me. I always had to go, I wanted to go play. He said, no, we got to do this. He took care of the whole house, see?
Yeah.
And so on occasions, I, would go up the clothesline. Clothesline was great, though. It was really, it had rungs on it.
It was a little closer.
It had rungs on it, so you climbed it pretty good. And over time, because the clothesline was being pulled, it didn't go straight up in the air. It kind of leaned towards the house a little bit, see?
Yeah.
So that made it easier even to climb, to get up there. So it was no big deal. But
that's good.
What if it was an experience. Trust me, the first time I did it, I wasn't I probably soiled myself a little bit. I don't know.
I remember you telling some stories about just the neighborhood and
I'll
your
tell you.
block.
Yeah. I'll give you all that. I'll give you all that.
The church.
I'll give you all that.
I'm curious when that started becoming obvious. Was that like around 10 or 14? Like, like feeling that out.
Yeah. So anyway, I grew up with all my cousins. In fact, when my Aunt Mary and my Aunt Helen got married, I remember my Uncle Gus, who was courting my Aunt Helen at the time. He would come to dinner one time, and I'm not sure he was really happy with my sister and I, because you got the little pat on the head, said, "Oh, hi there, good fellow, hi there, young man," type of thing, saying, "Get out of here, leave me alone."
Yeah.
But she was a single gal, beautiful girl, by the way. My Aunt Helen was a beautiful person, and my Uncle Gus was a pharmacist, so my grandmother was not going to let that get away, So we, and then I never forget when my Aunt Helen got married. They bought a house up in what they call Forest Hill, which was the northern part of Newark, not the first ward where I lived, but and they were one-family homes. And I never forget, everybody said, "She's going to move to a one-family home. She's going to move to Nobody lived in a one-family home. Everybody lived in homes they shared with other people,
Yeah.
So this was a big deal.
High end.
Yeah, high end, man. One-family home. So anyway, so the up and down those stairs all day long, 3 flights of stairs. I got to go one step at a time, getting up and down. But bounding up and down those steps all day long. I'm telling you what, for one thing after another. But the street the first ward was very much like a lot of cities. The city of Newark had an Italian section, which is where we were raised, and that was called the first ward. It was almost like taking a village in Italy and bringing it to the new country.
Yeah.
New York had the same thing, the famous Little Italy.
Yeah.
Okay? We had that. Ours was Little Italy also personified. Newark had a black section. That was the south side. It had an Irish section. That was the west side. It had a Polish section. That was the east side. and it had a Jewish section, which we'd call week section. I don't know why, but that's what it was. And all the high schools were like this. We played East Side High School. You were playing against Babowski and Rakowski. You played East Side High School. You were playing against O'Brien and O'Reilly, and you played the black schools, the black school in South Side, and you were playing against Jones and Washington, and I mean, it was so stereotyped. It really was. The Jewish section, the same thing. Schultz and Goldstein and people, and it was like. And it was rivalry, it was quite a rivalry.
I got to get your mic a little closer.
Yeah, it was a rivalry, It was,
drop it down.
Yeah, it was.
There we go.
It was quite, and every section had their ethnic food type of things, I never forget. My mom always my mom always used to tell people she graduated.
Yeah.
That means she went to the 8th grade. She finished the 8th grade grammar school.
Yep.
But back then, that was okay. And then she went to work, 13 years old, went to work for Clark Thread Company, where they made clothes and stuff. They put her on a sewing machine, and then she had to work. But gave her an opportunity to meet a couple of ladies, young girls just like her, that were not Italian. You see? Up until then, but you didn't know anybody that wasn't Italian. Trust me, it was all like that. So she had a friend her never forget, a Hungarian girl who taught her a couple of dishes that we would eat later on.
Oh.
And the Polish girl who taught her a couple of.
Would those be fancy nights? You have like foreign food nights.
Yeah, it was like well, I'll tell you about our menu. That's awesome. You love that. Anyway. So that's the way the culture went. Now, the first ward was absolutely so overpacked. It went about like maybe 2 square miles. There's been a couple of books written on it also, by the way.
So the first ward where you lived.
Yeah, there's a Michael Ippolito, I think his name is, who wrote a nice book on the first ward.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really telling you all about it. All the bakeries, all the shops, that were there, everything. And it was very, very populated. However, our particular Summer Avenue, which went from Crane Street to 7th Avenue, had 4 homes on it. The home next to us, I think, was four families. The one across the street from that was 2 families, and the one right across from us was 4 families. The 2 on the corner both had stores at the bottom. Mm-hmm. So the one on one side was a barbershop, for example. So right next to our house was a house that had a barbershop, and next to that was a butcher shop. See, where our family would buy the meats, and then almost not across the street, but right next to that four unit house was a factory, an actual factory. 5 brick factory, 5 floors, had a big stone fireplace that they burned their trash in. I'm talking it was about 50 feet up in the air.
Yep.
A big stone structure. And then next to that was the police station. I don't know if it's the 1st or 2nd precinct, but the police station. On my side of the street, right next to us, was a lumber yard, and then a couple of units that were like garage units that people were using for things. And then the tavern was on this corner.
Yep.
See, tavern being right across from the police station.
Yep.
So our little street right there, our block, everything was called block. Not a block. What block do you live on? That's why when I saw what's her name. Jennifer Lopez.
Yep.
Yeah. And they said Jenny on the block. And I saw Jenny's house on the block, and it was actually a 1-family little cottage type of house.
Yeah.
I said, that's not a block. I said, you don't know what a block really is, Jenny on the block. I said, give me a break. I'll show you Larry on the block, And that's the way the blocks work.
Yeah.
But anyway, and then right around the corner was our elementary school. I mean, just walk right around the corner. That's all I had to do. walk right around the corner. I was at my elementary school. But there were kids all around everything. So you walk outside and, I mean, it was playtime, playtime. And we would imagine, we could play games in the street, kicking the can, we called it, which you take a soup can, let's say, and you kick it, and then you use it like a baseball to run bases and stuff. We played touch football in the street. We played stickball in the street. We needed buildings to play for the stickball, but we would play a lot of games. And then we played games on the building, like jumping on the white horse. One guy would brace himself against the wall, and everybody else would jump and land on his back, see?
Yeah.
As he was braced against the wall, and he would see how many guys he can catch before he would collapse, the type of thing.
Yeah.
And then we would play games. Just take a little tennis ball, let's say. We had a ping, and you put a little bottle top out on the sidewalk, see?
Yep.
And you stand about 10 feet away, and two guys would just throw the tennis ball, trying to hit the bottle top, and it would bounce to the other guy, and he'd bounce it back to you. But every time you hit the bottle top, you got a point.
Yeah.
And then we throw a ball against the wall, and if you hit a certain ridge, the ball would bounce all the way back to you. So that was a point. I mean, we found games.
Yeah,
we
for sure.
found games to play, and not hide and seek, man. That was boring,
Well, and I remember one of the things you were saying about being on your block is that's kind of your home.
Oh,
like
yeah,
that's kind of
was your base.
Yeah, and then
that's your base.
As you expand.
Oh, yeah, then you expand your base. Yeah,
outwards, different blocks. It's maybe less safe, or
Well, I met two of my buddies in kindergarten. I started school in February. Man, I don't know why. I guess December, and I was ready for that semester when I turned 5 years old. But I always regretted that. I always wanted to be a June graduate. Man, who wants to graduate in February? Go into something about football with that. But anyway, but I started kindergarten, which we still for half a day. You only went half a day with kindergarten. I'll never forget. It was, when we went to kindergarten, you took after you're there for a couple of days, the teacher sent home what she needed, and you had to bring a cardboard mat with you, a piece of cardboard that you could take a nap on, and you put your name on it. Lawrence. I was Lawrence. I wasn't Larry back then. I was Lawrence. And everybody put their name on there. And it was time for you to take your nap. You get your cardboard out, and you put it on the floor, and you would take your nap on the cardboard. Then the first grade. So in the kindergarten, I met my two lifelong buddies. One just passed away a couple of years ago. But Gus and Bob Ladotti, Gus Natoli and Bob Ladotti. But they lived on Webster Street, see, which was right around the corner from me, but the next block over. See,
got it.
But I had to leave my block to go to their block to play with my two classmates. And I infringed on their block. But we grew up, went all through high school together, and we stayed friends forever. In fact, Bob Ladotti called me just 2 days ago to wish me happy birthday.
Oh, that's great.
Gus left us a couple of years ago, which was unfortunate. But they both did well. They're both very successful. They're both great guys. Stayed in New Jersey, get nice families. So
that's great.
That worked out good. But there was lifelong friends. In fact, both were at our wedding,
Oh, that's really great.
So,
well, you got to tell me about in high school your.
Oh, I got to go into that.
Yeah.
I got to get into that. That's another deal now. We got a time frame here?
Oh yeah, no, we're good. Okay. We're good.
Anyway, so the first ward. We could walk to our church. The church is a big part of the Italian life back then. You could walk to the church. I go half a block to 7th Avenue, up 7th Avenue, 1 block. I'm at the Catholic Church. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. I go up that same 7th Avenue. There's Celentano's Bakery, market, where you buy your salami, you buy your mozzarella, you buy your whatever you got to buy, whatever, homemade pasta. We used to make our own also, by the way. So you had everything you needed. You wanted coffee. You went to the 7-Eleven and they ground coffee for you. It was called 8 o'clock coffee. See, you got the beans. They put the beans in the thing. They put the canister underneath it, and you got your pounded coffee from that. Everything you bought was fresh.
Yeah.
Carmine Michelli was the guy who came by in the grocery truck. See, he used to come by early in my life with a horse.
Okay.
Yeah, not kidding you. And then he came by with his truck later on. Not too long with the horse, but
yeah.
I remember that. And then he would come by and he would go to the market first, and he might buy tomatoes, cantaloupe, whatever, fruits and vegetables. He got green beans, whatever. And he'd come through the streets and he'd be yelling through the streets, "Hey, groceries," like that. And my mom, once again from the third floor, would say, "What do you got, Carmine?" "I got some nice peaches, Nicky." My mom's name was Nicolina, see?
Yeah. And
everybody called her nice. "I got some nice peaches, Nicky. I got this, I got that." And she said, "Okay." And she would send her how much you need for whatever she would buy. A quarter, she'd flip it down to him. And then I go, I notes again.
Yep.
I said, "Go down, get the groceries." And the rumor was she bought cherries one time. And I like cherries. I still do to this day.
Yeah.
And every time I went up, now 3 flights of stairs, that's a long way to carry a bag of cherries that taste pretty good, So the rumor is when they got upstairs, there was only about 3 cherries left out of a pound of cherries, right? I devoured them all.
Yeah, that's
so
funny.
They learned their lesson. They don't buy cherries. We don't send them down for cherries.
Yeah, exactly.
We get cherries, we're going to get those ourselves. So that's the kind of everything was done kind of like fresh type of. Well, we had the ice box for a long time, and then we got our own refrigerator.
Yeah,
and it made a difference, But it went up to you want the meat. You bought the meat at Lucy the butcher shop around the corner.
Yep.
In fact, when we walked down the alley, I could see the window to Lucy's butcher shop because we had just an alley. We call them alleys.
Yep.
Between our house and the house next to us,
Yep.
And so everything was kind of always fresh. We had a menu. I never forget. It was like etched in stone. We had what we call menest on Monday.
Okay.
Menest was a green dish, like maybe the black collard greens. You hear about the southern people, collard greens. I don't know. We probably had collard greens. We had kale. We had spinach. Mix them, and we put a little meat in there. Sometimes we pepperoni or something, but a little meat in there, and we'd have a dish of greens really for a meal and a salad. We always had a salad, but it wasn't like a tossed salad. It was like a head of lettuce that we just cut like in thirds or quarters, and just a whole lettuce. Very popular in restaurants today. They put all this goop on it. You put the
they call that a wedge salad now.
A wedge salad. Yeah, we were eating
fancy now.
We were eating wedge salads, unfortunately, with just olive oil and vinegar.
You didn't know how fancy you were. You were already at the top.
We didn't have any of the bacon bits and this sauce and that sauce on it. And it was a lot cheaper too, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, so on Tuesday and Thursday,
okay,
we always had pasta.
All right.
That's etched in stone. Okay?
Sounds nice.
Etched in stone. Pasta.
Pasta Tuesday.
I don't know what would help prevent us from not having pasta. A lot of time was homemade pasta. We'd roll. We had the flour. We had the kitchen. We would make our own pasta. We'd have it with a meat sauce. Okay, always with marinara sauce and meat. Okay. Sometimes they call it bolognese now, but we would have maybe pork in there, or what we call a brajol, which was rolled beef with seasoned inside. They'd actually be a string around it, like a flank steak or something. We would have Wednesday. We would have something, maybe veal cutlets on Wednesday. Would change up. Okay. Oh yeah, very popular. Very cheap. It was like 25 cents a pound for veal. There was some guy in the some kid in the butcher shop that he'd be pounding the veal all day long, to break it up, make it non-tender, And they sold so much veal that they had one kid there just in the veal shop sitting in the corner, he's pounding the beef. So anyway, and then Friday was, you couldn't eat meat on Friday. They've since changed that rule.
Okay. All right.
But Friday was, you had to eat meat. You couldn't eat meat. And we obey by that. We didn't eat fish that much, but once again, we would find...
what did you have on Friday?
Well, sometimes we would have what they call Italian pizza, Sicilian pizza. It was called, and that was just with olive oil, anchovies, maybe things like that.
Yeah.
We would also have a pasta dish called aglio olio, which was oil and garlic. That's a fabulous dish. It really is. It's a great dish. Sometimes we would have beans and macaroni.
Okay.
That has
in the same bowl or separated?
In a bowl, no, together.
So beans and macaroni together, not beans and macaroni separate.
Okay. Now that all of a sudden caught on about 15 years ago.
I gotta give you a little bit more.
Yeah, that caught on about 15 years ago.
We gotta have people hear you.
Yeah, all of a sudden the restaurants start selling pasta fagioli. That was a peasant food for us, honestly. We would eat that on Friday. No, I didn't even like it. But we used to call it pasta fazool. When it got to be popular, it was called pasta fagioli, and all the restaurants were selling pasta fagioli. I heard people go, "Oh, they have good pasta fagioli." I would laugh to myself saying, "Pasta fagioli, give me a break." That was our Friday throwaway meal,
Yeah.
But anyway, and I would tell people, "Hey, you know the difference between pasta fagioli and pasta fazool? $10.
That's funny.
It's a cheap dish, man.
It's
cheap. And then Saturday was we'd call like American night.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we could have chicken, maybe fried chicken, some kind of meal where
American food.
Yeah. And then Sunday was absolutely always a big Sunday dinner. And that would be about 1:00. My dad used to love to go to the tavern. The tavern would open about, I think, 11 or so on Sunday. And he'd go down to a tavern. He'd take me once in a while, too. And I'd sit on the stool, have a ginger ale or something. He'd have a couple of beers. And that's the only time we went to the tavern was on Sunday rather.
Oh, really?
And he had
Is that after church? Go to church?
No, my grandmother went to church.
Okay.
And I went to church.
Got it.
My sister and I went to church. We had to go to church. My mom and dad, they would figure it out.
Yeah.
And just like I would later on.
Yeah.
So anyway, he would go in there at 1:00, and we'd have a nice. It would always be something like a ravioli or manicotti or lasagna, some kind of dish, and it would then a meat dish of pork and beef and type of food, and to finish it off with nuts and fruit, and maybe even have an antipasto before we started, that type of thing. It was always a nice meal, and there was at our table, and not only our table, but every Italian table in the neighborhood. If you walked in when they were eating, you sat down and ate.
Got it.
And it was the same with ours,
Yeah.
Like I had friends come, can Lawrence come out and play, and I know he's got to finish his meal. Okay. And, come on, sit down and wait,
Yeah.
I already ate. That's okay. You sit down. And Nicky, give him a plate of food, and for fun, one of my buddies, he'd start eating, It was the same way, but you couldn't go into a house without eating,
Yeah.
And that's, I kind of like that myself too. You come here, you're going to eat.
Yeah, you fed me this morning.
Yeah. So that was that. But the Catholic Church was right there. Had to go to catechism. Started out when very young, I think 7 years old. You start with your catechism, and you receive your first Holy Communion, and then you receive your confirmation about nine or 10 years old. They pushed that back a little bit, which is good because he didn't really know what you were doing. The nuns. In fact, I didn't go to Catholic school. I went to the public school, and the nuns would be when you were ready to go for your catechism. And all the kids were Italian. But there was a couple that weren't Italian, but I'm talking 98% were Italian.
Yeah.
So the nun would be waiting there when you got out of school. So you'd out the door, okay, put you against the wall, and they would actually march us to our catechism. You wouldn't even go home.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a rope memory, you might say, type of thing.
Yeah.
Where is God? In unison. He's everywhere, God is everywhere, God, type of thing.
Yeah.
And it was good. It was good introduction and how to teach, a little bit too.
Yeah.
Teaching, which coaching is teaching, by the way. That's all teaching.
For sure.
So anyway, that was the neighborhood. A lot of games, a lot of excitement. When I got old enough, I used to go around the corner to the playground. I couldn't wait to go to the playground. I'm not kidding you. Loved the playground. And because now all the blocks kind of were assembling, in the playground. And we would play softball, and we would play touch football. We'd play 3-on-3 basketball. We'd play kickball. We'd play any kind of ball you would name. And the playground was almost like a city block going lengthwise, and the school was right there adjacent to it. See, but it was kind of narrow, but long, and so we had to improvise our games. You couldn't hit the ball over the right field fence because that was going into a yard, and that would take. By the way, they had a chain link fence around it, which went about maybe 20 feet in the air.
Oh wow!
So somebody had to climb the fence and get in there and get the ball. So that was 3 outs automatically.
Got it.
If you hit the ball to right field, it was 3 outs. If you hit the ball to left field, it hit the wall. And if you caught it off the wall, it was an out.
Oh,
see, but
right.
The wall had windows on it too, which were heavily insulated with chain metal fencing,
like
bars. Yeah. So the ball would never break a window because it would stop it, but the ball would drop straight down.
Got it.
So it was a knack, to playing the window, playing the brick, and some guys could do a pretty good job of it, and some guys, didn't do it. So I always used to use that as a coaching point for my players too. I say, hey, we instincts. I coach you in a lot of ways, but I can't coach instincts. You follow me?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'll give you an example. We had a wall in my playground. Now, when the wall hit the brick, it caromed off. It didn't come off carom on. It came off on an angle. So you not only had to play the carom, you had to play the angle. Mm-hmm. Okay. Some guys couldn't handle it. Now, you also, if it hit the window, which was heavily reinforced, it would drop dead right there.
Yep.
See? So you had to play that. I said, some of us had that knack that we knew when it was going to hit the window, when it was going to hit the thing. And I said, that's instincts. Mm-hmm. I can't teach you that. Some have it, some don't. When you go inside the block and you make a play, that's good. That's good instinct. Yeah. When you go inside the block and you don't make the play, that's not good. That's bad instincts, What we got to play with instinctively smart football. You know? So I use that as an analogy, in talking about instincts,
Absolutely.
And I said, we had kids that were good. I mean, they were just good.
Yeah.
I said, now, we played the playground. If you wanted to play, you better not drop the ball.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's face it.
You can't be dropping the ball.
Yeah. So in football, I don't remember any of my friends ever dropping the ball. Dropping a ball? Come on.
Hit you in the hands.
That means you didn't get selected the next time around. And that's a heavy price to pay.
That is.
Basketball, you play 3-on-3. You make it, you play, you win, you play the next one. You don't win, you sit out. You know,
That's
teach
how
you
it
a little
is.
about competition.
That's
You
how it
got to
is.
win.
You got to win.
We don't want to be sitting watching you play. We want to keep on playing. You know, so it was great environment. Great
Yeah.
environment. We even had boxing gloves. We had a playground director who might have been part-time after he taught school. He was in charge. He would close it up every night at 9 o'clock. See, we
nice.
stayed open till 9 o'clock.
Oh, that's nice.
See? Yeah. And we had boxing gloves. They had a problem. Hey, wait a minute. Let's settle this the right. 16-ounce gloves. You know how big they are. Like powder puffs, you know.
Yeah.
And but we'd pound each other, and nobody would get hurt, and kiss and make up, type of thing. But it was
so at the playground, people get into a scuffle. Hey,
let me tell you, it's the greatest thing in the world to put you in a to where you can evaluate yourself.
Yeah.
There's no BSing. I mean, when you got picked last, you got picked last for a reason.
Yeah.
You're not very good.
Yeah.
See? And you know that.
Yeah.
You got picked first. Hey, there's always somebody tugging at you. But hey, you're the big guy in the block. See?
Yeah.
So I mean, there was never any doubt about everybody gets a trophy type of thing.
Yeah.
How
were you as an athlete at that time?
I was good. I was good. I always had hand skills. I could always see from when I was 7 or 8 years old. I'd be playing out in front of my house, just catching a ball, throwing it against the wall, playing with my friends, catching, throwing, things like that. So I had good skills. Yeah, I was good. I was good.
That's good.
In fact, I'll tell you a story. One thing I remember was
I'm going to fix your mic just a little bit. So we get
all right.
Get it out of your way just a little bit more. So actually a little bit better for you. This is gonna be a little
There was this.
How's that?
There was a softball game.
Is that better for you? Is that better for you? Let's see. Is that better for you?
Yeah, our elementary school actually went to the 6th grade.
Yeah.
And then we didn't have what you call middle school. We call it junior high.
Okay.
7, 8, and 9.
Yeah.
So you didn't start high school till 10th grade. But anyway, I was hanging out in the playground. I couldn't play because there was a game going to go on.
Yeah.
The 2 6th grades were going to play for like a softball championship type of thing. Okay. Unfortunately, one team was short a guy. They were short a guy.
Yeah.
And I was like in the 4th grade, I think, at that time. But I was always hanging around in the playground. See?
Yeah.
So I was in the 4th grade, and but I had my own glove. I saved up for my glove. I went down to the sporting goods shop, which was right on Broadway, and bought my own baseball glove.
Oh, that's
put
great.
Neats Ford oil, huh?
That's great.
Yeah, I know. Well, to buy my own baseball glove, I had to deliver. They do odd jobs,
Yeah.
But one of the jobs, I told my dad, I think I was only like 10 or 11 years old, Hey, I used to walk all through the neighborhood at 10 years old.
Yeah.
I got hit by a car on Halloween night, 10 years old. God, on Broadway, about 4 or 5 blocks from my house.
Oh my gosh.
I was out trick-or-treating, 10 years old.
Yeah.
People don't let their kids when they're 15 go out.
Yeah.
I went out with my buddies, and we'd all go trick-or-treating.
Yeah.
So 10 years old, we're down on Broadway trick-or-treating, and I'm getting some goodies, and I swear I just happened to glance across the street, and I looked like there was a bigger deal going on over there that I was missing out on. So I grabbed this group, grabbed my goodies, and I bolt across the street. Now, you got to understand, street, parked cars along both sides of the street.
Mhm.
So I have to go between two parked cars to cross the middle of the street. Some guy hit me. But it wasn't his fault. My God, it was all my fault.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
But he hits me, and he kind of hits me kind of like, boom, but he hits me. And he half stopping, half hitting me, and he sends me through the air. I never forget. I can remember it to this day. I can still visualize it. I'm going through the air like a missile. See? I land right on my head.
Oof.
I land right, hit me right in the thigh, side of my leg, on my hair.
Oof.
The first thing I do is I get up and I run. See, I get up and I run.
Do you think you're going to get in trouble?
Run. I couldn't live by. But I wanted to get out of there. You see, first thing, when you screw up, you want to get out of there. You know, you're in trouble. You think, I'm in trouble, you know. So this guy chases me down. He said, he was, kind of more upset than I was.
Yeah.
So anyway, so he takes me to the hospital. My buddies go back to my house, and it's Halloween night, don't forget. And they go up the 3 flights of stairs, back door. Everybody went up the back stairs. Nobody went up the front stairs. Special occasions only, remember. Yep. Getting hit by a car was not one of them.
Yeah, exactly. It's like emergencies. Yeah. Probably front stairs would be okay, but.
So anyway, they're going, hey, Lawrence got hit by a car. My mom goes, hey, no, look, that's no way to fool around. Then he finally convinced her I got hit by a car. Where is he?
Yeah.
He's in the hospital. Well, Newark, there was about 1 million people living in Newark then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bigger town than it is now. And they said, we don't know. So they panicked going through, finding what hospital I was in.
Oh, my
Finally,
goodness.
they found me. I was all right. I had a bad bruise on my leg, and my head was looked like had a beanball in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I missed only 1 day school.
Oh.
Yeah, I went to school like 2 days after. They're kind of like a hero, Hey, how you feel? How was it? It's like a badge of honor when you, something like that.
Totally.
All of a sudden you're a celebrity.
Yeah.
So getting back to the game, the 6th grade is playing for this, the winner of the 6th grade, and they were short a player. One of the classes teams was short a player, and I said, I'll play. They go, you got a glove? And I said, yeah, I got a glove. I always have my glove with me, just in case. So they said, well, we need to play first base. So I played first base, and I played good. I really did. I hit the ball, whatever.
Yeah.
So we won the game. So the next day they talked in the class about how unfair it was that this guy came in and helped. I was a 4th grader. They were 6th grade. So you say was
yeah.
I think so. I think I was. I was. Without thinking about it.
That's good.
Yeah. Because chronologically, there's always a big difference in that age group.
Absolutely.
See? And so that was kind of the wine season. You got to hear this.
Oh yeah,
we got to go over
wine season.
The wine season was always in October.
This is in the basement, right?
That was always in October.
Oh, there we go.
And our basement, we had a wine press. Oh my God! I wish when we left there, we left all that stuff there. We had 5 or 6 barrels.
Yeah.
Barrels, beautiful barrels. We had all the makings. So my mom, my dad, and a couple of my uncles that lived on the first and second. I don't know if they ever helped or not. We had help though. But anyway, they would go to the farmer's market and buy the grapes. My dad knew what kind of grapes. I remember one was Avellino, but it was all red wine.
Got it.
And he mixed about 3 grapes together when he made the mash. And we put all the grapes in the thing. We pressed the wine, and we stayed on that thing until it stopped dripping, man. I mean, we got every ounce out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the mash we had to take outside and burn and everything. But then you put the wine that you take out of that, and you put it in the barrels. See?
Yep.
And I think we always had about 3 or 4 barrels that we would make. And you add yeast to that, and you add a little sugar to it. What proportions, I'm not sure. And then you seal everything up.
Yep.
The bunghole, you put paraffin wax all around, so everything is airtight. The thing you have to do is make airtight, and you let the wine ferment. Now, you should let it ferment for as long as you can.
Yeah.
But, there was always an urgency for the first barrel.
Yeah.
So we might let that only ferment 6 weeks, 8 weeks, which probably not enough time. But, we had to eat. We had to drink. Now, once you start a barrel of wine, once you open the barrel, you've got to drain the whole barrel.
Yeah.
You see, you can't leave some in there.
Put it in the bottles.
So you have 5-gallon jugs, and you fill all these 5-gallon jugs with the wine, and you power wax all around them to airtight them.
Yeah.
Then you open a 5-gallon jug, and you put that into one 5-gallon jug. So you have to wax those. Just like because you're gonna. And every night, my dad had the gallon of wine right by his chair, sitting right at the foot of his chair. See?
Yeah.
And we would drink the wine. I would be allowed to drink a little bit.
All right.
Not a lot, but not a little bit. And they would save something else for me. I'll tell you that in a minute. But anyway, and we would go through the gallon of wine. And I'm not talking about a wine glass. Oh my God! Don't give my dad a wine glass. You insult him. In fact, a lot of the good Italian restaurants that we used to in fact, I remember going to a good restaurant in South Philly one time. Speaking of restaurants, my family never ate in a restaurant. I never ordered off a menu until I went to college.
Really?
Really.
Wow.
Really. Okay? Now, we would go on a Sunday evening, we might take a little car ride to Rutt's Hut, which is still there, by the way.
Oh, really?
Famous for their hot dogs, and get a hot dog, something like that.
Yeah.
Or we had little places around town that Jimmy Buff's that would sell hot dogs and potatoes, or hot dogs and sausage, or sausage and potatoes,
Yeah.
They were very popular. They're still popular today, I'm kind of bouncing around, so
No.
when you
this
piece
is
this thing together, but one of the other stories I used to like to tell my players was we had a guy in the neighborhood. Now, in the summertime, in my neighborhood, everybody sat out on their stoop.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody had air conditioning.
Yeah.
Forget that.
Yeah.
It was hot.
Yeah.
A lot of times we had people that had fire escapes would sleep on their fire escape at night.
Yeah.
Things like that. Sleep on the roof. Sleep on the roof. But anyway, everybody would sit on the stoop at night. The tavern was right down the road. Get a whole. They would have a container of beer, an actual cardboard container that Gabriel, that was the guy's name, the bartender. Gabriel would fill up, and you kind of, But anyway, Louis Tingaling would come by also to sell hot dogs, and he started with just a push cart.
Yeah.
Where you can keep with those little burner things,
Yeah.
And he sold just hot dogs.
Yeah.
And hot and sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Hot had little peppers and onions with it, and the sweet you have a little sauerkraut. But when a push cart, he made enough money. He bought a truck.
Stand. Oh,
and he did it on a truck.
Very
and he'd
good.
park his truck in a couple of areas, and once in a while, and people coming to buy a hot dog from Louis Tingaling at night.
Yeah.
See? You go up Bloomfield Avenue now, which is still a big neighborhood, a big thing in Newark, which as later on as a teenager, I used to hang out on Bloomfield Avenue. But Louis Tingaling's got his own place there.
Oh, wow.
It's called Louis Tingaling's. He sells hot dogs. He's got a car wash. And I used to tell my players, I said, there's no, when you talk about the American dream, you talk about everybody can do so. Yeah, that's all true.
Yeah.
But you know what it takes? It takes hard work.
It does.
It doesn't start out easy.
It does.
It
does.
It might become easy, but it doesn't start that way.
Absolutely.
And I told a story about Louis Tingling, see? About starting out pushing his car through the neighborhood.
Yeah.
We also had a guy who did that with sweet potatoes.
Oh,
we used
yeah.
to call it El Fumbo. That's the name for potato. El Fumbo. And he would tell sweet potatoes on his cart at night.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, these are, and
Absolutely.
way to make a life. So where was I before?
Okay, so we were making wine.
Yeah, making the wine.
Yeah.
So, and I remember going to this really nice restaurant later on when I was coaching in South Philly, which is just like Newark. South Philly's all Italian too, and that's how they sold the wine.
Oh,
They're little. They only put in little jars.
Yeah.
Those little you get little jelly jars,
like a mason jar.
They put a little jar. They sell the wine. People just didn't like drinking out of a glass.
Makes sense.
In fact, when we had the party yesterday, I let Joel test the wine. I gave him it in a water glass.
Yeah. For the birthday party.
Yeah.
That's good.
So anyway, now, one of the big jobs was you had to clean the wine press.
Oh.
Okay? The mash was
Yeah.
Well, who got that job?
Oh, definitely you got that job.
I got you. Right?
Sounds like a bad job.
Now, let me tell you something. There's a few fumes that are emitted with the mash. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
And you breathe. Because you got to go in there and dig it out, clean it out like that. And they used to get a big kick. I think I got a little woozy a couple of times, in there. No question about it.
Oh, that's funny.
That day we get a kick out of that.
That's funny.
The old guys.
That's funny.
Yeah. But anyway, it was that was every year. That always coincided right about the Feast of Saint Gerard. Our patron saint was the Feast of Saint Gerard. And for 3 days, right around the church, the area, there we had our feast. There'd be like a little band. They'd be singing. People would sell their wares like sausage and peppers, this and that, whatever, anything. It was a real fun 3 days. Have you ever seen The Godfather where they're moving this statue down the street?
Absolutely.
We did the same thing. We had the men would put a platform with the statue of Saint Gerard, and about 6 guys, 3 on each side, would carry the saint through, and the old ladies, my grandma, would walk behind the saint all through the first ward.
Oh yeah. And
people would pin money on the saint. Actually, pin money on it.
Oh,
maybe $1, maybe $2. So but
you is your phone?
Huh?
Oh no, there's a phone going off. It's all good.
Oh,
I don't think we need to get
it. I'm hard of hearing. I can't hear.
No.
In fact, I should have my hearing aids in, but I don't have them in.
Well, you can hear well through this.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Hearing aids are nothing but amplifiers.
Yeah. So I mean, I can always turn your headphones up a little bit more.
Yeah.
If that's
so anyway,
and I can adjust your mic if it's
the feast still goes on today.
Absolutely.
Although it's not an Italian neighborhood by far.
Oh yeah.
It's not. It's Hispanic and black. But the feast still goes on today.
Love it.
When I got a little older, I said, I want to be one of those guys carrying the money. Because you're talking about cash. Now, we're not talking about people writing a check and putting it on there. We're talking about people slipping a 5 on, a 10, a 20, whatever. That ought to be a good day.
Oh, for
counting
sure.
Money.
Oh, that's got to be a good day. That's got to be a good day.
And Noah Newark. Yeah. We actually had the mafia was very prevalent in my neighborhood. Yeah. But you know what? We had no problems.
Interesting.
No problems. The mafia had that place. They might have had their problems, but let me say that. The streets were never a problem.
Interesting.
Never.
It was like policed.
Fights going on, all of, naturally neighbors and stuff.
Yeah.
But that was not anything big, really.
Mm-hmm.
But the mafia really had good control over the way people would come and go into our neighborhood. Let's say,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah,
But we had it. We actually had a fella come up to our house. Every Friday. He'd walk up to 3 flights of stairs. You played Italian numbers, and the mafia ran that.
yeah,
And the Italian numbers was a little card. It had a bunch of numbers on them,
yeah,
and you had to pick. I forget. I think 6 numbers, and you could pick them laterally, up, vertically, any way you wanted.
yeah.
And I think the payoff was, if I remember, 42-1. It was very hard to win. Very
Okay.
hard to win. Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm sure they ran it, so whoever won.
yeah.
That was all figured out ahead of time, maybe.
Yeah. A little bit of a tax.
I don't really know. But anyway, the guy would come up 3 flights of stairs and go to the first floor and the second floors. And the family would play the numbers. My grandmother might give him a dime. I'm not kidding. You play a dime.
Yep.
You know, maybe my dad might give him a dime. You know, sometimes if I had a nickel in my pocket, I would play a nickel.
Yeah.
You know. Now, here's another thing. You think little, but they went to every house in the neighborhood. Different guy, not the same guy, but different guys. You know, we had the same guy come up every Friday to collect his 20 cents, 25 cents. You know.
Yeah.
We did it at 3 flight, did it all. I mean, I guess that adds up.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, that's little tax.
In 1935, the year I was born, just to give you an example, the average of salary, the average take-home pay for an individual was $1,650
Wow.
yearly,
Wow.
not hourly.
Wow.
Okay. Not hourly. Look at my grandson there who's living in New York City. That's
a different
yearly.
time.
Yeah.
It's a different time.
Yeah. So, you know, dimes were big. Dimes were there not to be
All right.
discounted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ice was a dime.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, we used to have pennies, and we pitched pennies against the wall, you know, as kids. That was one game we'd play. Then we'd have the baseball cards. We flipped those.
Oh, yeah.
And you win the cards. And God, I wish I had some of those cards. Some of them are selling for
Oh, yeah.
you know, millions of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure I had some of them in my pack. I
probably.
always had a pack of cards, you know, and you always had that ready to play your game against the wall, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And we play marbles. You know, marbles. We always play. Playground offered. See, until the playground had a solid, they paved it. It was all gravel. That was interesting when it was gravel. Because you fall, you want to roll.
A little tough.
Where'd you go? Where you been? What happened to you?
Yeah.
I fell, you know.
Totally.
Yeah, I fell on gravel.
Yeah.
So that was the kind of neighborhood that we grew up. It was always something going on, always some activity.
Absolutely.
And then as I got older, in elementary school, and we learned, you know, we learned the 3 R's really: reading, writing, arithmetic. We didn't venture out beyond that, and we got pretty good at all the things we had to do.
Yeah.
And I was a good student. Because my dad would, for every A, we got, I think, a dime or something. You know.
Okay.
Yeah. And we worked hard to get those dimes.
Absolutely.
You know? My mom and dad were they're absolutely. I can't talk, I guess, without talking about my grandmother, my mom and dad. My grandmother was just a beautiful person. She really was. Nona. She was a grandmother to all, you know.
No. Yeah.
Just a typical one, you know. And she was always warm and loving and really great. My mom was always had, you know, she had 2 sister-in-laws on the first 2 floors, 2 sister-in-laws who lived with her early in her life, her mother-in-law, you know. I really felt bad for my mom. She never really had the privacy of a newlywed, you know.
Yeah.
Here you move into a house with, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, so but she managed, and she she became very endeared to all of them.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
so that was good. My dad was the kind of guy. My dad had to leave school in the 5th grade because he just there was no learning for when he first started, and or 4th grade maybe, and there was a need to make some money,
Yeah.
and so he didn't go much. But he was just very, very talented. He could do anything around the house, fix it. He used to read a lot. He read a lot. I don't believe he came, but I don't think he was a citizen when I was born.
Oh.
I think he became a citizen after I was born, or a few number of years after I was born. My mom being born in the United States on 8th Avenue, by the way.
Got it.
Remember I told you,
Yeah.
7th Avenue, 8th Avenue was the
Yep.
next block over.
Yep.
And she would walk by our house, and that's how my dad and mom met, She had curly hair, and he would call her Curly or something like that. And that was their way of sexual harassment today. I guess. I don't know. Well, you call her Curly.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's how they met, and they married.
How young did they meet? Do you know?
Well, they met when they were like 14, 15.
Yeah,
or
young,
So,
young.
and they got married early, and no, they never had another
Yeah, that was it.
boyfriend or girlfriend or anything like that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that was so. But my dad was very, very good. So when he became older, he became a stone cutter. See?
Okay.
And he would cut stone, and because there was a lot of work. They were still working on St. Patrick's Cathedral, see,
Right.
in New York City.
Right.
He worked on that. They would go to New York. Newark to New York is only 11 miles.
Totally.
Very easy.
Very close.
But today it's like 1,100 miles.
Yeah. Feels
But
like a long
back then,
way.
just had to go across the tunnel or the bridge,
Yeah.
and it was all very. In fact, I remember when the ferry used to go across from New Jersey to New York, and then they put the tunnel in. The George Washington Bridge was there when I was younger, so that was already there, but the tunnel was built. Anyway, so he had work, and then later on, the stone cutting business just went kaput. Machinery became the way to cut it, and the need for individuals cutting stone was no longer necessary. So he went work in different factories, and then he worked at a company called for William Ball, B-A-L. And what they did is they made luggage containers type of stuff.
Okay.
If you had to package something in a container, they would make that. And he started out as just a workman.
Yep.
Then he became foreman.
Okay.
And then he became superintendent
Okay.
of the factory. Now here's a guy with a 4th grade education.
Yeah.
Right. And he's running a factory of 200 people.
Wow.
He's ordering what the materials they need for the certain jobs.
Yeah.
He's designing the job,
Yeah.
what it needs, and implementing the work and getting it out.
Yeah.
He was really good. He was really good at what he did.
That's awesome.
And the last superintendent became a partner.
Oh.
So they were always actually the William Ball Senior loved my dad.
Yeah.
Loved him.
Yeah.
And my dad, I think my mom more than my dad. My dad just worked and did his job.
Yep.
Okay. And he never wanted to ruffle the feathers because to him, financial consistency was more important than trying to get. Well, I'll go here for more money. I'll do this. So he was very
Climbing up.
loyal. Very loyal. He didn't want to lose his job.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah.
And he
for
did
sure.
because he had to support the family. See.
Yeah.
So and then that's the way it stayed, and he was there forever. But then William Ball passed away, and the sons took it over. And it was kind of a little different thing,
Yeah.
And I didn't like the way when my dad passed away, the way they treated him. My dad died at 64 years old of a massive coronary. Okay. And we found what he had in today's society. They never saw doctors.
Yeah.
That cost money. See that?
Yeah.
I mean, everything was, even though money wasn't important, my family, they spent what they had to spend on food and education or things like that.
Yeah.
But they never squandered anything.
Yeah.
See, my mom and dad never had a checking account.
Yeah.
They never had wrote a check.
Yeah.
Everything they did was in cash.
Mm.
If my dad ever bought a car, he had to have cash to pay for it.
Yep.
They didn't borrow any money. So this is the kind of way they lived. And as a result, they took advantage of my dad by not really bumping him up when he should be bumped up and things like that. And do you know that when he died of a coronary, Matt, in today's society, he would have been to a doctor, they would have checked him out, give him a bypass, and he would have been okay.
Yep.
The fact that his arteries were so clogged up that they just burst, you see?
Yeah.
They burst. Arterial thrombosis is what it's called. He was driving to work on a Saturday. By the way, all his workers got paid extra for Saturday.
Yeah.
Time and a half. He didn't because he was a superintendent and he was salaried.
Yep.
See? Every night they stayed till 6 and 6:30 when they should have gone home at 5. His workers are all getting time and a half. He got salary.
Yeah.
See? And he would never question it.
Yeah.
See? That's the thing. But anyway, to go from the house to it was in the Down Neck area, which was the east side of town. You had to drive through Branchbrook Park.
Mm.
And he was driving through Branchbrook Park on this Saturday. He had the thrombosis while he was driving. Car went off the road, hit a tree, and he totaled the car. So they had to do a autopsy because they didn't know if he died from the collision or what he might have died from. They found out his artery just exploded.
Yeah.
So I had to go down and do his final remains. And his salary was $12,700. I'm talking 1970, about 1974 or 5. See?
Wow.
Can you believe that?
Wow.
Can you believe that? Okay. And then I had to actually not fight, but suggest, because he got 2 weeks in the summer, and this happened in the spring. I don't remember what day. For them to give him no severance. Been there for 25, 30, severance, no severance, nothing. You see?
Yeah.
Maybe they got the vacation pay and that. But I mean, the loyalty, I got a bad taste in my mouth from this day, from this go on, So but that's another story. My mom then, now they had just moved out of the first ward about 2 years prior to that.
Got it.
And they were living in an apartment in Bellevue, and they were very happy because now, for the first time in their life, they had their own place.
Yeah.
They say
single family
no,
home?
No,
or
just an apartment.
Okay.
They were renting.
Yeah.
Renting. They didn't own anything. My grandmother had passed away. My aunts were long gone, married. So that was sad. So, but my sister had a traumatic experience also. She has 4 children, 4 great kids. Her son's a doctor, OBGYN, had been very successful in New Jersey. And her husband was going through cancer, and he died at 48 of cancer. And they were living down in Monmouth County of New Jersey, which was about 30 miles or so from Newark. They actually lived on 10 acres. My brother-in-law, although he was he wasn't actually the first ward. He was on the outskirts of the first ward.
Got it.
But he was on just all Italian also, but not in the first ward.
Got it.
But they went to high school together. Went to high school. So they got married. My sister went 2 years to Newark State Teachers College. She was salutatorian of her class
Oh, wow.
in high school, all A's in college, but they got married. She dropped out. They had 4 kids. And the oldest, I think, was about 17 when Pete died. So, and my dad died right about that same time. And my mom moved down, and she was able to help my sister by being there for the kids when they came home. My sister was able to take a job and support the family, see, until she moved on to another. The kids all the kids went through school, got college degrees, and all did well, So that was she did a good job raising her family from that point on. And my mom had a place to go where she was needed.
Yeah, for sure.
She was only 64 herself.
Totally.
So it was a place that she was needed. And she lived to 103 years old. Bless her heart.
I remember.
Yeah, she was. And up until 100 years, man, I'll tell you, they were good years.
They really were.
Yeah, she had her little glass of wine every night.
Yeah.
I think that's what kept her alive.
Yeah.
And, took an interest in her health.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't until later in her life that my sister couldn't handle it anymore. She would fall, and we'd have to call 911 to get her up. So we put her home. She hated that. Oh, my God, she hated that. Every time I go see her, she'd say, I want to go home, She just hated it, being there. They took good care of her. She had a good place. They took care of her. And you know what? When she was 103, one day she went to lunch, ate her lunch, came back, took her nap, and passed away. Huh? We should be so lucky.
We should be so lucky.
We should be so lucky, right?
I agree.
But that's it. Okay, so then from elementary school, it just so happened that they converted Webster, which was my elementary school, into a junior high.
Okay.
So being I was a February graduate, I had to go to another school for 6 months.
Okay.
And because now the Webster was turned into a junior high school.
Got it.
So I went for 6 months. I went to Franklin, which, God, I still walk there. I'm not. Hey, I could walk to 3 churches in the first ward in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
3 different churches.
Yep.
I could walk to 3 elementary schools in 5 minutes. All McKinley, Webster, and Franklin.
Yep.
They were all right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Great school right around the corner. Franklin was right up Summer Avenue, and then 1 block up Park Avenue, and I was at Franklin.
Yep.
No big deal.
Yeah.
I could walk to my high school, which is less than a mile away.
Yeah.
All same way. So anyway, but that was good. It was a good experience. Got to meet new kids, all the kids that came from the First Avenue side of town, and they were new kids and everything. Then we all went to junior high together. And junior, the thing about my junior, we didn't have any sports.
Really?
No, no organized sports in Newark. It was really a shame.
Interesting.
But we had to make our own teams, make our own basketball, make our own football, improvise everything like that. And but met a lot of new kids and
even in school. No
high school. Nothing started
junior high.
No, nothing in junior high.
Oh,
nothing
wow.
in junior high.
Wow.
Yeah. Now in the elementary school, I always came home for lunch. Because what? It's right around the corner.
Yeah.
The cold days, you bundle up and you got home, you always had a nice bowl of pastina waiting for you.
Yeah.
Which is like an Italian oatmeal, you might say, like a porridge, It was good. It was good, man. It could warm you up. Or you'd have some leftovers from, Or you might have a frittata, a night frittata.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, those were great. But you always had something warm, that you had to eat. Going to Franklin, I had to carry my lunch, see? So that was interesting. First time I had to carry my lunch. And you put that in your clothes closet. But once again, we're mostly Italian now.
Yeah.
Even though we got a little influence of some what we used to call Mitigans, Mitigan is an American.
Oh, really?
See? That's a word for American. If you weren't Italian, you were a Mitigan. See? It's crazy, right? Now,
That's
I'm
funny.
gonna divest a little bit here also. When I first started dating your grandmother,
Yeah.
I brought her home. She was absolutely the first non-Italian to enter the doorway in our house. All my cousins, everybody.
The first one through the door.
Everybody married, Mitigan. So when they would introduce her, my mom would introduce her. She goes, "This is my son's girlfriend, Betsy." And then she would go, AC Mitigan. That means she's Italian. See? I know she's American.
Yeah,
she's American, rather. See?
Oh,
and that went on for a while. And then your grandmother, Betsy, she goes, "What does she always say?" Gives my name, and she goes, something. I don't know what she's saying. She's saying, "You're American." It's just the grandma goes, "Aren't we all Americans?"
Yeah, totally.
I said, "Yeah, kind of."
Kind of.
But there's the Italian people, they're like Italian Americans,
That's
and you're
funny.
an American.
That's funny.
Yeah. So, Esi Medigan. And she still talks up. She still brings that up.
That's funny.
But they took to her. They took to her right away. And grandma was easy.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. So no sports in middle school.
Yeah. So now we got to bring lunch. Okay.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now, so if we had like veal cutlets the night before, I have a veal cutlet sandwich or
Got it.
Something that was always kind of had a little juice to it, things like that. Brown bag, put your name on it, put the brown bag in the locker room, and I swear to God, you look up there, every brown bag had a little oil stain on it, like that.
Yeah.
Like that. Except for the few mitigans that were eating peanut butter and jelly. We didn't know what peanut butter and jelly was. I love it. I love it now, trust me. But peanut butter and jelly, in fact, the fork your mother, your father, right?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, your father, and all his sisters.
Yeah,
that's all they ate was peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
We eat peanut butter and jelly, man. What is that?
Yeah.
Hide your eggplant sandwich.
Yeah.
Eggplant, that's another thing. Oh my God, eggplant. That was my father's favorite, eggplant.
Oh yeah.
And there's a good story about that. In that my dad used to take his lunch every day to work.
Yeah.
I'd say, he brought your lunch.
Yeah.
When we went to the beach, my dad get a week off. We would drive an hour to the lake, to the shore, the Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
To go to the ocean. We'd leave early in the morning, pack all our sandwiches, go down there, eat lunch with sandwiches, have sandwich, and come home that night and go back the same day. We couldn't afford to stay in a hotel or a motel. We couldn't afford to eat out. We brought our food and we drove our car back and forth.
Yeah.
Gas was only 22 cents a gallon, so it was no big deal.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we had that. We still joke around. Our friends talk about the sandwiches with hey, you got bigger grease spot than I do. But eggplant, that was my dad's favorite. That's one of my favorites too. I love it. We make eggplant much different than when you buy the Greek eggplant that you buy in the restaurants. No. We make eggplants like a dish. It's about 2 inches high, and it's packed with meat sauce.
Mm-hmm.
It's packed with mozzarella cheese, packed eggplant, layered of eggplant, and that made a great sandwich.
Oh yeah.
And my mom would always, she loved my dad ferociously, and protect him, always protect him, make sure, see, every once in a while there'd be a skirmish in the family where one of the son-in-laws would be maybe doing something to one of the sisters that's wasn't supposed to be right. They'd pick up the phone and call my dad right away because he was the only male in the family left, see? And my mom said, "You aren't gonna go down there. You stay home. You mind your own business." He said,
Yeah.
worried he's always going to get in trouble,
Yeah.
maybe for something more than he was in. And so she was always very protective. But she would make, "What do you want, Larry, for lunch?" And everything. And this one time she made him eggplant. She said, "I'll have the eggplant again." So she gave me the eggplant again. So next day he says, "Well, Larry, what do you want me to make?" I thought, "If you got any more left, I'll have the eggplant again." So
That's so sweet.
It came to fourth day, and she said, "What do you want?" She said, "Any more of that eggplant?" Like, she said, "Well, how many days you want eggplant?" He said, "I'll tell you what. You just make it until I tell you to stop. Until I'm tired of it." So to spite him, it was like a spite deal. He ate eggplant for lunch 33 days in a row.
Wow. That's funny.
Why did eggplant? Give you eggplant, So and I tell you what, believe it or not, I think I could go 33 days in a row with eating eggplant. It is so good. It's better as a sandwich than it is eating it plain.
I mean, some dishes the next day are.
Yeah. So every once in a while, I bring an eggplant home. But why you bring it out home for? Just if you get a chance,
Yeah.
You might want to make some eggplant, She makes a good eggplant, by the way.
Oh, that's good.
Your grandma makes a great eggplant. Okay, so now I'm in junior high, right?
All right, we're back.
And now we're back. We're back right around the corner again.
There we go.
The elementary school now became the junior high. So junior high was great. Meet a lot more kids, a few more minigons in the group.
Yeah.
But the fact that we didn't have sports was really a bummer. I've since going to college, and I'm meeting other people and talking to them, and so many places had an active, middle school. They call it sports arena program. Yeah, I would have loved that. But we didn't have that, so we had to make our own thing. I had to make our own basketball. I had to make our own football. I had to make, football was just always two-hand touch, though.
Yeah.
Because we never had any other kind of equipment. We tried to go up to the park once in a while and play a little, what we call tackle. But, that's all BS type of stuff, really, to be honest with you. Not very good. So anyway, but junior high was good. A lot of friends, a lot of new friends, a lot more acquaintances. Finished the 3 years, then go to high school. In my junior high graduation yearbook, I think I was voted the best athlete.
Oh, check that out.
Actually, most likely to succeed, maybe. I don't know, best personality, or I don't know. There's a few things like that. I know best athlete. That's the only one I cared about anyhow. So that was the most important.
Yeah.
Right.
Very good.
That best looking, but I didn't get that. I should have, but I didn't. Anyway, then we'll go to high school. Now, high school is also within walking distance. I mean,
Oh, that's great.
It's kind of up the hill. It's right in front of Branch Brook Park, by the way.
Got it.
I told you the park, and that was very nice. And now I'm in high school, and I have my first setback, really, of my life. We get up there, and a week later, we're having baseball tryouts, and I really thought I was going to be a shoo-in, to be honest with you. But I didn't make the team.
Oh, wow.
I kind of blew it myself, I think. I don't know why. I was a little nervous or something, I shouldn't have been, but I was. But they didn't pick a big team. It was only like 15 guys or so that made it. And a lot of seniors and stuff like that. And I was very disappointed. So anyway, I did. I doubt if I went up for basketball then or not. No. Anyway, I then went out for football. Now, football was interesting. I loved football. I loved everything about it. I could do most of the mechanics of the game as far as throwing and catching. But I've never been in a 3-point stance. I've never been in a tackle. So anyway, the first.
Is this your freshman year?
No, this is my sophomore year.
Okay.
My freshman year was actually spent in junior high.
Oh, okay.
See, that went to the 9th grade.
Ah, got it.
Yeah, ninth grade. So when I went to high school,
high school was only 3 years.
I was only a 10th. I was already a 10th grader.
Got it.
Which cut your sports life down and everything.
Absolutely.
So so I went out for football, man. I mean, you can't believe. I mean, I wish young kids could experience what I did, because now they start so young that nothing's a thrill. Nothing is a thrill. See, I can't tell you how thrilled I was to get a football uniform.
Yeah.
Shoulder pads, a helmet.
Yeah.
Cleats.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a big deal.
For sure.
I never had this. I never, just to have it and put it on was a thrill.
I'm sure.
Now these kids, they got football. They got the whole uniform when they're 8 years old.
Yeah.
They're getting trophies. They're getting this. Baseball, they got batting gloves. Batting gloves, come on. We got a ball.
Yeah.
If we got a ball.
Batting gloves to protect your hands.
We got a ball. We would hit that ball till it was absolutely worthless, and then we tape it up with electric tape, and we'd still continue to use it,
Yeah.
So going through sports for me was so different than kids are growing up today. It's hard to imagine. But I was now, what do I do? I'm not a football. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew how to catch.
Yeah.
I knew how to throw. I knew how to do things like that. So they put me out on defense right away. Put me on. I put there. And I wasn't a big guy. I was probably good size. People back then weren't very big. Now you got to realize that.
Yeah.
This era of 6'5", 260. Nah, that was it would be a freak. It'd be a freak back when I was young. Okay, actually. So anyway, so he put me on defense, and I said, now what we did not have a big coaching staff. We had a head coach. He had one assistant, and that comprised the staff.
Yeah.
We had no trainer. We didn't have a trainer. The coach was the trainer. But when we first started on two-a-days, that's preliminary to the season, we had a lot of ex-players come back and help, coach guys hang, on there. And I don't know who the ex-player was, but he told me, he said, you stand here. And I said, what do I do? He said, when they come at you, just use your hands. That's all he told me. Use your hands. I didn't know what he meant.
Yeah.
When he said, use your hands.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So guys are coming at me, and I'm kind of hitting them with my hands.
Yeah.
Slapping them, punching them, doing whatever I can, and just grabbing the ball when I could, or doing this and that. Didn't play any offense that day, just the defense. But the one guy was the assistant coach. Came up to me after. He says, Coach Knapp, that was our coach's name, was Tony Napparano. He said, Coach Knapp liked what he saw out there. And they said, I didn't know what I was doing,
Yeah.
And I don't think I did very well, really, because I was just, I never shed a block because I didn't know what I was doing. So, my hands are now, oh my God, my hands are hurting like all get out, because I stupid hitting the helmets and things like that with them, And I don't want anybody to think, at home to say, you can't play, look over your hands, So I kept them well hidden. And that night I put hot water on them, thinking that would help, and everything like that. But went out the next day, and I made the team, so I made the team. I played a little bit my sophomore year. Played almost all my junior year, every game. And then my senior year, I was looking forward to coming off a junior year, looking off having a good junior year. And the first game of the year, as a matter of fact, playing Westside High School, which was the Irish section of town, we win it handily. We had a pretty good team. Oh, by the way, when we started out playing, my sophomore, we ran the single wing. You know what the single wing is?
No.
Okay. Single wing used to be the number one offense, old-time football.
Got it.
Then people, I think Notre Dame's started the box for when they put the quarterback under the center.
Yeah.
No, we had a tailback. We had, things like that. We never had we ran the old-fashioned single wing. But my senior year, we switched to the T formation like everybody else. But we never split ends out. The ends were always in tight, never anybody wide out or anything like that. So it was very, very, very old-fashioned football, you might say. In fact, my sophomore year, we had a leather
Were you still
helmet.
playing on the defense or?
Both.
You were playing on both.
Playing end on offense
Got it.
and outside like linebacker on defense. And my sophomore year, by the way, we had leather helmets. Believe me, I got a picture to prove it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
No face mask. No face mask all through 3 years in high school.
Oh my goodness.
No face mask.
Wow.
Yeah. And let me tell you something. They want to prevent concussions. Take the face bar off.
Yeah. People
See?
stop using their heads.
Because now the helmet is now used as a weapon.
Yeah.
Because you're protected with the face bar to just drive. In fact, that's what we should teach tackling. Man, just, drive the crust of your helmet right into the player's jawline,
Yeah.
type of thing, which is illegal today. But anyway, if you took the face bar off, then people would learn how to tackle with their shoulder.
Absolutely.
You see?
Yeah.
Who likes to put their face in?
No.
Man,
It's
nobody
like
does.
in rugby, you know?
Nobody wants to put their face in,
Yeah.
And sometimes, you'd be in a pile, though, and all of a sudden somebody hit the pile and your face would get mashed into that somehow.
Yeah.
And you come up with some kind of an injury that way, a broken nose or a bloody nose at least,
Yeah.
So it was interesting without the face mask, but the leather helmet was interesting. And just go show you how advanced we were back then. One of our players, it was a black kid, who was a big boy. I forget his name, but a leather helmet wouldn't fit on his head, so they actually cut the back of it so it could split open and he could fit on his head.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, talk about
Wild.
concussion protocol and all today, and somebody looking in your eyes, right? I mean, it was that's the way it was. And then next year we went to the I don't know if it's metal or plastic, whatever it is, those kind of helmets, Still no face mask, though.
Yep.
So the first game of my senior year, I blocked 3 punts. Okay?
Wow.
And, naive, we didn't have like scouting reports or things like that. But I'm really thinking I'm special,
I mean, blocking 3 punts, that's...
Yeah, but, in retrospect, the kid probably took 4 steps. The center probably lobbed the ball back, We're talking about high school, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about high school. So, but anyway, man, I'm hopped up, man. I think I'm going to block every punt this year, And my dad, I told him, I said, man, I think I can block every punt. my dad, who very seldom could go to a game because he had to work on Saturday.
Yeah.
And he was very good. My dad would never say, "How'd you do? How'd you do?" He'd always say, "Hey, how'd the team do?" See?
Yeah.
He knew that if I did good, I'd talk about it.
Yeah.
If I didn't do good, I wouldn't talk about it. Baseball included,
Yeah.
I mean, that's, instead of always saying, "Did you get any hits?" Just say, "Hey, how'd the team do?"
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, "Hey, we won, we lost,"
Yeah.
And then I got 2 hits,
Yeah.
something like that,
Yeah.
If I didn't, I wouldn't say it,
Yeah.
So, but they never put you on the spot,
Yeah.
to say, I struck out 3 times,
Yeah.
He saved me that,
Yeah.
which was nice. I didn't realize it back then what he was doing, but he did a lot of things that were very subtle that I think about now. He understood I love sports.
Mm-hmm.
He saw that right away.
Yeah.
So he would always buy the newspaper on the way to work every morning. So when he came home at night, he could give me the sports section.
Oh, that's really
I
nice.
couldn't wait to get it.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait to get my hands on it.
Yeah.
And I would read it from front to back, you see,
Yeah.
like that. I would read it. he was smarter than the teachers.
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
give somebody something they like to read,
Totally.
and they'll read.
Totally.
You know, if Betsy loved horses when she was a kid, get her horse books.
Totally.
You know,
Totally.
somebody like race cars, give him things.
Yeah.
And from there he went to a thing called the Sporting News, which I don't even have anymore, and that came out like once a week. And back then you didn't have all the teams you have now.
Yeah.
The NFL only comprised, I think, 8 teams. There was no 32 teams like it.
Yeah.
The baseball had only 8 teams in each league.
Got
So
it.
the minor leagues were big. All the minor leagues. The Newark had a team called the Newark Bears, which I got to include in my conversation because that was very important.
All right.
Bears.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when we finish this, I'm going to go to the Newark Bears.
Newark
right
Bears
away.
it is.
And I'll save the football high school in a minute. But anyway, so then he got me the Sporting News. I read that cover to cover. Then he got me a magazine that came out once a week, like for my birthday. I got it's not Sports Illustrated, which is now, but it was Sport Magazine, I think it was called.
Got it.
Sport Magazine, and I devour that. And then the librarian, when I was very young in elementary school, I never forget this. I don't remember her name. I wish I did. But we used to have a library period where we used to go and learn how to do the Dewey Decimal System and figure out how to find books and research and things like that. And she always saw me hanging around trying to find and she said, why don't you try this book right here? And I still remember the names. I might have sent you a copy. I think I sent all the grandkids a book. None of you read them or anything because they were hokey. They were really bad. But it was I still remember the guy's name, John R. Tunis. Go on Amazon. You'll find him, John R. Tunis.
Yeah.
You'll still find the books, Rookie of the Year, Phantom Backfield, the Kid from Left Field, the Keystone Kids, and this guy wrote a whole series of books about high school athletics.
Got it.
See?
Yeah.
I couldn't wait to get my hands on the next one.
Yeah.
I read the first one so fast, and she kept feeding me the books,
Yeah.
And I read about. So years later, I said, man, that was a great time in my life when I read those books. I said, I wonder if my grandkids would. So I went. They still had them on Amazon, 89 cents, 79. They're cheap. So I bought a whole bunch. I think I probably sent them to you. I sent them to Jacob and everybody else. I don't think it ever caught on.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Nah.
I don't know if I ever got those.
Yeah, it didn't catch. Anyway,
Yeah.
I tried. I tried.
Yeah, I'll have to look.
So anyway, those were my dad and the librarian. And to this day, I still love to read, and it made me a good student.
Totally.
Maybe I was always making A's.
Yeah.
And my sister, God, she set the bar. So A's were easy because they were, you're Lorraine's brother. You got to be smart too.
Yeah.
I wasn't the smartest her, trust me. She was really smart. But I floated on her wings a little bit, you might say.
Yeah.
Because they thought they must be smart too.
Hey.
So I never studied hard. My mom would sometimes say to me, where's your books? Your sister always used to bring books home. I said, we got study period school. I do it then, which I did. I got it all. But I didn't master anything.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I didn't master anything. In my high school class, I finished 7th, by the way.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's really
it was
great.
good. 7th in my high school class. So anyway, getting back now to the block and the
Bears.
kicks.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I told my dad, I said, I think I'm going to block every kick this year. He says, well, he looked at me, he said, what makes you say that? I said, I don't know. I just got a knack. I said, I'm quick. I can get back there. I said, I'm getting there really before the guy can get the ball in his hand, the ball on his leg. So he said, okay. So next week we play Garfield. And first kick, I go. And I got the team kind of pepped up a little bit. Too,
Yeah.
they want to get in on some notoriety. Got a little,
Totally.
I'm getting some press for that now, right?
Yeah.
So I go on, I lay out, I don't get the kick. Obviously, they got a better kicker, they got a better snapper, and it's a little harder. But I do lay out, and as I lay out with my with my stomach, and my foot's in a prone type of position with the ankle kind of in an L up in the field.
Mm-hmm.
One of my own teammates comes, man, he gets there about 2 seconds after I do. But he jumps on my ankle. He lands, he jumps, he lays out, and he jumps. Dislocates the ankle the second game of my high school career. Dislocates it. I get up, I feel like I'm crunching off the ankle like that.
Oof.
I get down on the ground, I grab my ankle, and I know I put it back in place, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I go hopping off the field. The coach is on the sideline with his arms folded, typical. You got the picture, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Looking at me say, you didn't block the kick, so now we're gonna hop off the field. Okay,
Yeah.
Now we're gonna make like we're hurt.
Yeah.
It's like that. I know that's on his mind thinking about it.
Yeah.
So I go there, I sit down, and the other guy comes, the other assistant coach comes. He says, "What? You okay?" And I said, "No."
Yeah.
I said, "I'm not." I said, "I don't know what happened, but I just felt my ankle leaving where it was supposed to be,
Oof.
going into another area." He said, "I think I pushed it back in, but it really does hurt." Like that. And he said, "Okay, you just sit there." So I did sit there for the rest of that game. Go home. Who takes care of me? We don't have a trainer on the field.
Yeah.
Nobody says anything. I go limping home. Who takes care of me? My grandmother.
Mm.
No. What does she do? She mixes some flour, puts an egg in, makes like a pie crust. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Beats it all together, packs it, and then packs it around my ankle. Like a little cast.
All right.
Cold. It's cold, right?
Yeah.
And it's firm,
Yeah.
And I stayed like that. And that didn't help. My ankle's out blue, purple, orange, every color in the phone book. Anyway, so I go to school Monday. Limping to school. I walk up the mile to school. We didn't have cars.
Oof.
Later on, my senior year, my
No crutches.
I got my buddy. Said, "You got to come pick me up, man." And he said, "Okay, you got me." After that, but the first I go limping around. My ankle is actually a small volleyball size. Okay.
Yeah.
And I go in. I get taped for practice.
Yeah.
Puts a tape right over my leg. No, nothing underneath it. No shaving. No nothing. Hair on tape. And I practice.
Oh my gosh.
I swear to God, I practice.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. I played in the next game. Was I limping? Every step of the way. I was limping every step of the way.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. After the first practice, I take the tape off. That is worse than the ankle. I'm pulling hair off. My buddies are all taking turns ripping the hair off. So I said, bullshit on this. I said, this is not going to go on. Next day, I go get taped again, and I got sores on my leg now.
Yeah.
Where I'm ripping the tape off from yesterday. I get it taped. I don't take the tape off for the next 7 games. I leave it on. I say, I'm not going through that again.
Yeah, just leave the tape on. Just all
I did was add to it. I did that myself.
Yeah.
I did that. I didn't want to go in that. Had the coach do it, But I limp. Oh, maybe next 3 or 4 games probably I limp. But I could still play defense pretty good. That was the thing. I'd anchor my position. I can control that. Nobody threw the ball a lot back then, so that wasn't a big deal. It was mostly all running game like that. And we had a good year. I did make the all-city team.
Oh, still
on one leg.
All right, one leg.
Yeah, one leg.
Hey, that's all right.
And I got honorable mention for all the county, Essex County.
Oh, that's good.
So I did walk away, and because I was such a good student, I wanted to get someplace where I could know I was going to go to school. So we had a good engineering school right on High Street I could walk to that.
Yeah.
It was part of Rutgers.
Got it.
Rutgers University, and they called it Newark Rutgers of Engineering, or
Yeah.
Newark College of Engineering. See, and I could walk to that, so I applied there, got accepted.
Yeah.
Now I graduated in February. Don't forget.
Wait, so the ankle injury was your senior year?
Huh?
Or the ankle injury?
That had gotten
That was
better.
was that your first year or that was your senior year?
Senior year.
Senior year.
Yeah. So I was kind of hobbled as far as getting football recognition.
Yeah, getting scholarships.
They didn't have all the stuff here where juniors, got recruited. I guess if you were a superstar, you did.
Yeah.
But very few people got that.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I wanted to have my ace in the hole, So I applied to Newark College of Engineering, got accepted there. So hey, I can always go there. And it's a good school, by the way, real good school. Right on the street, on the street. A school that was, no campus, just a few buildings that were the engineering school.
Yeah.
And I applied to somewhere else, and then the coach. Now this is really fortunate for me. This was a good break on my part. We had 2 players from Barringer High School. That's where I went. One was 4 years ahead of me, so we didn't play ball together.
Yeah.
George Perazzo. But he went to William & Mary, and he did good. He was all Southern Conference, which back then William & Mary was in a good league. West Virginia, Virginia Tech, George Washington. It was a good league. And he did well. He might have been the captain also.
Okay.
And went up to play some years in Canada.
Okay.
Okay. And then 2 years after him, the quarterback from our school, Barringer, Al Greco, who went to be my best friend really forever. I love Al. I really do. He took me under his wing there and everything.
Yeah.
So Al went there, and he was doing good. He was a starting quarterback.
Got it.
And he wound up being the captain of the football team, see? And president of the fraternity also.
Very good.
Yeah, so I'm coming around now, but I don't have really the credentials that they had because I was not well. But the coach was able to, tell them what had happened, and he said, if you like, so we'd like, those 2 guys have been good. He said, well, you take a chance. He said, I think you'll like, but I think you'll like him too.
Yeah.
Like that. So that's how I got down there. But I didn't get much from anybody else. Penn State initially was interested. They walked away. Then I think I could have gotten to places like Lafayette or Holy Cross, which both showed some interest, But I once I had the William Marion site, I was zeroed in. I didn't want to do anything else. So I applied. I took college boards. I don't even remember they weren't big back then.
Got it.
Nobody took college boards.
Yeah.
You didn't even have the ACTs. They weren't even there. But I took my scores there, and I got into the Brown. I got into Holy Cross, right, Lafayette. I got into all those schools, and I got into William Mary naturally, and got a scholarship. Okay, so
nice.
Now they want to be. Now I graduate in February, but that's a misnomer. You really graduate about January 18th. So here I am. I turned 18th. I turned 18 years old. Really, on the 21st, I graduate a month later.
A month later, yeah.
And I'm going to go to college. Oh my God! I said, wow. Back up here. I don't know if I'm ready for this. I said, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I'm in like 10 days, I'm going.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to college.
Yeah. And because you're going there for football, is there like a summer training? So
No, for football. Mid-year acceptance.
Yeah.
I was all set.
So you basically,
So I called the coach, and he was okay. I said, if you don't mind, I said, can I start in September? He said, oh, yeah, that's no problem.
Nice.
Would you rather do that? I said, I definitely would, I said. And I did want to do this. I said, I'd really like to make some money, so I go down there.
Yeah.
With a few bucks in my pocket, because we didn't have it. Honestly, Tony, we did not have money.
Yeah.
just there.
They didn't have big college football, sponsorships from.
No,
They didn't.
God, are you kidding
I
me?
was kidding.
In fact, we did get $15 a month,
Oh,
but
all right.
because I was the kind of recruit that they didn't have to chase, I didn't get the $15 a month.
Oh man.
You see?
Yeah.
At first, I got it later.
All right.
But I didn't get it. That was a little. I'm competitive.
Yeah.
And that fueled a little competitive juice right there.
Yeah. I'm
But
gonna get that $15.
$15. I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I go to the school counselor and I said I'd like to find a job. So he said we got some people that we get that, and he said in fact there's one down neck. Once again the east side toward town, and which meant I had to take 2 buses to get there.
Oh man.
2 buses. Go downtown Newark, and then from Newark go down to the east side. Get it. But it was at a Beckwith and Chandler, which is a paint company, and I think they're still around. And they had a laboratory in which they tested the paint. And because I was a really good chemistry student in high school, I got an A in chemistry, and I finished 7th. So anyway, I got the job, right? They were looking for an assistant.
Yeah.
You see, believe it or not, the guy I worked for, his name was Peck.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, Peck.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Peck. He was a chemist.
That's funny.
And I just did whatever he asked me to do.
Yeah.
Checking the paint viscosity, the depth in this, adding different ingredients to it. Holding it up. I did a lot. So worked there and it made some money.
There we go.
I think I was getting $2 an hour, which was good.
I mean, that sounds good.
It was good.
Yeah.
Trust me. I had other jobs where I made, part-time jobs where I was making 91 cents an hour. Yeah. I remember one year I worked for a company called Johnson & Johnson, which was a shoe company. You know Johnson & Johnson shoes? Oh, they're great shoes.
All right.
Yeah. My first really good pair of shoes I bought in their department where they were putting shoes away. They had a little nick on them or something they couldn't sell. I bought those for $5. Best pair of shoes I ever had at that time, and I think the best I ever owned.
Wow.
Johnson & Johnson. Anyway, so I think I was making like $1 an hour there. And I never forget, I think 16 years old. It was during the summer, and they thought you were going to quit school. You were quitting school, really, to get the job. I never forget the foreman come up to me one time, and he said, you got good, you work good. He said, you keep at it. I think you'll make foreman someday. Yeah, I remember saying that. Yeah, I said, boy, thank you. I always had a good work ethic. So that's the thing. Give a job. I did it. I didn't go to go in the bathroom for 30 minutes or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I did have good work ethic, and that was good. Anyway, so I worked at Beckwith and Chandler for 6 months, and screwed around a little bit. I had a few.
Yeah. In high school, did you do any dating?
Yeah,
a little bit.
Not really dates.
Okay.
Not really.
You didn't have any
dates.
like childhood loves. There's no
You
big.
borrow my dad's car and you find somebody, you go park, that kind of stuff. I mean, you want to know the truth? You make out for about 3 hours. You go home exhausted. She went home exhausted. Nobody did anything.
But no big childhood loves or.
No, not really. Not really. I always kind of was. Believe me. I don't want to sound like I'm braggadocious.
Oh,
but
that's all
there's
right.
very few that would have turned me down. Okay?
I mean,
I'm going to say it like it is. First of all, most of the Italians...
Yeah, you got to say it like it is.
Most of the Italians didn't look like me. Okay, here I am, blondish hair and blue eyes, right?
Oh, man.
So I'm different.
Yeah.
I'm different.
Built different.
From the Guidos. And... I knew where I was at. But that was okay with me.
Yeah, but no big heartbreaks
No.
You were focused probably on sports, school.
No. I remember Al Greco coming back after we had Christmas break. He said he met this girl. She was a senior in high school at the time. We were down at William Murray together. He said, she said, you were her boyfriend. She said, she's really cute, man. Why do you? I said, I know. I don't need her.
Yeah, that's funny.
Don't. But I didn't want to. I don't know. I was a little frightened of that. I didn't want to get. I saw some of my friends. All of a sudden, your whole life centered around. I like hanging out with the guys.
Yeah.
But I still like my parking area.
Yeah.
Time too.
Yeah.
So I got what I needed.
Yeah. But you when you went to college, so worked during the summer, made some money, went to college. You were just.
Yeah, but when I went to college, I was naive.
Okay.
First of all, you got to remember this. I was naive.
Yeah.
I didn't know what a fraternity was. I didn't know what a sorority was. I didn't know anything. We had the football team went down early so we could practice. Now this is in August and September, see?
Yeah.
And then we were down there about 10 days or so, and then the rest of the freshman class would come in. So the freshman class came a week early also, which is my group. That was my group. But I've already been down there for 10 days.
Yeah.
But we had what they call these mixers.
Yeah.
See, so you get to know each other and things like that. So I went to one, and this is a good story. So I went to one, and I meet a girl that I forgot. She was from Maine. And to me, like, oh my God, a girl from Maine. I'm thinking, how are they different? What are they, what do they do? What are they like?
Yeah.
Because all I knew is girls from New Jersey. Oh, I knew girls from Newark.
Yeah.
I didn't even know about my neighborhood.
Yeah.
School. So I said, would you, like to go for a cup of coffee? Now, coffee was either a nickel or a dime. And we went to this little place right off campus, but right across from the campus, Jim Sue's. He was a guy who had not played, but he had gone to William & Mary. He was an Italian guy.
All right.
From Bristol, Connecticut. And he had put together a little pizzeria, and they sold beer, and they hamburgers and stuff like that. It was a little corner little place. And he wound up kind of being one of my best friends in my life. I swear to God.
That's great.
He's passed away now, rest in peace. But great guy.
Oh, that's great.
So we go get a cup of coffee. And we're sitting down, and she's, let's get a pizza. I got 50 cents in my pocket.
Oh, no.
I kid you not. I knew coffee was a dime, man. I could swing that.
Yeah.
Or it might have been a nickel. I don't even remember that.
Yeah.
So anyway, I said, we can't do that. She says, why not? I said, I got to think quick now, right? So I said, the coach said we can only eat on a training table. That if we ate out of the training table, we'd lose our scholarship. She goes, that's stupid. So now I know I got problems.
Yeah.
Where do I want to go with this? So I said, you know what? It's worth a shot. Let's take a shot. So I go up to the counter now, right? And I said, sir, he said, you call me Jim. I said, Jim. I said, I got 50 cents in my pocket. The girl I'm with wants a pizza. I said, I don't have the money for it. I said, if you can let us have the pizza, I'll give you what's left of the 50 cents. I had 2 coffees. And I said, I'll pay you the rest when I get it. And he said, what do you plan on doing? I said, I don't know. We'll see where it goes. He said, if you do good, he said, the pizza will be on me. But don't lie. He said, I said, well, thank you. So we have the pizza, go back, nothing happens. So go back, and I'm ready to give him the pizza. Now, my family used to send me $5 a month.
All right.
Okay, and a crumpled $5 bill, by the way,
Yeah.
in an envelope. And I appreciated it because
Oh, yeah.
that was a lot for them.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not making fun, man. I appreciated that a lot. And so I had my $5, and I go over there and I said, I owe you for the pizza. He laughed. He said, get out of here. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And honestly, from there on in, we just became really good friends.
Oh, that's
really
great.
good friends. You know,
That's great.
from there on in. And that was a. But so then I went down there and I did well. I really did. I did well. And
I seem to remember a story about you bringing when you went down there. It was like a handmade suitcase.
oh yeah,
I guess your dad.
oh my God, I gave it to you.
I don't
You
know.
got it somewhere
Maybe.
in your house. I gave it to you to go to college in. I did. I swear.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, my dad worked at a place where they made containers of for things. So he made a handmade, I'm going to say, not bigger than a suitcase, smaller than a footlocker.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me?
Yeah.
But it wasn't metal, but it was like a corrugated fabric,
Yeah.
which was hard fabric, not leather or anything like that. And then the corners were all like reinforced
Yeah.
with kind of real enforced corners. And it opened up and it was big. It was big. So when I went to William & Mary, that was where I put all my underwear, my socks, a couple of pair of pants, 3 or whatever shirts I had. And then I took a pillowcase and I had sheets and no, I think they had a pillow down there. You have to bring your own sheets and pillowcase. So that was in there, and whatever else I can put in. See, I lived in that back room.
Yeah.
So any clothes I had to go into my mom and dad's bedroom. They gave me one drawer out of their bureau.
Yeah.
Where I put all my clothes. I could hang some shirts on that little dowel in the door. So that's kind of where I had, and I a couple of pairs of my sneakers naturally had to go with me.
Obviously.
And I think I just had one pair of shoes.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. So that's how I went in that little Foot Locker and a pillowcase. So getting down to William & Mary was another story. So Al already had a way to get down there. He was going a different way. He couldn't take me down or anything. But he did call a guy who was on the team, Billy Martin from Linden, New Jersey, which was right outside of Newark but going south kind of deal. So he called Billy up. Now, Billy was a veteran. He had been 4 years in the military.
Yeah.
See, back when I started school in 1954, the Korean War had just about ended 2 years before that. So a lot of guys had come back to finish their degree, and a lot of them were athletes.
Yeah.
That got drafted and everything and had to come back. So Al called Billy Martin. Now, I don't really know Al that well right now, except that we went to the same school.
Yep.
And he actually was out of school when I got there because he went a year to prep school.
Got it.
After Barringer.
Yep.
So he was 3 years out of school behind me. So he gave me Billy's number. I called Billy. Billy said he'll take you down. So I called Billy up on the phone, and he said, yeah. He said, I said, what time do you want to leave? And he said, hey, we'll leave about 7:30. So my dad had to drive me to Linden, which was a good way. Got the directions to Billy's house. Billy had a convertible. Now, cars were not legal on campus. You could not have a car unless there was a reason.
Yeah.
Well, Billy was a veteran. I might allow for that. So we're heading down to Jersey. Had to be down there at 6 o'clock at night. So we got plenty of time to get down there. And it was raining that day. It was really good, and the wind, and everything. Lo and behold, the top blows off Billy's car.
Oh my gosh.
The campus top, right? We're getting rained on. Found a bridge. We parked under the bridge, let everything pass. And naturally, we go down there late. Let the rain. We had to let the rain get down, subdued. And we go down there, kind of wet, and everything we had was wet. and we get there at 2:00 in the morning. The first meeting, everything was at 6:00. Well, Billy knew where the team would stay in one dormitory early, like I say, 10 days before school start. And he was Old Dominion dormitory. And he said, well, we're going to stay there, so let's just go there. We'll find a couch in the foyer, in the living room area. So we did. We parked. He got one couch, I got another. Well, the guys came down. We woke up, their day, and he came in late like that. But anyway, as a freshman, we had a freshman team, and I did real well. In fact, the freshman coach, who was also the basketball coach, Boyd Baird, great guy. I loved Boyd. He coached basketball and freshman football, both.
Got it.
Back, sports were so different than you didn't have 20 coaches on the staff. You had one guy had to fill in for basketball and football both.
Yeah.
So maybe the baseball coach had also coached tennis. In fact, the assistant football coach coached baseball too.
Got it.
So it was really different. So anyway, and not only there, but everywhere. It was small. It was not as quite as elaborate as it is now. So playing a freshman, Boyd and Baird, rest in peace. Also, most of my people are gone. And he said, the coaches like the way you catch the ball, really. I said, I didn't think it was anything. I swear to God, I didn't think I had done anything special.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yeah.
Where I came from, everybody caught the ball, You didn't drop it. My God, penalty for dropping is you didn't play.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, that's good. It's good to hear. Thank you. So then they moved me. I get to get elevated to the varsity. Just two of us.
Oh, wow.
Elliot
From
Shaw
freshman
back when-
to varsity.
Yeah. And I didn't play, but so I would play on a freshman game on a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one freshman, who made the team. He was from New Jersey also, up around Caldwell. And he left the team, though. He left the team and went to Lehigh or Lafayette. He wasn't happy down there or something like that. But he would have been on there also. He would have been there. He was ahead of me there, really. He looked good. And so anyway, so I would play a freshman game on a Friday somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe play Virginia Tech freshman. And then by car with a guy who was like the assistant trainer, but he was really a fireman.
Yeah.
So it's part-time and he'd help with the, because he was a fireman, he'd do a little training stuff, I guess. So he'd drive us to the game and we'd suit up for the end. And I only got in a couple of games. But that was that, my freshman year. Sophomore year, I played a lot.
Yeah.
Started a lot, played a lot, did a lot.
In which positions?
Huh?
Which positions?
Well, you had to play 60 minutes, okay? Pro offense and defense. So I played like an outside linebacker on defense, and once again an end on offense. Okay.
Yep.
My junior year, I have a big year. I really do. My junior year, I had a big year. Led the Southern Conference in pass receiving. Only 18 or 19, I forget. Nobody threw the ball much.
Yeah.
So at 19, I led the whole conference.
Okay.
But I did lead it. We had another end on our team that got all the publicity. Walt Brody, rest in peace, Walt. Great guy. I love Walt. Anyway, he actually made second team All-American.
All right. Yeah.
And but he made first team All-Conference. I made second team All-Conference.
Yeah.
Had a better year, by the way.
Interesting.
I really did. But I didn't get the pre-publicity
Yeah.
that he got. So then the next year I had a lot of publicity going in. So I was captain. And did make all conference, did make honorable mention All American, was the captain of the football team. When I graduated, I got what they call the I forget what it's called. Some award for best student athlete.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
It was in a program too.
Yeah, yeah.
The program that had all the graduates. What did I forget what that award was called? My memory's going on me. So I got a little bit, and I was in the ROTC.
Okay. Yeah.
So I was getting a commission, and by that time, I had met your grandmother. And
All
we
right.
were going to get married.
How'd
see?
you all meet?
Huh?
How'd you all meet?
How do we meet? Well, I always liked hanging out with the guys, see?
Yeah.
And there was a little place down in Williamsburg in town, right in front of the post office, you know?
Yeah.
And all the kind of guys who were ball players or something would hang out there and harass the girls when they walked by, you know? And your grandma always walked by. She always had a ponytail, see?
Okay.
So that ponytail was kind of a novelty to me, you know? We didn't have many ponytails.
You didn't have those in New Jersey?
Not too many.
On first block, there not a lot of ponytails?
Not too many. Not too many ponytails. So it always intrigued me. She was cute, you know? So, and the girls always had to go right by the group to go to the post office.
Yeah.
Because that's where everybody had pick up their mail, you see?
Yeah.
And everybody had these little boxes that you got your mail in, you know, things like that. And we would say cute things like, going to check your box or something, you know. You know, think that little innuendos, like, you know, they say if they got a box, you say, you got a package too big for your box, you know. You know, it's a little, I don't know if they're as cute or not. But anyway, so I think I got to get to know her a little bit better. And so I did. I worked it out. Took her out a few times. And all of a sudden, now she'd been dating around her freshman year, though. She, you know, she wasn't calm. She was on demand, you might say. And,
On demand.
And
She was a high demand.
yeah, so she was bouncing around. So I let her spill her oats for a while, and then I closed the gap and took her under my wing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the rest is history. No. So anyway, so now I'm when I graduate.
And she's a little younger
than you. By the way, I got to also be president of the fraternity.
That's right.
Yeah, Sigma Nu.
Sigma Nu.
So anyway, she had another year to go in school.
Right.
So, you know, and I had to go in the military. But lo and behold, the coach asked me, he said, if you'd like to stay for one more year, we can use you as an assistant freshman coach, helping Boyds and Baird. And, you know, you keep the scholarship and everything else.
Oh.
So that kind of, and I could delay my service for 1 year for a master's degree, which I got my master's degree.
Yeah.
In administration, educational administration. So I said, well, hey, that works out good. So that, you know, we're thinking about getting married. And Betsy had one more year.
Oh, so by this point, you all were pretty serious.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
Were you engaged at that point? Or
we didn't go through that route.
Oh, really?
No, we didn't.
What do you, so no.
No, we just said we want to get married. She said, yeah. No, we did it.
Really? So no ring and a knee. You just say.
Didn't have any money.
Fair enough.
You don't understand what you're looking at. We had no money.
Yeah.
I didn't have money for a ring.
So just, hey.
By the way, after my freshman year in college,
the
coach, I never forget, we were playing Virginia Tech, the first game of the year.
Yeah.
And we had another kid up, Bill Rush, who was also captain. We were captains together our senior year. And Bill was a good ball player, good linebacker. And he said Jackie Freeman was the coach at that time. And Jackie called us, we're sophomores now, just starting our season, the sophomore year. And he said, come here for a second, you two. He said, I want you two guys to start, go to the bursar's office and start picking up your $15 a month. So neither one of us, I got it. So that $15 a month, man. That came in handy.
There we go.
That came in handy.
All right. So no formal engagement.
No
You just,
formal
hey,
engagement. Just, hey,
we're
we're
going to
going
do
to
this.
do it, right?
Yeah.
We're going to do it. So we were all set. And so we decided, well, since we're going to be here for another year, we'll get married at the midterm. And then you finish out your half year and I'll finish out my master's. And then we'll start the military.
Yep.
But we'll be married for 6 months.
Yep.
Well, lo and behold, her dad, who the parents, they questioned me. They were both from New Jersey. But he was an engineer. He went to Rutgers.
Yeah.
He was an engineer. Her mother went to Montclair State Teachers College, and she was a teacher. So they both started out in New Jersey, and they were married.
Yeah.
And he was working for a company with an engineering position. She was teaching school, and then World War II started, 1941.
Yeah.
So being he was an engineer, he got sent to Fort Belvoir, Virginia, which is the home of the Engineer Corps.
Yeah.
It still is today.
Yeah.
And they moved to Virginia. Betsy's now 2 or 3 years old.
Okay.
And they settling here in Alexandria area.
Mm-hmm.
And he finishes 4 years, and he had some travel to go. He did a couple of things during World War II that were worth mentioning. I think he developed a traveling sack.
Yeah.
That you could transport oil.
Yeah, it's like a fuel bladder.
Yeah, so you can resurface the troops, and on the battlefield and everything, things like that. So he's pretty good now. So when he gets out, and he went in as an officer.
Yeah.
He went in as an officer. So when he gets out, he gets a job right at Fort Belvoir. He gets a job right at Fort Belvoir, and they stay in Virginia for the rest of their time.
Yep.
So when I meet Betsy at college, she had graduated high school right in Alexandria.
Yep.
George Washington High School. In fact, if you saw the movie Revenge of the Titans.
Remember the Titans.
Remember the Titans.
Yeah.
That was the merger of the black high school in Alexandria and Betsy's high school, George Washington, into another school called T.C. Williams.
Yep.
So she went to that's where she graduated from. So that school, if you remember that movie, that was part of that school.
Absolutely.
So when I met them, man, all they thought about Italians were like the First War, the mafia. I mean, it was the Irish had a stigma, the Polish people had a stigma, the Jewish people had a stigma, the black people had a stigma, the Italian people had a stigma.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We all had our little, they're all this, they're all that, And the waspy people, that came over on the Mayflower, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to handle I don't think, the European type people,
Yeah.
So that's how it happened. And I don't think I was like their favorite son, to be honest with you. And I was rough around the edges as far as, really being worldly. I'd say, where have I been? I've been in New Jersey all my life.
Yeah.
Until I came to Virginia. So he decides, well, since you want to get married, that's an adult decision.
Yeah.
You should be, now think about you should take care of your own education. So he pulled Betsy's money away.
Oh, wow.
And now so we had our own apartment, so that took care of that. We could cook and our own deal, so that took care of that.
Yeah.
But she had to pay her own tuition. And she went to work in one of the schools as a typist, made a few bucks. I got a paper route.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
Yeah.
They were looking for a distributor, not like somebody to take the newspapers and distribute them.
Yep.
So that came open. I applied for it. I got it. And I had an old car with no back seat, really. It was really bad. And what I would do, I'd get the papers, and I'd have a bundle up 25 for Tony,
Yeah.
drop in front of your house, 30 for so-and-so, drop in front, do all that, I distribute it. And then I'm thinking to myself, there's a lot of motels in town. Let me give it a shot, So they didn't have newspapers.
Interesting.
See? So I'm the one who figured it out. So and there was a lot of motels.
Yeah.
So I start going to the different motels, and I say, are you interested in getting a few papers every day and for your customers,
Yeah.
Gee, that's a good idea. I'll take 10. Yeah, I'll take 15.
There we go.
I'll take some, So they called me from Richmond. Yeah, and they say, what's going on down there? And I said, what do you mean? They said, why all the extra papers? I said, well, I'm distributing them,
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing? And I told them. They said, okay, well, keep it up. Good
Yeah.
job. Good job. Now, Tony, believe it or not, now this is back then. This is a lot of money. Think about my dad was only making $12,000 when he died.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
I was making $100. It was $100 a week. I was making good money
That's pretty good.
on the paper route.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
On the paper route,
$100
I had
a
to
week.
figure it out. But then,
Yeah.
I took.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
pretty
making
good.
a lot of money.
Absolutely.
So we weren't hurting. Or,
Yeah.
things like that. Then we bought a new car, and not a new one. It was 1 year old. One of the secretaries at the athletic department was getting married, and she had just bought a brand new Chevy Biscayne. It was a 57 or 58 Biscayne. Now it's 1959, so it was 1 year old. It was a good car. It was stick shift,
Yeah.
So Betsy didn't drive it for a long time. She was paranoid, And we drove off.
Yeah.
We drove off. We never had a honeymoon, see? So we said this will be our honeymoon. So we started down to Tallahassee. She had a friend that she knew as a little girl in Tallahassee.
Mm-hmm.
So we start there. We went to Tallahassee, Florida. We visited with her friend for a day or two.
Yeah.
Then we drove over to New Orleans from there, right
Oh,
down,
nice.
right down, yeah.
Yeah.
And we spent about 3 days in New Orleans. We had a ball.
Oh, yeah.
We had a ball, honestly. I never forget, Bourbon Street, the whole
yeah.
bit. And somebody said, you need to get a muffalotto. I never forget. So that's a great sandwich, And the muffalotto was like, we ate off that thing for 2 days. It was so big, And just had a ball. So we're in New Orleans.
All right, we're back.
And then from New Orleans, we decided to go to San Antonio, Texas, and
Yeah.
go to the Alamo.
Oh,
And,
okay.
and then,
Well, that's a road trip. That's quite a road trip.
oh yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
had to go to Fort Sill, Oklahoma.
Oh,
See,
okay.
that was my first. My first assignment was actually. I was
Wait,
an
so
officer.
you all did get married?
Yeah, we
before.
were married. Yeah, we were married.
What was the wedding like?
It was very simple. Very simple.
Down in Williamsburg?
Yeah,
or?
no. Her parents wanted. We had to get married in a Catholic church because at the time I was very strict Catholic, and the Catholic was. I've really gotten disenchanted, to be honest with you, and I don't profess to be a good Catholic anymore. In fact, I don't know if I am or not. But at that time, if a non-Catholic married a Catholic, it wouldn't be sanctioned unless it was done in the Catholic Church.
Right. Yeah.
Isn't that silly? See?
Yeah.
They went a lot of, Betsy had to take lessons, Catholic lessons.
Right. Yeah.
And her parents said, well, she has to take lessons, you take lessons. So actually I did. I took, the guy was really a nice minister, and unlike the priest that they're kind of rough and, some of them could be hard. But anyway, so we had to get married in a place called Pompton Lakes, New Jersey,
Okay.
which is where her grandparents lived.
Got it.
And that would be Betsy's mother and father.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
And we got married there. I had it was a little small, nothing done. Not like a good wedding, nothing at all.
Did your
But
family
we were
come? Did
married.
your family come down from New Jersey?
No, it was up in New Jersey.
Oh,
in
okay,
Pompton
okay,
Lakes.
But
it was about an
your
hour
family
from
was there.
About an hour from Newark.
Okay,
So
all right.
yeah, it was all. So they was good on their part. They
Yeah.
could manage and all. My aunts and all, but it was very simple, very nothing. Betsy was a beautiful bride, and then we took right off, went back to Williamsburg because
Yeah.
we were starting the next semester.
Yeah.
You follow me?
Got it.
Yeah. So we didn't have anything exotic.
All right.
But now we're going on the honeymoon.
Yep.
Going back into Oklahoma. We're in San Antonio, and I said, you know what? I said, we're so close to Mexico. Why don't we take a drive down to Monterrey, which is in Mexico? Now, San Antonio to the Mexican border, probably 40 miles.
Yeah.
And then to Monterrey was probably another 100 miles or so.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing now. I don't really know. And we drive like nothing, not like it is today. Trust me.
Totally.
We drive into Mexico, nothing happening, and we go in there, Mexico.
Yeah.
We're in Monterrey, which is a nice south town.
Yeah.
We got to find a place to stay. Nothing's prearranged, like we got rooms at such and such.
Yeah.
Everything we did was always kind of go and find it kind of thing. And we spent there about 2 or 3 days visiting and everything. I'll never forget, we were driving around, and this one guy at our hotel we were staying at says, he says, if you really want to see Mexico, he spoke a little broken English, but he did speak English. He said, you're not going to see it unless you get somebody show you around. So I said, oh, okay. He said, I do it. He said, I do it for, 6 pesos, 8 pesos, whatever. He was talking about $1, a couple of bucks. Now, forget, I'm making some money now. We had a few bucks on us. We weren't starving. So he said, I'll drive you around. I said, oh, okay. But the guy's only got one arm, right? So I said, I don't know how to make, so I said, I got an automatic shift. I said, you got a shift. He said, I do that. I can do that. I said, you sure? He said, yeah. You said you enjoy it, So he did it. He had a knack,
all right.
man. He used his shoulder, his other good arm, and he took us all around, and we had a good visit with him. Our best stop was Carta Blanca Brewery. Carta Blanca beer. That's where they made Carta Blanca beer.
Oh, wow.
And we had a good time there. Then we went to, an interesting episode on that trip was we're at a hotel now, and the driver's no longer with us, and they said, you ought to go see Horsetail Falls. So that's really nice. So, he said, just go straight down this road. He said, you won't miss it, The people at the hotel spoke better English than anybody else there at this time. So I said, really? He said, no, you won't miss it. Just stay on the road. Mm-hmm. You'll see the sign. It'll be right there. He said, it's really beautiful. You need to see it. So I said, okay. So we're driving down on this road. It was only going to be about 20 minutes out of Monterey.
Yeah.
So we do that. And we had excuse the expression, but we had balls back then. We never thought of the harm that's going to come your way.
Yeah.
So anyway, this guy's flagging us down on the road, both hands, flagging us down, And so we stop. I don't know, what made me even stop. I shouldn't even stop, but I did. And he said, you going to Horsetail Falls? And we said, yeah. He said, you're going the wrong way. He said, you never get there like this. I said, what are you talking about? He said, no. He said, I'll take you. I said, so down there you're bargaining everything. So
yeah.
He said, take you there, 6 pesos. I'm not going to give you 6 pesos. It's right down the road, I said. He said, no, you'd be surprised. You miss it. I said, I'll give you 2 pesos, something like that. He said, okay. So now he take a right, take a left. He's taking it up through another village. So here I'm thinking, I said, this guy's up to no good.
Yeah.
So I said, where are you going? He said, I'm not taking you to Horsetail Falls for 2 pesos. I said, you're not? I said, okay. So he's sitting now we're three across the car. That's how you used to drive. And he's sitting on the outside edge kind of. So I said, okay. So I kind of remembered how we got up where we were. I take him back to where we started, and I drive him a few more miles down the road, and I said, get out of it. I used some flowery language. I said, get out of this car, like that. He said, where are you going to leave me on the road? I said, get out of the car. He said, where's my pay? I said, get out of the car right now. So Betsy's going. So I start to open the doors, going to get him out,
Yeah.
He gets out of the car and he takes off, So we go on our way. We find horsetail fellows, right?
Yeah.
And everything else. So Betsy goes, what if they're waiting for us back there? I said, might have to go through the blockade.
Yeah.
I don't know. So we had a good time. We came back. Nobody was on the road and everything. But it was really funny. Guy trying to get us lost there. When Brian came by just a minute ago, he stayed some of the stories, like the playground, like told you, it was like going to getting a master's program and growing up.
Oh yeah.
Because you have to understand the echelons of age difference.
Oh yeah.
When you're in an environment like that.
Totally.
Now, we're a bunch of 10 to 10, 12, 13-year-olds, and there's always a group of 11, 13, 14, 15-year-olds that are in the same environment.
Totally.
Now, you're the younger kid, you gotta succumb to the older. Sometimes they might just say, I feel like taking a few hits, but we're in the middle of a game. Hey, give me the bat.
Yeah.
I want to hit the ball. See?
Yeah.
Just give me the bat.
Yeah.
And they get up there and they'd hit the ball for 10 minutes. They get tired, throw the bat like on the side, and go, and you had to go out there fielding the ball, pitching the ball, do what they had to do. So I was telling Brian, so one time they decided for some reason, they wanted to have a little fun with us, So we had one place in the corner of the schoolyard called Smoky Rock. It was just a little piece of cement, about maybe a foot off the ground, maybe about 10 by 10 square. And the kids would even in grade school, smoking, stealing cigarettes, and that's why they would go on Smoky Rock to smoke. So they made us sit on Smoky Rock, and there were 6 of us, I think. And they had a baseball bat, and they would tap us on the head with the baseball bat. They kind of not just a gentle tap, but that they didn't break skin either.
Yeah.
But they do. You were aware of the blow. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And as we sat there, we had to sing "Row, row, row your boat." See, so they go row, row, row your boat. Boom, next guy. Row, row, row your boat. Boom, next guy. Row. The entire wrestling, and we'd be singing about 10 minutes singing "Row, row, row your boat." Well, they hit us on the head with the baseball bat, you see?
Yeah.
Like that. So things like that. Growing up, that's the way it was,
Yeah.
The pecking order.
Yeah.
It was sort of a form of bullying, but it was kind of like that's expected because they're the older guys.
Yeah.
I mean, they were crazy sometimes. They were crazy.
Yeah.
They would like to just grab one. Now, you develop a sense of loyalty in the playground either. Just like the Marine, you never leave a guy behind.
Yeah.
Man, you don't do it. So they would capture one guy and maybe start twisting his arm. And the other guys would run off because they could only get one, And they go, you come back, otherwise it's going to break his arm,
Yeah.
And they'd stay away. They'd twist a little bit more. And then you go, you're somebody, the other thing. And your buddies, they come back, see? They come back. They let you go and grab the other guy's arm, I mean, it was like, this is the kind of stuff that you just accepted it.
Yeah.
And you went home that night, your mom said, you have a good time? Yeah, it was fun. We had fun, What'd you do? No, we just played,
Yeah.
And, go, no details,
Yeah.
What? You kidding me,
Totally.
I mean, they would have, that's, it was the way until you got your chance to be the leader,
Yeah.
And everybody had a nickname, You had Ape Man. You had Gandhi. One kid had a ball head. We called him Gandhi because he looked like Gandhi.
That's good.
Ape Man.
That's good.
Big Joe, Little Joe.
Oh, yeah.
So we had. So that was what he was referring to when he did those.
That's
But
good.
it was a great way to grow up. It really was, because you know, hey, there's a place in your life, and it's not always at the top of the ladder.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So,
So-
from Mexico, you always went to Oklahoma?
So now, then we go up to Oklahoma, go
Yeah.
through like Wichita Falls, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was a great experience. I never been out of the house. I
Yeah.
traveled a little bit of football games.
Yeah.
You know, we play Penn State, go to Penn, go to West Virginia to play West
Yeah.
Virginia, things like that. South Carolina to play teams down there. But basically, you're on an air. You get in there, you get off, you know, and you're gone. And let me tell you about the first time I ever flew an airplane. First time I ever flew in an airplane was we went up to play Rutgers my freshman year.
All right.
And we went right on the weekend of a hurricane. It had a name for it. It's still a popular name in hurricanes. Hazel. Hurricane Hazel. And I never forget, it was in math class. And the coach came by, and one of the coaches came by and said, talk to the teacher, you get excused. I was a freshman. And we left early. We were supposed to leave at a certain time. So I class and then go to class and then go get the bus. We'd go to Richmond, catch the plane, you know. But we had to leave early. So we left early. And sure enough, you know, the winds are starting to pick up and it's starting to get windy. We get up there in the middle of a storm. The plane is rocking hundreds of feet at a time. I am not, almost everybody to a core, including me included, threw up. Okay, one kid, Mickey Simpson, threw up so bad that he had to go in the hospital.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he couldn't play. He had to go. He dry heaving. I mean, it was worth being hospitalized for dehydration or whatever you have in a thing. But we get to Rutgers and pull into the airport, and you could see the aftermath of what had been going on. Strewn out, windows broken. The landing, it got okay, but in the part of the time in the flight, it was absolutely unbearable, you know. Next day, sun's out, beautiful day, you know, everything. But that was my first airplane trip, and that was awful. That was awful. So anyway, now I'm at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and believe me, don't think this was an easy school.
Yeah.
This had a lot of math to it, a lot of intricate math.
Yeah.
Because now you got a fire direction center, and people give you the azimuths of what the location. You're 2 miles away. You got to set the ballistics up so the howitzer can put that round where it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it was round, and then you have high angle if it's a mortar because it doesn't have any trajectory to it. So it was a tough program. It really was. And boy, I'm glad I did okay in it. So, but while I'm up there, I was supposed to go to Fort Ord, California.
Okay.
And I didn't know much about Fort Ord, but actually that's Monterey.
Oh.
You know Monterey? It's a beautiful location. Yeah. Oh my God, Big Sur.
Oh yeah.
You know, nowadays it's really like
fancy.
And I would have been there in 1959. It was probably virgin territory. You know? But anyway, they came by, and the post football teams were rather large back then. The Generals wanted their good teams, so they came up and they wanted to know if I wanted to go to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and play at the Fort Campbell base, you know. So I said, yeah. And I said, well, you know, I got a place already to go to Fort Ord. And it was airborne, so he's going to have to be a paratrooper. So he said, well, what, tell me a little bit about it. So they found out my base pay as a second lieutenant was $220 a month.
All right. I
got $85 a month to find an apartment, or if I lived in the barracks, they forfeit it. And I got $48 for food allowance.
All right.
Okay? So what's that come to? $220, $80, let's say $350.
Yeah.
to jump out of an airplane, they're going to give you an extra $120 a month. Ooh, do the math on that one. I said, where do I sign?
Yeah.
You know? So that was it. And that was a great, met some great guys in the military. Lonnie Hersman, she just passed away about a year ago. Man, all my friends are gone. Rest in peace. Great. We had a lot of college players, Michigan, some of the Tennessee State, all over. I forget even where they're from. But a commanding general was, you might not have ever heard of him, was General William Westmoreland, West Point graduate. He later became chief of staff.
Yeah.
He took the brunt of the blow for the Vietnam War because he was chief of all operations in Vietnam. And it was so unpopular that anybody connected with the war was about, oh, he's a wonderful person. I jumped with him a number of times, really. He went out one door, went out the other. So he's a fun guy. In fact, later on in my coaching, I coached 1 year at the Naval Academy, and he was now chief of staff. And while he was at Fort Campbell, he would sometimes come by practice and say to all the officers, because we were a bunch of officers that were playing. We had some enlisted guys also. You know, he'd say, "Hey, officers club, 4:00, it's on me." You know, I'd be there.
That's good.
Beer was like a dime.
That's cool.
You know, yeah. So I got to know him a little bit, and so we're playing Army Navy, and I had to walk up to old Memorial Field. You had to walk up to the second level to get to the press box. So I'm walking up, and he's sitting right there. See, with a little entourage for the Army Navy game, because now he's chief of staff. So I go walking in like that, and guy stops me. "Can I help you?" And I said, "Yeah, I wanted to say hi to General Westmoreland." I said, I was in the division when he was commander of the 101st Airborne. So he said, "Does he know you?" I said, "Well, I don't know. It was a long time ago, but I knew him then." I said, I wouldn't suspect he remembered me, you know. So he said, "What's your name?" So I gave him my name. So he went back. And whether he remembered me or not, I'll never know.
Yeah.
But he gave my name. He said, "Larry, come here," like that, you know. Great guy. So I was Navy. He's Army, right?
Yeah.
He said, "You're in the wrong uniform." So we talked for a few minutes. That was great. He was great. And I was really, I really thought that someday he'd be president of the United States. I really did.
Yeah.
He was such a charismatic fella, guy, such a great leader, such a great identity with the troops, you know.
Yeah.
But Vietnam ruined his career.
Yeah.
Ruined it. Ruined a lot of people. Ruined a lot of people. Ruined the people that were stationed there. Came back with all these Agent Orange and all these other crap that they want to come down with.
Yeah.
You know. And it was a tough war. It really was a tough war.
Yeah.
So I finished my 2 years, and most of the guys there were 3 years. West Pointers, we had a lot of West Pointers playing a team. Forgot to mention that. A lot of West Pointers that played football at West Point. Because they were all, that airborne had to be part of their resume. You know,
got it.
It was big. And in fact, our first apartment unit, we lived in a duplex. With four duplexes, so all the couples were West Point except for us.
Okay.
You know, yeah, that was our first stop at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and then the quarters opened up on Post, and we traded we lived in the duplex to Post housing.
Got it.
And that was better. It was three bedrooms.
Oh, look at that. There we go.
We had the 2 children by now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do we have? No, we didn't have Arnie. We had Terry. Terry was born. Yeah, Arnie came later. Arnie came later. We were already in the duplex when Arnie came. But Terry was born in 1960. April of 1960, And we got married in 59, January 59. So she was about, almost about a year and a half after we were married.
All right.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, right away.
That's nice.
And Arnie came 11 months later.
All right.
So.
And by that point, you had moved.
No, Arnie, and then. Okay, so now I'm in Fort Sill. I'm at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and naturally they tried and get you to stay in, you know. And I said, I tried, but they were great people. I loved them.
Yeah.
And we didn't go into combat or anything, so I was fortunate. You know, later on they had a big role in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so. They said, make career. Come on, do you fine? I said, no. I said, I tell you what, I thoroughly, I couldn't enjoy what I did, and I did.
Yeah.
I loved the Army for 2 years.
Yeah.
What a great way to kind of just pause your life and know exactly what you're gonna do, how much you're gonna make, where you're gonna be for 2 years, and then get out into more competitive world, you might say.
Yeah.
You're second lieutenant. After 18 months, you make first lieutenant. If you stayed in after so many months, you make captain. You know, it's all kind of programmed for you.
Yep.
So it wasn't, I didn't give it much thought, to be honest, but I did enjoy it.
Yeah.
I did enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I don't hesitate to say it wouldn't be bad for everybody to experience it. It really wouldn't.
Yeah.
I don't want to see the wars being going on. So we were fortunate.
Yeah.
It was all fun and games. And so then now it's getting to be like February. I'm getting out in June.
Mm-hmm.
June 21st. I still remember the day, which is the longest day of the year.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
So we're getting out on the longest day of the year. I'm born on the shortest day, you know?
Yep.
Something, there's something in the cards on that. I don't know. I never did figure that one out. So anyway, so it's around February, and so what are we going to do? So I said, well, first I guess let's write a resume. So we figured it out, wrote a resume up, and ready to send it out to, the big company, Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Johnson, things like that. Find a job, get a job, And although I enjoyed my year coaching as a graduate assistant, really did. So the coach, now Jackie Freeman had gotten quit or resigned after my junior year.
Mm.
So for my senior year, a fellow named Milt Drewer came in to coach my senior year. Now he was still there after so he's the one who gave me the graduate scholarship, to get my master's. So I was with Milt for 2 years. And then I had to go into service for 2 years.
Yep.
So Milt was already there 4 years. And I was getting out. So Milt calls me up like maybe in February, right around the middle of that resume stuff, you see. And he said, we just had a coach leave. We got an opening. And he said, we'd like you to come back.
Hey.
So I said, well, I don't want to sound too eager, right?
Yeah.
I said, I
got to play it cool. Play a little cool.
I give him the old standard answer. I said, Lord, Milt, that's really great. I said, would you mind if I have a chance of talking before I say yes? Would you mind if I pass it through Betsy, He said, of course, talk it over with Betsy, I knew what we were going to do. I knew what she was going to say.
Yeah.
But it gives you a little,
Yeah.
And it makes your wife feel good, too.
Yeah. Is that relationship advice?
So I go home. I say, Betsy, guess what? We got a job. So she says, really? And I tell her what happened. Says, well, she said, so I got to go back and talk to him tomorrow. I said, okay. So I go back. I say, yeah. I said, Bill, I just want to let you know I'm not getting out till June 21st. He said, well, that's okay. Don't worry about it. That'd be fine. So he said, try and get back this weekend. And he didn't say much of anything of that. And we'll talk about it.
Uh-huh.
And we'll talk about it. So that left it like, well, maybe they're not sure. Maybe it's an interview or something. I thought it was slam dunk, but
Yeah.
and they said, just get back there. So I go back to Betsy. I said, Betsy, I want me to come back this weekend. I said, we don't have any money. We really didn't. We really didn't. How are we going to fly back,
Yeah.
So I said, we'll figure it out, I guess. So I go back into work the next day, and the guy who was our first sergeant. That's the big job for he runs the whole company,
Yeah.
He runs the whole company, really. He's the guy, he's on everything. Sergeant Cardenas, I never forget. A little side story on that. My family makes hot peppers that we preserve our own hot peppers.
Yeah.
We preserved our own tomatoes.
Yeah.
We go to a supermarket, get tomatoes. We make all our marinara sauce out of the jar. When you want to have spaghetti out there, you go down to the cellar, get a jar of sauce, and well, that was made. So we also made hot peppers. And, Now our hot peppers would blister your tongue just by touching it. Okay. Oof. Just by touching it. I don't know if I
need that.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I didn't like. So we got married. My mom had to pack a jar of hot peppers, a gallon of wine, some pasta for us, some goodies that we, not starve to death, in other words. Yeah. So we still had these jar of peppers from Williamsburg when we first got married. So I remember talking to one time I was just chatting with Sardanus, and I said, how much he enjoyed hot peppers, So I said, God, my family, I said, we made hot peppers. I said, I've never had anything like it. He said, I've never had anything too hot. I said, I got a jar at home. I said, would you like me to bring it to you? I said, because we're not going to eat it. He said, oh my God, please. So I brought him a jar of hot peppers. Next day, they were hot. I'm not kidding you. He said, Coach, you ever get any more of those? He didn't call me Coach. He said, Lieutenant. Yeah. Lieutenant. I'm used to people calling me Coach. Yeah. He said, Lieutenant. He said, you get any more of those? He said, I'll buy them from you. He said, they were great.
Oh, wow.
I said, they didn't bother you? He said, I knew they were down there. He said, they were great, So then I went to see Sergeant Cardenas, and I said, hey, Sarge, I said, I told him the story, and he said, we'll get you back there. He said, let me check it out. So he calls me an hour later. He said, look, he said, Nashville was 440 miles south of Fort Campbell. And they had an air base there. An Air Force base. He said, you go down to Nashville, you go to the air base. He said, they got you on the manifest for leaving Friday at such a time. He said, but you have to wear your uniform. And that'll go right into Langley Air Force Base, which is in Hampton, which is about another 35 miles to Williamsburg, So I put on my uniform, go down there. I get permission to be off, get off that Friday. Covered it all. And I fly to Langley. I get to Langley. I go into the bathroom. I take my uniform off. Yeah. I take out my little bag I had. Yeah. I put my coat and tie on, jacket, tie. Yeah. I hitchhiked to Williamsburg, 35 miles.
Oh, my gosh.
Hitchhiked to Williamsburg.
Oh, my gosh.
That was big back then.
Okay.
Big back then. Yeah. I had ball players that I played with. Jackie Freeman came out of Windber, Pennsylvania. He was the head coach. Coal mining, Pennsylvania town. And a lot of guys we had. In fact, a couple of guys, my big brother in a fraternity, Jim Kaplan from Windber. He was a basketball player, Mm-hmm. Bill Marfizo, Tom Kane, all came out of Windber. See, Marfizo's father and a friend used to hitchhike to Annapolis to watch us play the Navy game.
Oh, wow.
So hitchhiking wasn't, people were poor. That's what they did.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
So I hitchhiked to Williamsburg, and because I know my way around, I went to school there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing's going to change. God, it's been there since 1693, I think.
Yeah.
So they're not going to move any buildings. So I show up at the athletic department. They go, hey, Larry Peck's here. So they say, good. So we talked, went out to eat, had a little time, fun, and I got the job. So the business manager was a guy named Pappy Gooch, old timer. So he says, Peck, he said, how much we owe you for your ticket? So I look at him sleeplessly. Now these guys, they knew me from I was a freshman,
Yeah.
So I said, hey, Pappy, because Pappy used to give me money to go scout when I was a graduate assistant.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And let me tell you something. Pappy Gooch had an old ammo box that he kept his money in.
Pappy Gooch.
Yeah, and he would come like I went to scout like our opponent for the next week, and I'd have to go down to maybe Charleston, South Carolina, to do the Citadel. So they'd have the plane ticket for me, 2 tickets to the game, and Pappy would give me maybe $40.
Yeah.
And he put on a piece of paper, a sheet of paper, and he go, Larry Peccatiello, $40, Scout Citadel, such a date, And I had to account for the $40 when I got back, or anything I might spend,
Yeah.
And I would go. So that was our bookkeeping way to go.
Yeah.
Now, when I got to this down to the game, I had 2 tickets. I only needed 1 to get into the game. I'd sell the other ticket.
Scalp that one,
I'd scalp the ticket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scalp the ticket, make a $10. The tickets were cheap, And then I'd eat anything I could find in the press box, so I didn't have to spend the $40. I'd have to spend some of it eventually.
Yeah.
But, I'd go back, hey, man, I got $30. I went there and I made $30.
Yeah.
Type of deal. So it was fun. It was fun just figuring your way around things,
Yeah.
So anyway, he said, we were going to pay your plane ticket, So they got a ticket right then and drove me up to Richmond. And
that's nice.
Flew out of Richmond. So that was my escapade to getting a job.
Oh,
but I was so naive. I didn't ever think they were going to fly me in. Or, you buy the ticket and... all they said was show up.
Totally.
Which is what I did.
Totally. Absolutely.
Now, my first job, because it was football didn't have a big budget, I got hired really by the Department of Education, phys ed department.
Oh, okay.
And the head of that, you work real hand in hand with football and all the sports, Howard Smith. Great guy, wonderful person. He went there to school himself, I think in 1940, and he never left. And now he's the head of the phys ed department. What it is now. Now it's 1961. 61. So I was on his staff with the head, and I coached football. So I had to teach 4 phys ed classes a week. See, so I was hired as an assistant professor. I tell you, I was an assistant professor.
All right, look at you.
College of William & Mary.
Look at you, Professor Peck.
And assistant football coach. So I got $5,400 as an assistant professor and $400 additional as a coach. So my starting salary with 2 kids now, Arnie's along, we got Arnie on the bag, and $5,800
a year. And Dad was born
1961.
Dad was born in Kentucky, right?
Arnie was born in Kentucky, as was Terry.
Okay, all right.
Marcy and Kathy were born in Williamsburg.
Got it.
Okay, so now I tell you. So I show up in fact, Milt said you don't have to come back until we're ready to go for football. So Betsy and I stayed with her parents in Alexandria, and I actually worked in the Alexandria Recreational Department for the time, and Betsy worked a little bit too, and with a guy I played football with my freshman year, Larry Phones.
Okay.
he was now in the recreation department. Yeah, I'll give you a job. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he gave me a job. I made a few bucks that way. So we were kind of putting much money. So we put together a few bucks, And when we drive to Williamsburg, got a few bucks in our pocket, and we found a house to buy.
All
yeah,
right.
we just drove down. We drove down, found a house, $11,700.
Wow.
3 bedrooms, no garage, 3 bedrooms. The furnace was in the floor furnace, but it's a small house, just a bungalow, you might say,
Yeah.
But man, it was our own house. Shingles on the thing, a whole neighborhood of similar houses. I guess built after World War II
Got
to
it.
house all the veterans coming back, say things like that. So we bought the house, $11,700, and 2 years later, faculty housing comes up, and it's a really great house.
Mm-hmm.
Really is. It's now used as a sorority house for black females.
Yeah.
At the college, But it had a big staircase right up the middle,
wow.
circular staircase, which Arnie came down and got 120 stitches in his head. I'll get to that story later. But anyway, so we sold the house. And the guy who was our lawyer, Billy Person, he had been a student there that I knew as a student.
Yeah.
And he was a lawyer, and he said, Peck, you made a hell of a deal. I sold for $12,000.
Oh, wow.
I made $300,
Yeah.
Not counting the legal fees or whatever else I had to pay. But my payments, I swear to God, you're not going to put, were $77 a month on the house.
Wow.
We put a couple $100 down that we made this during the summer. So I think we got a GI loan for maybe $11,500,
Yeah.
And
It's a good deal.
Should have kept it.
I mean, it's probably...
In fact, I still know the name of the guy who bought the house from me. His name was Flea, just like I'm saying, Flea, Flea Walker. And he worked at Newport News shipyards or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he bought the house, and he was really happy to buy it. And for $12,000, he assumed my mortgage for $77. Years later, Katie Marie, Terry's daughter, our granddaughter, was in Newport News at a Junior Olympics gymnastics meet.
Yeah.
And Terry couldn't make sure. Would you go down there and chaperone? So I said, yeah, we will.
Yeah.
So we were in Williamsburg at the time. And when we did, and we, when were we down? Oh, no, we were living up here. We were in Virginia. But we said, we'll drive down there. That'd be nice. So we drove down and got a place to stay. We took care of Katie while she was about 2 or 3 days while she was down there. So we had some spare time one time. Now, this is in the 80s, okay? So I sold the house in 61. It had to be in the 80s. Yeah, because I was coaching up here. And so I said, Katie, would you like to see where your mom lived when she was a little girl? She said, oh, yeah, I'd like that.
Yeah.
So we found the house. And sure enough, the door was open, but there was a screen door, not a glass screen door on the door, So I said, Betsy, you can't go in there like that. I said, why not? I said, well, people can say no. They want to say no. But the house hadn't changed hardly at all.
Oh, wow.
So just like it was, really, not much. And I knocked on the door. And an old elderly lady came because they were elderly couple.
Yeah.
They were not, when I say elderly, Betsy and I were still in our probably 20s. and they were probably like maybe in the late 30s or 40s when they bought the house.
Yeah.
So I introduced them. They were still the same people.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Flea had passed away.
Yeah,
but he said, oh, I'm sorry. So Flea had passed away. He said, but come on in. Come on in,
That's cool.
So, and we showed, it was so small.
Yeah.
Oh God, it was so small. The bedrooms, the floor furnace was still there, just like
Oh my goodness.
and they were still there. They loved it. They loved the
Yeah.
house. And she says, you can't believe how proud Flea was of you. Now I didn't know Flea. We just met, at the thing.
Totally.
She said
Totally.
every time he'd see you on television because of a game,
Yeah.
he said he really enjoyed that.
Yeah,
He says,
for sure.
Oh, I'm sorry he passed away.
Oh, for
They were
sure.
nice people. Nice people. Kathy enjoyed it, and
Yeah.
Betsy stayed in the car. She wouldn't get out.
Oh, that's funny.
So I think you get humbled once in a while, see where you came from. It always
yeah.
has.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, so now we're starting my coaching at William and Mary.
Yeah.
Milt Drewer's the
Yeah.
coach.
Okay. Move this just a little bit.
And we're not very good. We're not.
Yeah.
We got good players, really. Not bad.
Yeah.
But just not the chemistry's good. The approach to the game. And Milt didn't have his heart in coaching, really. He wanted to be an administrator. And something went on of a political nature. See, he was the head coach and the athletic director. And the athletic director came in for political reasons. Then Milt was relieved of that position, but stayed head coach. So he left right after that. And I had only been coaching a couple of years, you see.
Yeah.
So I didn't know anybody, and I was kind of raw with the job and everything. And Milt came up here to work at a bank.
All right.
See, he left the job, came up and worked at a bank. And sure enough, a couple of years later, he calls me up. And he said, I'm going to be the president of the bank. He said, I'd like you to take my job. And I said, Bill, I don't know anything about bank. He said, look, I didn't know anything either. He said, you'll learn, what do you need to know? You'll learn fast.
Yeah.
He said, see, banking was very stoic at that time, very stale.
Yeah.
Milt went up there and he actually solicited accounts.
Yeah.
He'd take you to dinner and he had some of the biggest accounts.
Yeah.
The bank was growing by leaps and bounds. So I was going to take his job of soliciting accounts. Some of his biggest customers were guys that were icons. Of course, Fairfax was growing. Arlington, Allegheny, they were all growing just like everything else by leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
And the people that he had under his wing with the bank were the pioneers. I would have got it all. So he said, well, you come up and we'll talk about it. So he said, well, I go up there. Your folks were still here and everything. So we came up. We had a weekend, and this is where your country club will be. We'll take care of that. You'll have this, and I guess I'd have a lucrative expense account because I would have to wine and dine these people.
Yeah.
He said, look, I'm going to be the CEO in 2 years. He told me this. He said, I'll be the CEO. He said, you will be the president.
Oh, wow.
I said, really? He said, I know I can't guarantee. He said, but trust me. So I turned the job down. He did hire a guy that I knew that played after I did. So I think he was on my freshman team when I was the graduate assistant. He hired Eric. Eric became the president.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He was serious.
Yeah, I kid. And Bill passed away, and he was very successful. He was one of the first people to put a bank in Tyson's Corner.
Oh, wow.
When it was flat land.
Oh, wow.
And it came into a mecca, a shopping center.
Absolutely.
So he had good horizons and good, he had his feet on the ground. So who knows where that would have taken me.
Who knows?
So anyway, now I'm at William and Mary, and I stayed there too long, to be honest with you. But
interesting.
yeah, I always thought, felt pretty confident that I would be the head coach after the next move would come around, So actually, after 2 years and Milt left, I was without a job. See? They hired a guy from California, been the University of California coach, who was out of a job.
Interesting.
Marv Levy.
Mm-hmm.
And Marv Levy came in, he cleaned house. All the coaches are gone.
Yeah.
I was out of a job. So I called a few people I knew, I went up to the convention. I had a friend of mine who was with the Raiders, so he said, "Call Al Davis." Al, the famous Al Davis.
Yeah.
He said, "Al, see if he can help you." So I was still naive in this coaching world now. I didn't know a lot of people. So like I call Al Davis 8 o'clock in the morning. I wake him up, but he was nice. He was nice.
Yeah, that's good.
And he said, let me think if I can help. Later on, Al Davis tried to hire me 2 times.
Oh.
I couldn't go. I didn't want to go, but just show you how things work out.
Yeah.
But so anyway, it just so happens that we drove to New York. That's where the convention was.
Yep.
And we had to come back in a car. So Marv Levy and I drove back together in this car.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 guys were in the back seat. Marv and I were in the front seat. I think Marv drove, if I'm not mistaken. I was sitting in a shotgun. And 2 guys in the back, they fell asleep because we came back late. And Marv and I talked all the way back. See?
Yeah.
And I knew exactly what I was doing.
Yeah.
You're fighting for your life right now. You got 2 kids.
Yeah.
I might have had 3 or 4 right then. I don't even, probably had all 4.
Yeah.
So I said, you're fighting, So I was very, very honest with him. I told him I knew the program, things like that. And so it must have made an impression on him. So he calls me the next day. Fellow I was going to hire decided he'd go somewhere else. He said, if you'd like to, I'd like you to stay,
Yeah.
So, man, I have nothing else to say. Oh, that's great. Appreciate it. And later on, he told me, see, you know what? He said, you never talk negatively about the coaching situation that you just were in,
Yeah.
We didn't do this, we didn't have that, we couldn't get that, You're very positive about everything, positive about the school, everything else. I was a hell of a recruiter, too.
Yeah.
I got some great players to come there. I really did.
Yeah.
Good players. I mean, trust me, I could get kids to go there.
Yeah.
In fact, I've got a group of guys. Just my birthday.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you up on the internet.
Yeah.
I got 40 names. They stay in touch. They're all in a group. It's Peck's birthdays. Hey, happy birthday. They're all happy birthday, Peck.
Oh, that's great.
All these guys that I brought most of them in.
Yeah.
Kids that, Bob Gadkowski, Mike Madden, Terry Morton, all of them. I mean, all of them. They and all nice things, Thank you
Absolutely.
for bringing me there. They met their wife. They did this. They did that.
Yeah.
They still get together. Homecoming. They vacate. It's a group that had.
That's so good.
You know why? Because we treated them like dogs. I tell you, I said, you guys. It was like the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
The more you want to, the more you give them, the more they they join forces. It becomes them against you,
Yeah.
and they become a tight group. They really do. But, some of the things I did, I'd be in jail today for, honestly. Thank God for the statute of limitations. I tell them, I see him, I go to home, I see him, I said, hey, that was coaching 101 for me. And you guys were the guinea pigs. I learned how to coach down there. Tony, I had things. I had drills. I'm telling you, I call them the dogs. See, in other words, I was always in charge of the defense.
Mm-hmm.
See, so Marv and I got to be very close. And I know Marv wants to get out of there. He wants to leave. And they love Marv because Marv was a Phi Beta Kappa. Went to Harvard Law School. Went to a small college, out of high school. He went to the military.
Got it.
World War II. Then he went to College, was a Phi Beta Kappa, went to Harvard Law School, but he always wanted to coach.
Yeah.
So he started at a small prep school in St. Louis. Then he went back to Then he went back to it's a small school down southwest. And then he went to Cal.
Okay.
Then he went to Cal. He was the head coach at Cal. He had a big job. Cal,
Yeah.
Big Ten.
Yeah.
So then now he's out of a job. He got fired there. So he and his wife had no kids. So he took William, the only plate job he had. So, but it was, he and his wife really enjoyed more of a glamour type of
Got it.
surroundings in Williamsburg offered.
Yeah.
See? So I knew he always wanted to get out, and I'm waiting for him to get out because I'm going to take over,
Yeah.
and he's not leaving, and I'm staying too long. Because
Yeah.
I've got offers. I've got offers from
Yeah.
Virginia Tech twice.
Oh,
Virginia.
wow.
Oh, yeah. Other places too.
Oh, wow.
And I'm throwing. And every time I'm and every time I'm ready to leave,
We're back. All right.
where'd we leave off?
We left off. You were at William and Mary, feeling like you'd been there maybe a little too long.
Yeah, a little too long.
Got some offers from Virginia Tech and other places.
Pascal. Every time I get an offer, the president of college, Dr. Pascal, he would talk me into staying and give me like $300 or $400 more.
Yeah.
Like my big deal. So, I'd stay. I got the vibes that hey, I'd be the next up in line. Believe me when I tell you, I pretty much recruited a lot of the team.
Yeah.
I was responsible for a lot of the what we did on defense was all me. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Marv Levy didn't even touch it.
Yeah.
And he stayed away. We beat. We were quite a come down. Mississippi Southern would come up, which was a powerful at that time in the South, and we beat them 3-0. You don't shut out many people.
Yeah.
East Carolina was a up and coming, but good football team, and they were running over everybody. They came up to our place twice years. We shut them out both years. I think one year they scored on an interception, and one year they scored on a kick return. Otherwise, they couldn't piss a drop,
Yeah.
And so people call me and say, "What'd you do? How'd you get that done?" And I work with some people and but going around. So all of a sudden, it got to be a little weighted on me. And finally, the Naval Academy called. And that was kind of like a job I think I would look forward to. You know? And finally, I left. See, so I was up there maybe 2 months. Guess what happens? Marv Levy gets a job. He gets a job with the Philadelphia Eagles, which is kind of what he was looking for to get into the NFL.
Yeah.
And he takes off, see? Well, so they bring me back for an interview, and God, I know the guys on the athletic council. One guy particularly, the guy who headed it up, he was so anti-sports, it wasn't even close. I mean, why do you do this, and why do you have an off-season program? And these are student athletes, sure but they're also here to play football, and they got to do the best in both areas. They got to be a good student. They also got to work hard to be a good athlete. So I was always in a defensive position. I'm defending the program, defending Marv's situation. And in fact, one of the guys, Howard Smith, who was on the council, years later, he tells me, he said, "Larry, I'm so disappointed you never got the chance to be a head coach." And I said, I told him, I said, "Howard, you were on the council one year, I guess, and I don't know where you stood on that, but that didn't work that time, So I was really dejected. I was really disappointed. They gave the job to Lou Holtz. They hired a great guy.
Yeah.
And Lou, no further advanced than I was, but had more networking and had been at Ohio State. Woody Hayes calling for him, things like that. And Lou's, you've heard him on television. He could talk.
Yeah.
He's a great interview, great guy. He gets a job, and moved on. So I was up there, and I was kind of really depressed because the Naval Academy was not going good. It's a great school. I love the school. I love the people. Just working for a guy that didn't understand how to delegate responsibility.
Yeah.
And when you don't know how to do that, you're on top. So you're micromanaging. You're doing this. You're on top of everything. We had stringent rules, what we should wear, time we had to be at play. There's no flexibility in our schedule. Everything was just, rigid.
Yeah.
I remember one time a good friend of mine, Jim Stanley, another one, rest in peace. defensive line coach. I had a son the same age as Arnie, and we decided to take him an Oriole game in the off season. My God, and here we are. The Orioles are right up the road. So finally, we says, we got to go. Let's go.
Yeah.
The other guys, because there was a rule: if one coach is there, all the coaches stay. You don't leave until everybody leaves.
Yeah.
So we said, we've got to see the game. We got to go. The guy said, man, you guys screwed us up. We got to stay for 2 more hours discussing leaving the building ahead of time, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So between not being happy at the Naval Academy, not from the school standpoint, but from the coaching standpoint, and we did not have we had great kids, but not good athletes.
Okay.
The Vietnam War had really taken its toll on the academies, where used to be that's the place you got to go. They recruited really outstanding student athletes.
Yeah.
It got to be where the mothers didn't want their kids to have anything to do with the military.
Got it.
Vietnam took a toll out of this country, more than people think.
Yeah.
See? So here we are playing.
So you would say the sentiment post-Vietnam War was just like, don't go to the military school, anti-military.
Yeah. Before they would be honored if you came
Yeah.
and wanted their kids to go to the academy. Now it was more or less somebody was service, their dad was into service, things like that.
Yeah.
The athletes, man, they wanted to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Plus there was a 5-year commitment afterwards, which now the pro football is getting bigger and more. Football for a while was just, NFL wasn't that. Now it's getting big and the money's getting better.
It's big now.
Not like where it is now, but even that it was getting better. So now the kids are thinking pro, and hey, 5 years afterwards. So it was hard to recruit.
Got it.
So it was going to go nowhere. And it didn't for a long time. It didn't go anywhere until they dropped the program into a niche that they could compete at a little more favorably. But we were playing Penn State. We were playing Texas. I mean, we were just didn't have a chance.
Yeah.
So I met a guy on a cruise one time. Betsy and I went on a cruise to Bermuda one time, and a fellow who ran the travel shop in Williamsburg evidently had something that he had gotten and he couldn't make it. So he called Betsy and I up, and he said, hey, would you like to go on a cruise? And we said, yeah, sure. So we went on a cruise. And we had a good time. Met a couple of people we enjoyed.
Yeah.
In fact, we were down there, somewhere in the 60s. And when we got not Bermuda, when we got to the Bahamas, we broke away from the group because somebody said, hey, there's really a place I call Paradise Island. You got it's on the other side of the island. And we got the mopeds. We drove out there by ourselves. Beautiful sand, beautiful water. I mean, it was awesome. That is now where Atlantis is located.
That's exactly right. Yep.
Yeah.
So
we
that's
were
cool.
there before Atlantis even
That's cool.
had a stone put up. So, but the guy was in the mortgage business. Not the mortgage. He was the brokerage business.
Okay.
And he was one of the managers, place up in Northern Virginia. So he said, hey, man, you got to be in this. You make money, you do good. So I said, I like what I do. Let's see where it goes. So I had his card. So I called him up. I said, look, I'm not coming back to the Naval Academy.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I'm going to eat one way or the other. I'm not going to come back.
Right.
I said, but I want to stay in. So let me see where it goes. But if it doesn't go anywhere where I want to, that offer's still available. So you take your time. When you're ready, let me know. That was it. So I kind of had that in my back pocket.
Yeah.
I often think the banking business, stock brokerage business, where would you have been? So anyway, Florida State opened up, and I got that job down there, Florida State. That was
Very
great.
nice. What was the job?
Great. Huh?
What was the coaching job there?
I was coaching the defensive backs.
Defensive back.
Yeah. And the guy, Florida State, had been very successful, been there a long time, Bill Peterson. So after the season, he takes the job at Rice University. So they're bringing a new staff in, you see.
Yep.
So he asked me to go with him, the only coach who went with him. Now, on that staff, we had 2 pro future head coaches.
Oh, wow.
Bill Parcells, who made a big name for himself with the Giants, and Dan Henning, who also went to William and Mary. I actually was one of his coaches there.
Oh, that's fun.
As soon as I started, he was just finishing up. So we crossed paths there, and he went out to be the head coach of the San Diego Chargers and the Atlanta Falcons both, I think. So we had a good staff, good guys. But I was the only guy who Bill took with him to Rice University. And that was a new experience. Now we're living in Houston, Texas. Absolutely loved it. Loved Tallahassee. We actually like wherever we've lived. We've always acclimated. We joined in whatever the tempo was there. We got into it right away and made friends and good friends.
Did you have a favorite?
No, liked them all. Loved them all. Loved Houston.
Yeah.
Loved Houston when we were there. It's an old country, like a cowboy town, you know.
Yeah.
It was great. And Rice had plenty of money. I came from places that, could hardly spare a dime. They had money they didn't know how to spend,
Yeah.
Small school, academic, right where the medical center is. It's like kind of like an oasis. Here you got all these tall buildings on Fannin and Braeswood.
Yeah.
All these Anderson medical centers and all that. And then you go about a half a mile inland, and you got this beautiful campus.
Yep.
Small campus. I mean, small student body.
Yeah.
I think they only had about 8,000 students. Had a stadium that seated 72,000. You figure, right?
Huge.
And they had a good
72,000. That's pretty big.
Huh?
That's pretty big.
Yeah.
For like a
they played the
college back
Super Bowl
then?
there in I forget when it was. Not too long after that, they played. It was good.
That's a big stadium.
So anyway, I spent a year at Rice. Liked it, loved it there.
Mhm.
Good people again. Always seemed like wherever you go, you got good people. That you really like. So even at like the Naval Academy, the head coach, we that wasn't all that smooth. But the people around you, the supporting, oh my God, nobody better. So anyway, 1 year at Rice, guess what? Bill Peterson's now, he's got his choice of 3 pro jobs. He can go to the 49ers. He can go, I think it was to the Atlanta Falcons, or he can go take the job at Houston.
Yeah.
He takes a job at Houston. Okay?
All right.
And he brings me along with him to Houston.
There we go.
See? Now I'm in pro football. So here I am, Williamsburg for like 7 years. Now, 1 year at the Naval Academy, 1 year at Florida State, 1 year at Rice, bouncing. Now,
there we go.
And if you want to get ahead in the world, you got to move.
Yeah.
You got to move your feet. You got to change jobs. You got to meet new people, network.
Yeah.
And you stay in one place too long, you better be entrenched there with good security. And when you leave, they named the stadium after you, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah.
But that's only small schools and unique, Division 2, 3 places maybe.
Yeah.
The other place, they either win or lose, and you're out.
Yeah.
So that's the ball game I was in now.
There we go.
And,
Moving over to the big leagues. That must have been exciting.
First 2 years were.
Yeah, I'm gonna adjust your mic really quick. Just I want to make sure we're getting you.
Yeah. First 2 years in Houston were terrible. Terrible. Because we really didn't know any better.
Yeah.
This guy can't play. This guy getting rid of people.
Yeah.
Not having anybody to replace him. So you learn right off the bat, you don't replace anybody, no matter how bad you need to replace them, until what? You have a replacement.
Makes sense.
See?
Makes sense.
Until that happens, man, love on the guy, tell him he's the best, blow smoke up his butt, right? and
you got to work with what you got sometimes.
And that's what you got to do. So by the third year now, Bill Peterson's, he's in all kind of heat. They bring in Sid Gilman from San Diego to be the general manager.
Okay.
Now, for some reason, Sid just falls in love with me. He really likes me, see? And he's there about a half a year, and he fires Peterson. He takes over the job, and he wants to fire the defensive coordinator. And he calls me, and he says, I'm firing so-and-so. you're the defensive coordinator. I said, hey, the guy was a good friend of mine, middle of the year. And I wasn't really ready then. I really wasn't. I think I was, So I said, Sid, I don't know. I don't know if that's the thing. Why don't you wait till the end of the year and we'll see what happens, So that was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say it, but you got to be a little, you get an opportunity. Hey, you can't be thinking about your brother,
Well, I mean, it's,
you got to think about your family.
Yeah, you got it. Well, you got to think about your family, and you got to take opportunities when you get them.
Yeah,
and,
I guess.
If somebody's not fit for the job.
Well, sometimes you're not fit for the job because of the circumstances, A lot of guys get fired. They're good coaches, man.
Yeah.
They're good coaches. Doesn't mean they're any. It's just that
the
circumstances led themselves. Well, then they bring in Bum Phillips, to take the defensive coordinator's job.
Oh, so they didn't give it.
No, he passed it. I guess with Sid, he saw that, hey, you're a little hesitant. Hey, you snooze, you lose.
All right.
Yeah. And I can't blame him. But he still liked me, really did.
Yeah.
He really did. In fact, he told a mutual friend that I was the best coach he ever had in his life on the staff.
Oh, wow.
So Bum, he's kind of like an old country guy, mostly a lot of experience in Texas, a real Texas guy, always wore his hat. Sometimes smoke, chew tobacco, stop on the way home, get a couple of beers and some beer nuts, typical. And but he's had a folksy way about him, and he actually works it so that Sid makes him the head coach because Sid wanted to be the general manager.
Right.
And Bum works it out that now he didn't like. So he kind of worked it around. Anyway, so Sid leaves.
Got it.
And we did have another general manager, and I forget even his name now. But so Bum's there, and Bum doesn't like me. See, actually, in all my life, I had very few people this happened, but I think I was a Yankee.
Okay.
Honestly, I think that started it all off, and and believe me when I tell you, he came there as a defensive guru. That he was a defensive man. I'll tell you what. I manufactured the entire defense, off of what he wanted, but all the things that made it work better,
Right.
Next thing you know, we're going 8-8 after 2 miserable years. Then we go 10-4, miserable after. And the defense is good.
Yeah.
We were a good football team, a great defensive team.
Yeah.
And let me say something. We were the same division as Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was going through years that are legendary,
Yeah.
Their defense is just, the Iron Curtain. You ever heard that name?
Mm-mm.
That's what they were
I've
called.
heard of it. But
the Iron Curtain. They probably had about 5 or 6 guys on that team were in the Hall of Fame. We had the same, though. You look at the Hall of Fame kids we were playing with. Curly Cup, Hall of Fame. Elvin Patea, Curly was a nose tackle. Elvin Patea, defensive end, Hall of Fame. Robert Brazil, linebacker, Hall of Fame. Kenny Houston we had until we traded him off. He was in the Hall of Fame. They were all defense. I mean, we were good.
Yeah.
We were good. We played good.
Yeah.
So anyway, I understand. I mean, I can read people. I can read the charts. I want to think I'm slightly ahead of the bullet, you know? Bum also has a son who's younger than I am, but not much.
Yeah.
Who it coaches the same thing I'm doing. And he's right down at the University of Houston. So I'm saying to myself, I got to figure this thing out because I know where it's going to go.
Yeah.
See? So Terry had just started high school, first year in high school. First year. Arnie was right behind her, and 2 girls were all there. So Seattle Seahawks opened up as a new franchise. bought by the Nordstrom family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, beautiful people. Oh my God, what a great family. Really like them. They treated everybody like equals. I mean, they were really great people. So, and I said, well, the expansion team is good. See, they're just happy to have a team. There's no hopes because it wasn't a free agency money back then.
Yeah.
So the way it worked is a new team would get to pick off the roster of each team. But each team would save their top 30 players.
Yep.
So you're not getting their studs.
Oh, yeah.
You're getting the 31 and above.
Yep.
And sometimes in that 31 and above was a guy who was a good player at one time.
Yeah.
But now getting toward the age where he's diminishing because of age situation. And here you get about the back end of his career going downhill, you see. So the roster was filled with those kind of guys, and whatever we can get in the draft, we were given the high draft picks.
Yep.
And I think 2 in the first round, maybe 2 in the second round, I'm not sure, and the rest. So we had a struggle. But it was happy hand grenades. Everybody was happy.
All right. What role did they offer you there?
There I was linebacker coach.
Okay.
I had worked when I went into the pros.
From the Houston Oilers over to this new team Seahawks.
Yeah, when in college I always coached the secondary, but when I walked into pro football, I started with linebackers, that got to be my forte.
Mm-hmm.
See, so now I'm working with the linebackers, and the guy that they hired was Jack Patera took that job as an expansion coach, and he come from Minnesota, where they were having great success. They've been in the Super Bowl 4 years in a row.
Oh, wow.
But lost all 4 games. Bud Grant was their coach, and they had a very standard program because they had such great players.
Yep.
You didn't have to reinvent the wheel. Hey, basic everything, and let these great athletes play.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad formula.
Not a bad formula.
So you got to know what you're dealing with. You got to know who you got. A lot of people used to say, what do you like to play? What do you like? I said, show me my players.
Yeah.
And then I'll tell you what I like.
Yeah.
Whatever I do has got to complement my players.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're the ones who have to get it done.
Absolutely.
So went there, and after 2 years, Bob leaves, the defensive coordinator, and Jack called me, makes me the defensive coordinator.
There we go.
And I said, oh, that's great. Now I'm ready. See, now I'm ready.
Yeah.
And I'm ready, and I'm really excited. So I said, so he didn't say much, but I said, Jack, what are we talking about? A little more money,
Yeah.
And, he said, oh, yeah. Add another $1,000 to your contract. I said, Jack, what? He said, yeah, what? You've been doing the same thing anyhow, like pushing off like that. I'm not in a place to argue, right? So I said, okay. I said, I just thought it'd be a little
an extra zero on that.
Yeah.
10,000.
Good guy. I love Jack. He passed away too. Rest in peace. Anyway, so we go good. Now, we start out like winning 4 games the first, because we were not good.
Right.
Believe me. All of a sudden, we go 9-7.
There we go.
No kidding. That's good.
Go. Yeah.
Next year we go 9. We should have been 10-6, but some kid goes on the field on
extra player.
We got 12 guys on the field, nullified a play on the kicking game, on the field goal, playing Denver. They missed the field goal. You got 12 guys on the field. Move it up, kick again. Otherwise we'd have been 10-6. See. So, and the next year went back to being about even, So I'm saying, this place is not going.
And when you were in Seattle, I guess, Dad, Arnie's in high school.
Arnie's in high school. Terry's in high school.
High school.
The 2 girls started high school. When I left there, they were all out of school, except for Marcy had 1 more year.
Got it.
We loved Seattle. Absolutely loved it. Oh, it's not like it is when you read about it today. Today, forget it.
All right.
But back then, see, it was such a great place to live. Amazon was moving in.
Yeah.
Microsoft. I used to drive right by Microsoft every day going to work.
Very cool.
I knew before it went public.
Yeah.
Can I tell you that story?
Of course.
Can I interject with that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so now when I come to the Redskins, Microsoft goes public. I believe it's about 1983 or 4, somewhere around there. Eric, my oldest grandson,
Yep.
before you, he turns 1 year old.
There we go.
So I said, you know what? Microsoft, when it goes public, I think I should buy a 1 year old birthday. So I'm going to buy him a couple of shares of Microsoft. So I had a broker in Lynchburg, Virginia, who I used to deal with. And I called Aubrey up and I says, Aubrey, I said, I'd like to buy 5 shares of Microsoft for my grandson at the initial offering, And I said, and I'd like to, I said, take 100 shares myself. So it was being offered at $22 a share.
All right.
Okay. So he calls me the next day. He says, Peck, he said, it was so oversubscribed. He said, we could not even touch it, He said, but you know what? It settled back down. He said, it's only selling at 24. He said, are you still interested? I said, get the 5 for my grandson, but don't worry about me. Probably the biggest mistake I ever made in my life. Well,
oh man,
Eric kept the shares because he was only 1 year old, right?
Yeah, he wasn't making a lot of financial decisions at that point.
All of a sudden, it's 5 goes to 10, 10 goes to 20, 20 goes to 40, 40 goes to 80. Now we're 160, 320, 640. Eric, in no time flat, has 800 shares of Microsoft.
There we go.
Now do the multiplication with 100.
Oh man. Would have been good, Pop. Would have been good.
We're talking about a couple of $1 million at least.
Would have been good.
Yeah. So that was, out of all the grandkids I ever bought little things like that for, that was the one bonanza that was really good.
Hey, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. So anyway, so I think, my kids are all set except for Marcy, but the Redskins call me.
Okay, they called you.
Now, while I was with Houston, a coach came in that was an ex-player, a good player, Richie Pettibone, and we hired him at Houston as a secondary coach. So we were, I tell you, never in my life have I hit it off with somebody immediately. Richie's about 6'3", I'm 5'10",
Yeah.
But he was coming in as a player. He was coming in as a player.
Yep.
And as a player, you know your position, but you don't know a lot about the intricacies. And I was able to work with him and really teach him. In fact, to this day, he refers to me as the genius.
Oh, that's nice.
He told Betsy, he said, your husband's a genius. So anyway, he turned into a very good coach. And so that's when I then went to Seattle, see?
Yep, okay.
So now Richie leaves Houston. He goes to the Redskins.
Got it.
And he's working on their staff. And the head coach there was Jack Pardee, was an ex-player. He gets fired, but they keep Richie on. So the next coach coming in, Joe Gibbs, had to keep Richie and have him as a defensive coordinator.
Got it.
So Richie, man, I think the first guy. So Joe doesn't know. He knows who he wants to hire offensively.
Yeah.
But not, so he said, Richie, you look at, first guy he calls is me, okay?
Yeah.
In Seattle. You got to come out here. So I'm coming out and leaving a defensive coordinator's position to come out dropping that. But I thought it was worth it. Getting back on the East Coast.
Okay.
Betsy's parents lived. My people were up there.
Okay.
I thought that was important. And I wanted the family to get back, before we scattered all over. So,
really? So a big part of that decision, because you're taking a role.
But I made a lot more money.
Making more money. Okay, well, that's good.
No, even though I can't, I made a big pay rate, I got a big pay jump.
Okay.
So that made it worthwhile.
All right, there we go.
And
higher pay, closer to family.
Yeah.
Slightly,
and
role change.
And a a better organization. I think. No,
Yeah.
Seattle was a good organization. I shouldn't
Yeah.
say that.
Yeah.
They're both good. So anyway, the decision we had to make was Marcy. So we decided Marcy would stay 1 year with Betsy to finish school and then come out the
Oh, in
next year.
Seattle.
So I stayed out here by myself for a year. Got a little apartment in Reston that was small.
Nice.
It was actually a basement of a townhouse. you
Yeah.
know? Yeah, it was nothing, but it was cheap. Could do it. Most of my stuff I had it in at the gym.
Yeah.
Hey, my clothes I wore gym clothes, coaching clothes.
Yeah.
I had a little bit that I had to wear. And if I ever had any underwear, things like that, the equipment guy used to laundry for me.
Yeah.
Had a good deal. And we were eating there too. They would feed you. So
Yeah.
it worked out real good. It was not that big of a hardship. It was a hardship, but not that.
And what year was that?
That was 1981.
81.
81.
Got it.
So then the next year, 82, we go 8-8 that year.
All right.
Yeah, we start out 0-5, and then go 8-3 the rest of the way. We go 8-8. Next year, we win the Super Bowl. Okay,
That fast.
Marcy and Betsy are now here, and we were having a little hard finding a place. So we found a place up. You know where the Equestrian Center is in the Plains?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right upstairs.
Yeah.
We lived on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were just building that.
I mean, that's not too far from here.
No,
Yeah.
no, they were building that, and Art Arundel was he had inherited his dad's fortune from Coca-Cola Bottling Company in New York.
Yeah.
See, so he had a foundation. He's the one who put that together to put it out. So they had a nice a 2-story White House
Yeah.
with a barn. It was fenced right on the property itself that he wanted to rent, and they had just remodeled. It was an old house, but it was just redone totally.
Yeah.
See, so I got to meet him, and he said, "I'll rent you that for you." So for a year, we had the horses. He put hay in the barn. He was really great. Really great.
Nice.
Yeah, he took good care of us. He'd bring us around, introduce us. We had fun. Anyway, so we stayed there for a year, and while we were there, we were always looking. Then we found this place. See,
Okay.
and we found this place. Drove up the, we were really fussy what we were looking for, but we drove up the driveway, and I swear to God, both of us said, "Oh my God, this is it." Just driving up the driveway.
Yeah,
Didn't know what the inside was look like.
Yeah.
See?
The house that we're in right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he said,
In 83, I guess, or 84?
now this is 83.
83.
See? So we buy it. We do a little, put a pool. Oh my God. I got a sweetheart loan. I got a mortgage that included money.
Was it from your friend who was trying to hire you?
No. This is from
Okay.
another guy who actually owned the bank.
Okay. There we
A
go.
savings and loan.
There we go.
He actually, he owned the bank.
Got
Let me
it.
put it that way. So I wanted some extra money to put a pool in and fix up this and that. So it all tied in with the mortgage. It was
nice.
really sweetheart deal. So anyway, that's how we wound up here, and Betsy absolutely fell in love with the place.
Oh, yeah.
For
beautiful.
She's got her own house with her horses right on the property that she could wake up and see. So that was good for her.
Oh, yeah.
And then we were set, and we started. We did good. We went to the Super Bowl that year. We went to the Super Bowl the next year.
Well, what was that like? I mean, coming to a new organization, filling a new role.
It was great.
And then
it was
being
great. Yeah,
at the top.
Yeah. So after the second year now, that 81, 82, 83, now I'm getting some offers from a lot of places,
Yeah, absolutely.
going here for assistant head coach,
Yeah.
this defensive coordinator. So Gibbs, I didn't want to leave. We finally found a place that my wife, to pull her out of it would have been hard. But I didn't say that. I didn't. Nobody knew that. I'd go, and so Gibbs said, "Look, I'm gonna promote you to defensive coordinator."
All right.
No, he didn't say it. He said, I'm going to give you a good position, a title
Okay.
like that. He didn't say what it was. So I said, oh, okay. And I stayed, got a nice bump in my salary. I actually got a good contract that was a rollover type of thing. So I was never without, I would never get put out to sea without having 2 years to.
Okay. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it was really good.
Like a good severance like a good.
Yeah, it was good. So everything fell in place. I was happy.
Yeah.
She was happy. Kids were happy. They were back in this part of the country.
Yeah.
And that was it. So then I find out Joe makes me defensive coordinator.
All right.
And he moves Richie to assistant head coach defense,
Yeah.
So I said, Rich, I got you a Dre. I got you a better job. They're going to promote when I get you a better job.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was the defensive coordinator from then on. And Richie was the assistant head coach of defense. We worked together.
Yeah.
We really worked together. Worked well together, by the way.
Yeah.
Really worked well together. And we had a lot of success. Made the playoffs just about every year, 13 years. A couple of years didn't make the playoffs, but 4 Super Bowls, 1 championship game, playoffs every year,
Absolutely.
So it did real well. Real well.
How do you ever feel emotionally as you're winning or losing?
You want to win more.
I mean, just want to win more?
Yeah, you want to win it all. I tell you, losing is like, I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah. Is winning a Super Bowl better? Is winning a Super Bowl better than losing a Super Bowl is bad?
Let me tell you the way it is.
Yeah.
You remember more about the bad than you savor the good. Okay?
Yeah.
Constantly reflect.
And you won 3.
4. Oh, 3.
Yeah,
we lost
1.
Oh, after we lost, we played in Tampa. That was in Tampa. It was about a 4-mile walk back, bus ride back to the hotel. Rich and I walked back. We walked back.
Really?
Back. Yeah. We missed half the party and everything else, It was you just distraught.
Yeah.
You just distraught it. You put a lot into it. I can remember playing Miami, and we got the game. We're up ahead. They need a touchdown to win. Marino, man, he throws the ball right over the middle. Todd Bowles, head coach now at Tampa Bay. Todd Bowles, he's our safety. Good safety. Great kid, smart. From Linden, New Jersey, where I took off, by the way.
All right.
For my trip to William & Mary.
Yeah.
So I knew exactly where he lived. I knew his roots and everything. But Todd's got it right there, about head high, boop, right over the middle. He drops the ball. Game's over.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
Yeah.
Now Marino still got a few more plays left in him. And see, I remember stuff like that.
Yeah.
More than I do the plays that took to win.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's sad. It really is sad.
Yeah. Yeah. Those are the heartbreaking moments where it's like
the what ifs,
Yeah.
I guess they go your way sometime too,
Yeah.
Somebody probably dropped the ball that.
Yeah.
But you kind of pass that through.
Interesting.
So
at this point as
so
well,
now,
all your kids are going to be grown.
Yeah, they're all
reflecting on fatherhood.
Yeah, Kathy had started college at Washington University. Arnie and Terry had already started at Washington State.
Yeah.
And they were already on their way. Terry
went
to the nursing school there, became a registered nurse. Arnie actually walked on, but played some football at Washington State.
Yeah. And
then got into an engineering program, and he had to give up the football part of it. He made a lot of good friends on the team, and a lot of good associates. It was good experience for him.
Yeah.
So he engineering. Then Kathy started at University of Washington, which is a real good school.
Yeah.
And then when she came here, she wanted to transfer to be near us. So I really suggested Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
Because I like Virginia Tech.
Yeah, it's a good school.
William & Mary is kind of a I don't know. They make it academically very demanding.
I mean, Virginia's got a lot of good schools.
Yeah, so. Virginia Tech, And, Virginia, and Virginia, I'm not sure she would. I say, Virginia Tech's got a great student body.
Yeah,
I said, they're nice kids. They come from all walks of life. Virginia's a little bit upper. Yeah, you're thinking more like an upper elite type of kids. We were more nerdy type with all these kids that are, score 1,500 on their SATs, So I said, you go, Virginia Tech's a nice social life. You get a good, depends where you pursue educationally, what you get out of it.
For sure.
You can graduate there with a degree. Or what am I going to do now? Or you can graduate with something. So she graduated with a strong background in science and I think nutrition and all.
Absolutely.
Got her master's, applied for med school, got into med school. Hey, she just retired this year.
That's pretty good.
But she spent many years as a pediatrician.
Yeah.
And all her patients loved her. And but this year she did retire at 60 years old.
And looking back on your kids and raising them, being a father, any thoughts on fatherhood and things you did well or
fatherhood?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think I've been a good father. Marcy then came here and she went, trying to feel her way at first. She went to the community college and she and Betsy were joined at the hip.
Yeah.
With the horses. So they continued that. And she started to cut hair also. So a beautician. So after she finished her community college program, she went to Mary Washington College and finished up down there with a degree in business. But now the beautician part of it, she's making good money.
Yeah.
So she forsake everything else and became a cosmetologist. I don't think she ever regretted that one bit.
Yeah.
Because now with a family, she's only working 2 days a week.
Yeah.
And still does real good,
Yeah.
Been cutting the same people's hair for 40 years. Now she's cutting their grandkids, It's been good for her, really good. And she's always been able to do her good love with the horses.
Yeah.
So they all worked out good. As far as parenthood goes, we always treated the kids like, what would you say, friends, you might say,
All right.
do the same thing they would like to do and we would like to do also.
Yeah.
So we all participate in a lot of things together. Very supportive of them in what they wanted to do. Most of it was athletically. The girls swimming and gymnastics, Arnie in football, and Marcy and with the horses. So we were very supportive there, and always emphasized academics. A lot of people say kids have to be happy. They have to make that decision because they're the ones going to do it. And I say no. I don't agree with that. I'm going to help make the decision.
Mm-hmm.
I know a little bit more than a 17-year-old knows.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So I will help make that decision. And that decision will be one which they'll enjoy.
Yeah.
They'll enjoy and they'll do well with. And also give them an opportunity to have a good life afterwards. And maybe make a reasonable amount of money so they can be happy.
And those decisions are like school decisions, work decisions.
Yeah, well, school decisions. Say, hey, I want to go to UCLA. Oh, yeah? Okay. And how about your airfare when you want to come home for Christmas? Who's going to pay that, Yeah. So it was never one of the, hey, Virginia has good schools.
Yeah.
I should think about them. You got Tech, Virginia, William Mary, and a bunch of other schools. James Madison, Hampton, Sydney, Radford.
George Mason.
So I said, you're welcome to a choice, but in state.
Yeah.
We got a lot of you send to school.
Yeah.
Okay. And we like in-state tuition better than we like out-of-state tuition,
Makes sense.
So those kind of things. Yeah, we interfered and somewhat a major, that be compatible and
Yeah.
get some. They're all done well, you know.
Oh yeah.
And try and stay out of their life when they're in a position where, you know, they're making their own way in life, you
Yeah.
know, where you're out of that father mother mold, but you know, just don't ask too many questions.
Let them go.
Yeah.
That's good. But then, so you stayed in Virginia for a while with the Redskins.
Yeah, we liked it.
Yeah.
Then the inevitable happens. You know, we have the one bad year, had a lot of injuries. Well, Joe Gibbs retires,
Yeah.
and Richie takes over. They treated him like a yard dog, really.
Richie.
You know, our quarterback got hurt. Rich Gannon, who's a good quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
he gets hurt. We don't play well. You know, we lose 4. We only win 4 games. And a guy comes in to take Bobby Beathard's place who was there already. And, you know, and he thought he wrote the book. So he brings somebody in, and they've never been the same since then.
I mean,
until this year.
Yeah. I mean,
they're turning it around now, and I think they have
It's been, 30 years of trouble?
But they absolutely have been disastrous. Their draft choices, their seasons, their players, everything.
I mean, it's been 30 years.
Yeah. So I don't know if somebody put the hex on them or not.
I like to think they didn't treat.
I definitely tried.
They didn't. I mean, you know, if you don't treat people well, sometimes that comes back.
Well, you know, you're 13 years, and all of a sudden,
Karma,
somebody says,
man.
"Hey,
Karma.
you know, you did a great job for us. We really, yeah, bullshit, you know."
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, that's.
So
what happened? So they made those changes.
Yeah. So then I went to the Cincinnati Bengals, and the only reason I went there, I'm now 58 years old, and I say, you know, it's past you. It's the chance to get maybe a head job, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe you want to just do. So Kathy and Joel had gotten married, and they got their both got their medical degree in MCV, Medical College of Virginia.
Yep.
Now they were looking for a residency to do the residency. Joel in orthopedic surgery and Kathy in pediatrics, and they both found some place in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So they were setting up shop in Cincinnati. Cincinnati was looking for a coach. It was a bad situation, and I knew that going in. Okay. So, but I said, I'd go there. We'll go there.
Bad situation from a coaching, the player dynamics,
the players,
whole
the players
organization
dynamic.
was
Yeah. This is pre-television revenue. See.
Okay.
Pre-big television revenue.
Right.
And the Bengals were like a family team. See. So they didn't have all the money that a lot of the big owners had.
Got it.
So there was a little things they would skip, but they treated their coaches and players well.
Got it.
I got to say that. As good or better than any place I ever was.
Okay.
You see, they did that, but they would, in other areas, they fell short with the players type of thing or anything like that. And then for some reason, the facilities weren't good.
Okay.
And the players that we had were like good draft choices, but they weren't football players.
Got
and
it.
I always said, this is like a halfway house.
Okay.
Honestly, guys that couldn't get to practice because their driver's license were expired. Somebody had to pick them up and bring them. Yeah, it was not good.
Yeah.
The players, you know, so we struggled. But and I'm saying, you know, I don't know if they agreed with my philosophy, but I said we got to have a better locker room. We got to have better people.
Yeah.
You got to have people you can trust. People that make a preparation.
Yeah.
People
that show up on time.
You don't just go out on Sunday and throw your hat on and say we're going to play a football game. You work Monday through Saturday.
Yeah.
You work in your preparation. You study. You look at film. You listen to the coaches. The coaches give you the meetings, what they want to get done. Then you go on the practice field and you do it. Then you look at the film of practice and you profit correcting mistakes. put that all. You go home. You take your handouts that you get
Yeah.
on what to look, different tips and keys, coaching points, and you study that. You see.
Yep.
And when you go out there on Sunday, man, you're ready to play. You're not going to win every game,
Yeah.
but I'll tell you what, you're going to play as well as you can
Yep.
every game.
Yep.
And that's what you strive for.
Yep.
Well, we were not playing as well as we can.
Got it.
See, the players weren't like it. But much to the chagrin of a lot of the scouting department, that they had anyway, got rid of a lot of players and won a few more games the next day. Third year, we go 8-8.
There we go.
8-8. Trust me, that might be the best coaching job I've ever done in my entire life.
And what was the role there?
Defensive coordinator.
Again, defense coordinator. Got it.
Yeah. See, so once I all told with Seattle and the Redskins, when I got that after I was there 2 years, I think out of 29 years, I was defensive coordinator 22, I think.
Got it. All right.
See?
Yeah.
So I was, and we did it with people that believe other teams wouldn't want. But they played
Cincinnati.
hard.
Yeah.
They listened. They knew.
Yeah.
They got in the right position. They got in the right
Yeah.
area. And all of a sudden, good things happen. See?
Yeah.
So we go 8-8, and the head coach got fired early in the year, and they named Cossett, Bruce Cossett, as the head coach. He was an offensive guy. All he wanted is throw the ball.
Yeah.
We led the NFL in takeaways that year.
There we go.
Yeah, I think we had 16
awesome.
interceptions.
Whew. Awesome.
Unbelievable. Different. We were good. They're not good. We played good with bad people.
Yeah.
But 8-8, did the best job, So, but Bruce couldn't wait to get rid of the defense, all the defensive guys. He wanted to bring in his own people, see? So he did that. And I never forget, he called me up and he said, we're going to go a different direction. Really appreciate, because he took over mid-year, see, for Dave Shula.
Mm-hmm.
That's Don Shula's son.
Yeah.
And so we're going to go, and he said, but if I can ever help you, you let me know. Keep me in mind. I said, Bruce, how are you going to help me? You just fired me.
Yeah.
How are you going to help me? So.
What did he respond to that?
He just,
okay.
So anyway, next, and we still had one more game to go.
All right.
It wasn't the end of the season. So he did it with one game to go. So the next day at the meeting, I go and I wore all three of my Super Bowl rings, which I didn't wear one the whole year.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. So I wore all three Super Bowl rings. And I go, hey, in fact, I knew the press was downstairs because the word was out. Bruce was going to talk to the defensive coaches, you see. And Bruce said, we don't have to say anything about it till after the year's over. And I said, well, whatever you want to do, He said, you use your discretion on that. I said, okay. So I knew where the press was because they said, hey, what he say? What he say? Say he fired me. Like that, just walk by.
Really?
Yeah. He fired me,
He fired me.
No, the next day I brought that in.
Oh,
That
okay.
was Same day.
Oh, okay.
That was right after the meeting. I walked out to where I knew they were.
Oh, wow. Perfect.
So the next day, and I told the guys, we got to, now, we are 7-8. Yeah, 7-8 now. And I said, we got to win the last game. I said, I'm fired, but I said, I'm a coach hard. I said, so we want to win this game. We did. We won the last game.
There we go.
Kicked the crap out of us. I think Indianapolis or somebody. And we're there. So then, I wasn't out of a job more than 24 hours maybe.
Yeah.
And Bobby Ross takes the job at Detroit.
Yep.
And he calls me. He said, he wanted me to come up there. And I said, yeah, that's great. Bobby and I were old friends.
Yeah.
We coached together at William and Mary.
Yep.
See?
Yep.
And then when I went to Rice, I brought Bobby from William and Mary to Ricewood. I actually
cool.
brought him there for
Yeah.
1 year. Then I was sorry, after 1 year he had to go. But now he hires me. See,
Yep.
as a defensive coordinator up there. And great family, and a great guy. So I go up there, and I remember Betsy's dad saying, he said, that's too bad you're leaving. He said, do you have to take a pay cut? I said, no. So I got a $70,000 raise. At the time, he probably wasn't making 70 grand,
Yeah.
He was still trying to hang on, as an 85-year-old engineer with,
Yeah.
So, and I said, no, I'm okay,
Yeah.
So that was it. Then we had went to the playoffs 2 out of 4 years in Detroit.
Yeah.
And then when we leave Detroit,
Oh,
they don't
man.
even. They go 1 year,
man.
2 years after it. They don't win a game.
Oh, man.
So people don't realize.
Yeah.
Here we are coaching guy. Players in going to the playoffs two out of the 4 years.
Oh, yeah.
Now the next group takes over. They don't. 2 years later, they don't win a game. They're 0-16.
Oh, yeah. That was.
And they're miserable for the next. By the way, Cincinnati fired Bruce about 3 or 4 years after that. They didn't win anymore either.
Oh, yeah.
Now they got him a good quarterback. They got money now.
Yeah.
With TV revenue. Oh, my God. You don't even have to get out of bed. You're making money in the NFL now.
Yeah.
It's really, not that the Browns aren't conservative people. They'll always be, but the good people. I really like them.
The NFL, people in the NFL are making a lot more money now than they used to be.
I really loved all our owners, really. The Nordstrom family, the Brown family, the Ford family in Detroit, all really. Jack Kent Cook was a good man and with the Redskins. Tough, but a good guy.
Yeah.
I really loved all the people that the Houston group was a little different. I'm going to say that I won't say I was in love with them. The fellow who owned them was Bud Adams, and his father was a tremendous oil man.
Yeah.
I think he actually may have started Phillips 66 or had a big role in that. So when Bud graduated college, he was given the Southwest Territory with any Phillips 66 products, So he had wealth and made wealth, and he was a different guy though. It was just different.
Yeah.
Just different.
Well, I remember when we went to the Lions. I mean, that team when you went there also had a little cachet because Barry Sanders was there.
Barry's what he deserves all the.
Oh yeah.
I'll never forgive Barry though. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'll never forgive him. Anybody who quits the day before you go to training camp, that's not good.
Yeah.
Now, Barry's a good guy. He lived right down the street.
He did,
from
yeah.
me.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember in Detroit.
And I like Barry, and we got along fine. But let me say something. You want to quit, you quit in March.
Yeah.
Give the team a chance to assemble. But the day we're going to the day before we're ready to take off our training camp, which was up in Flint, Michigan, he announces his retirement. Oh my God, that hurt us. That really did.
Yeah.
And why in the world would Barry do that? I don't know. I never figured that one out.
Yeah, it's tough.
So, love and hate there a little bit.
Yeah.
Not the hates. I don't use the word hate. I don't like that word. But really not pleased.
Yeah.
With him doing that.
Yeah.
Give him all the credit in the world after 10 years. Hey, he could still play now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no diminishment in his play.
Totally.
Unlike a lot of these guys, he never got...
Yeah.
Nobody ever hit him solid.
Yeah.
I'm sure they did, but it wasn't often.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean...
he was a good player.
Yeah.
Good player.
Detroit was cool. That was a
so
cool
then,
spot.
After
there for
Detroit,
4 years?
4
years there?
4 years. And then left, and a good friend of mine took the job. Matt Millen, who I coached with the Redskins.
Oh, that's good.
Matt's a great guy. He really is. But he was an announcer.
Yeah.
See, and the announcers, they got all the answers. They know, hey man, they should have done that. They could have done this. They need this. They want that. Poor, So they give him the job as general manager, and
Wow.
he blew it. He blew it away,
Yeah.
man. He blew it away. He just couldn't handle it. But anyway, he was going to leave.
I mean, the Lions were not good.
He said, "What do you want to do?"
Yeah.
He asked me. He said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, Matt, I'll tell you what. I'm 65 years old." I said, "I made my wife a promise," which I did, because we moved a lot. I had an uprooter. And I said, she always wanted to remodel. I want to do this. I said, let's wait till it's, wait. Well, I was a little bit of a tightwad myself, to be honest with you.
Has that changed? Are you now?
It has.
Yeah,
it really has.
That's good.
Yeah, I used to be like like apples, let's say.
Yeah.
You could buy Gala for like so much a pound, or you can buy the Honeycrisp for maybe so much a pound plus 15 cents. I buy the Honeycrisp now.
Oh,
See,
look at you.
Before I bought the Gala.
There we go.
See?
All right.
And you're always afraid, do I have enough money to live on? Do I have enough money to live
Absolutely.
on,
Yeah.
And, but I did tell Matt, I said, Matt, I said, it's all to you. I said, just honor my contract. I had 2 more years on my contract.
Got it.
See? And I said, I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'm ready to step aside. He's okay. He was okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got paid for 2 years after I left, which was a nice easement into the job. Didn't have to touch the pension until later on.
Yeah.
And with all the pension I had and everything. Now I'm saying, how much I'm going to work this out. I mean, and there's no really easy place for seniors to put money to draw any kind of a favorable return dividend-wise, on something that you don't put into stock. But you want a good dividend, you got to buy a stock to get a good dividend, So I turned my stuff over to a financial advisor, and not the same one I started with, but they've all been good.
Yeah.
They've all been good, and manage what we have. And I'll tell you what, we got going from being doubtful as we got enough to make it through,
Yeah.
Well, we're going to
That's
be
good.
okay. We're
That's
going to be
good.
fine. So I don't worry about that anymore. I really don't.
That's good.
Like the birthday party, we had the what do you call it? The
tenderloin.
Tenderloin,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done that 15 years ago. Trust me. You grew up. I'm cheap.
Oh yeah, you would have brought it back from the the locker room or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. A story that you got to share is I think when you were at the Redskins and there was a strike. Was that the player strike?
Yeah.
With the Redskins, and you had to kind of cobble together a team.
Oh yeah. That was very.
What'd you call them?
Well, we didn't want our team. We are the replacements.
The replacements. That's right.
We did not want our team to break. We did not want our team to break the strike line. Follow me, like straggle in. You follow me?
Yeah.
Okay. You all come back, or nobody comes back.
Yeah, because there was a player strike in what?
Yeah.
80.
You all stick together.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Yeah.
But we don't want anybody straggling. We're not going to take you.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
And that was good. That was good. A lot of teams.
What year was this? It was the 80s, right?
87, I think.
87.
Yeah, I think that was it. So we had to put together a replacement team.
Yeah.
And we took it seriously. Mm-hmm. Some people didn't take it. We took it seriously. We got, we put them together, honestly.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding. And we figured, we just can't play something straight on defense. We've got to play things, that even these guys, even though they're not active players, that it'll be a little hard to pick up and things like that. Plus, we had a safety from the University of Tennessee, and he was a ball hawk. He was one of the best run players I ever coached in my entire life. When the ball was snapped, boom, he went for it. That's good, and it's also bad. Because as a safety, sometimes they want to throw the ball.
Yeah.
So what do? We tell them, you don't cover the tight end. You cover the fullback.
Yeah.
Say, wherever he goes, you go. See? That way, tight end release off the line, he wouldn't be looking at that. Next thing, when he called, oh, the tight end's behind me. So we didn't bother with that. Just go get the ball.
Yeah.
Just go get the ball. See? So if we ever played man coverage, all he did was go to the ball.
That's funny.
And we played an unorthodox 5-man line. It was kind of thing. It was a little tough to pick up, so we had but we had coached them hard.
Oh yeah.
Let me tell you, coach the crap out of them.
But I think they
formed a good little
Yeah.
allegiance. More or less, just like the VAR. Where they start feeling good about themselves and things like that.
Yeah.
And they won 3 games. That helped us get to the Super Bowl.
There we go.
I'll guarantee you that.
Absolutely.
And finally, a couple of years ago, they gave him watches.
Oh, that's cool.
No, they gave him watches right away. A couple of years ago, they gave him rings.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah. Now, Kathy, when she was going to Virginia Tech, was dating the center on the football team, who all he did was long snap, though.
Yep.
He played center, but he didn't play in any games. He was a long snapper.
Yep.
Right from here out of Oaksville, Virginia. 20 minutes from here. They were John Cowan is his name. A nice kid. Oh my God. Nice family, nice boy. So they were dating pretty, for a couple of years. And I remember John being out here one summer. There was a football by the pool and everything. I knew John was a snapper. So I said, John, let me see what you got. So we got back there 15 yards and boom, he rifles the ball back. Boom! He'd be right in the gut, Holy shit. This kid's pretty good, So they recruited him out of high school. Virginia Tech to long snap.
Oh, wow.
Which they'll do. They'll give a scholarship 4 years. Then next year, looking for another long snapper, you see?
Yep.
A punter, a kicker, all the same. They're all on a 4-year run. They'll grant a scholarship to all these kids, So now we're getting the replacement team together and say, anybody got anybody to like? I said, well, I got a long snapper for us, which, hey, we're going to punt. We're going to kick field goals,
Yeah.
And if you don't have one, my God, you need one,
Totally.
So I said, okay, let's get him, So called John. John was so he was part of that team.
Oh, that's
he later on
he
became
got a ring then.
Yeah,
That's
he
cool.
later on became a coach.
Oh.
Yeah, and he's kind of getting a little distant now for a while, but I haven't seen him. But for a while, we stay close. One day, he just showed up at our door, hey,
that's
just
good.
missed you guys, want to talk. Good kid. Absolutely married now. He got his own family and
That's good.
doing well. Great kid. But that's kind of
That's
the
good.
kind of way it was put together.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
John I think he was teaching at the time, teaching and coaching.
That's good.
And he got a little leave of absence and
Yeah. No, that's really good. So you retired after Detroit, got your 2
Yeah.
years, and how was that coming back down to Virginia?
yeah, no. Then I kind of said to myself, I'm not gonna look back and play the what if game. And then Monday I got a job. Monday Night Football called me. See,
Yeah.
and they wanted me to do the Monday night game, and I said, well, what do you want me to do? And they said, well, just kind of be a spotter for us up there. So I thought it sounded pretty good, so I did it. And I didn't pay much. I think it paid me a couple of grand a game or something like that. But it kind of ruined your whole weekend, see? And oh my God, I hated it. I really did. What I had to do was I had to be like on my own microphone, talking to the cameras
Yeah.
and the people as to where the ball was and anything like that. And man, I couldn't wait for the game to get over. Of course, I'm going to plus 35, near when it was near the press box, far, no matter what. They have their own terminology kind of stuff, doing that kind of stuff. So I did about 3 or 4 games, And I called Fred up, Fred Gardelli, and I just, Fred, I'm not good at this. I really, I wasn't good at it.
Yeah.
You know, he said, I hear you. He said, I hear you. You know, he knew right away.
Yeah.
So I said, yeah, what do you, is it okay? I said, he said, yeah, don't worry about it, you know. So I stopped. But I hated it.
Yeah.
See, like on a Sunday,
Yeah.
you actually have meetings with the coaches and all on a Saturday.
Yeah.
So you either had to go Friday or get an early, if you can catch an early flight, because you're going to meet with the coaches on Saturday at about 1 o'clock.
Yeah. So it kind of eats up your whole weekend.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
after the game is over, what flight do you got to catch then?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
So now you're into Monday. And
Yeah.
you get home Monday, you know, it was like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. You know, it really wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
It
Was that the moment you were like, all right, I'm going to retire?
Yeah. Yeah, I said, I don't want to, you know, just to be part of something, you know. It was fun. I enjoyed it. 29 great years.
Mm-hmm.
10 years in college. You know,
That's pretty incredible. 4 Super Bowls.
yeah.
A
Never,
couple Pro Bowls, right?
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually, after I retired, I actually got called, and they, because every year they bring a some kind of retired coach out to be the moderator in the press box, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, for like there's certain rules that they have to abide by.
Yeah.
No press coverage, different things they can and can't do, you know. And so you're up there and you kind of say, hey, tell so-and-so he's going to press, we're going to have to call a penalty on him. So I finally did it one game. Everybody got kicked out of it, you know. Because the announcers all say, that wasn't us, that was Peccatiello did that, you know.
That's really good.
Yeah.
That is really good.
So we did that. Then we went out as a coaching staff one time to coach, and that was good because Betsy and I spent the week in Waikiki.
Oh, nice.
And then we went a week on our own to Maui. We spent a week in Maui. So we were about almost 2 weeks, not quite, maybe 12 days or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we enjoyed that.
Oh,
I
that's
never
good.
forget in Maui, we Sam Huff was one of the reps with Marriott.
Got
So
it.
I said, Sam, I said, we're going to go to the Maui. I said, you got a Marriott out there? I said, you know, because he would always be able to get you a good rate, and it's a food game like that, you know. So he said, yeah. He said, we'll get you something real nice. So we got there, man, we got 2 bedrooms. We got a dining room.
Oh,
We're right at
nice.
veranda, right at looking at the Pacific Ocean, you know what I mean? It was
That's pretty
absolutely
good.
something like that. So when I first got there, they said, I said, well, how much is the room tonight? They said $400. I said, no, it can't be right. I said, Sam Huff was supposed to give us a rate. The girl said, you're getting a rate.
400 is the rate.
You're getting a good rate, trust me.
You're getting the family price.
Yeah,
At 400.
Coming from a family, we never stayed in a motel in our life as a family.
Totally.
We never-
$400.
We never ate in a restaurant.
Absolutely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ice cost a dime. Now you're spending, you know.
So
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool.
yeah,
And how has retirement been?
huh?
How has retirement been?
It's been great. It's
Yeah.
been great. I stay active. This place has been good and bad. It's gonna kill me someday. Hasn't got me yet. It's tried a few times though. I tell you, it's made some efforts. I've walked them off. Right?
Oh yeah.
But anyway, working right. I enjoy
Yeah.
it. I mean, it's not something that's not enjoyable. I enjoy it, so I've been doing. I've started to pass things along now, but done them for a long time all myself.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy it. I work out. I go work out. I love the gym. Guys
Absolutely.
at the gym, I got a following there. They love
Yeah.
me, really.
Oh,
a
yeah.
bunch of guys. They're about 20 years younger than me, maybe 25. They're all like early 60s, you know. And the first time I went there, they all, come around. And so they said, we're going over to Molly's, which is the beer place here in town,
Yeah.
tavern, bar. They sell little food, hamburgers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Also, and they said Friday for beer, about 4:00. Come and join us. You guys, man. I said, I'm too old for you. No, man, you got to be there. So now every year, for the last 4 years or 5 years, they like to celebrate my birthday.
Oh, yeah.
See, Beck's birthday, don't forget. So they always, the 21st is too close to, it has to be on a Friday also.
Yeah.
Too close to Christmas. So we did it on, we had about 25 people, men, women, both, everybody.
When was this? Was this past Friday? Or?
Yeah, no, the weekend, the Friday before that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
25 people. That's great.
Yeah. In fact, I brought Molly with me, because she was home from
Really?
school. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
And Betsy came, So naturally, you don't buy, you can't buy a beer or things. So they said, what do you got? I said, I think I'll do a vodka tonic, Next thing you know, I had about 5 or 6 vodka tonics, So Marcy joined us late after she got off work. So she drove me home. Yesterday, Molly came over to the house. She says, now look, I don't want you drinking and driving. Do you understand? When you go to Arnie's house, okay.
That's
it's a long
funny.
drive.
That's funny.
I said, hey, Dad, your grandfather's not a drunk now. Come on, man.
You got your grandkids taking care of you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you got great grandkids now.
Great grandkids.
How's that?
5.5.
How many grandkids? How many great grandkids?
Well, we got 13 and 5.5.
13 and 5.5.
Yeah,
that's very good.
I can't wait to meet Ashley. I'm in love with her, Lexi.
Oh yeah, Lexi and Elizabeth.
Yeah, Ellie. Yeah. I'm in love with them.
Oh yeah, they're too cute.
Kid looks like she's. Another Kim Novak.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And we've been doing the family reunion for years and seeing that grow.
Yeah, that's gonna. I keep on saying, we're not doing it anymore. And everybody can, we gotta have it.
Yeah.
So
absolutely. Now, something you were telling me, I don't know, maybe a year ago or so, is just like how proud you are and how grateful you are to see your family growing. And
well, that's your legacy.
Yeah.
See, I don't care what you've done in your life.
Yeah.
Your legacy is who you put out there.
Yeah.
Who you produce, what they do, and how well they do.
Yeah.
So my legacy is Betsy's legacy etched in stone. I mean, because our grandkids are take you, for example. Yeah. Excellent. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better.
No, thanks,
so we're very proud of all of them. And I think the next batch coming along after them is going to be just as good.
Seem pretty good. Yeah.
So that's the only thing you should be remembered for.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
What you did just happened to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's something that seems like it might be hard to realize early in your life. I think when you're very young.
Oh yeah. Let me tell you, I had myself I had the wrong perspective growing up.
Mm.
Early 20s. I didn't have it figured out.
Yeah.
I really did not.
Do you think there was a time when it seemed more figured out or felt more?
I think somebody, no, I don't think there's a time. I think it's more the person, ego, your personality, your competitiveness, whatever it might be, I think I had all the wrong signs.
I don't know. I mean, it takes something to do excellent things.
You got to get in that comfort zone.
Yeah.
And I always tell people, you got to have a comfort zone. And believe it or not, when I hear people say money's not everything, that may be true. But let me say what money does.
Yeah.
It puts you in a comfort zone.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
If you're always struggling with money, that puts other pressure on you, stress on you. Maybe you do things you shouldn't do or didn't want to do. So don't ever knock money. Don't go around here and tell me money's not everything. Money is is not maybe not everything, but it's a lot of what it is.
Yeah.
Thing.
Yeah.
It takes up a big piece of that thing, whatever that thing is out there. Okay?
For sure.
And when you've got that, you have a comfort zone. You don't have to kind of looking over your back. What if and this and that? What are we going to do next?
Yeah.
So that's why getting a good job, working hard, if you can, make a score.
Yeah. Take those opportunities.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you think? What do you think now? Like, as you're, thinking through things, you got the gym, got this, you got a pretty good routine.
Let me say, early in my career, probably a lot of things that contributed to what I was just saying is we would only have a 1-year contract.
Yeah.
And that thing would be over January the 1st.
Yeah.
So here I am, William Mary, and go home. Bet you, did they say anything about the contract? I said, no, nobody said anything yet. I said, what are they going to tell you? I said, I don't know. Nobody's say anything,
Yeah.
I mean, you can't believe how those conversations went on.
Yeah.
See? And she, why don't you say something? I said, well, I don't know. I don't know if that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
What,
Yeah.
But it was always like, the contract. You're going to get hired. You're going to get fired.
Yeah.
Can we buy this washing machine? I don't know. We might not be here next year. Why buy a new washing machine?
Totally.
Things like that.
Yeah.
And so when I say money, if you have, I guess the best way to start coaching is to be a trust fund baby. Start
For sure.
Start coaching that way. Unfortunately, I wasn't one of them.
Yeah.
I wasn't selected for that.
Nah, but I think you did all right.
Yeah,
you did all right.
I did.
Yeah, and I know.
I tell you, when I say we were poor, but we weren't poor either.
Yeah.
We always ate good.
Yeah.
Trust me, we didn't eat, beans and
like rice and beans.
Yeah, right. We ate
7
good.
days in a row.
We slept in good beds and sheets. We had, whatever reasonably what we needed.
Yeah.
We got.
Yeah.
And we bought something good. We didn't. But we just couldn't afford a lot of just anything extras or things like that. And like eating at a restaurant, no, man. Why do you want to eat at a restaurant? We got better food at home, and we did.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. I know we got places to be, but anything, one of the things I wanted to, make sure that is like your family loves you, obviously, and respects you immensely. So,
well, that's because we love them.
Yeah.
Now, your grandmother's always been right behind me,
Absolutely.
She's a good girl, good
Absolutely.
lady. I mean, she's never been, no, don't do that, just kind of always right there. Do it.
Had your back.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That is good.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else we need to cover, should cover,
No,
want
I
to
don't
touch on
think so.
today?
No,
And we can always come back and,
yeah.
get into some more good stuff. But this has been fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed it. All the good years. Good. You can talk about every game if you want, but that's redundant. It got all the games right there. I will add though, when we played the Dolphins in Super Bowl 17, they were a favorite, big favorite, and always felt like defense always never got its due, and they scored once on a kickoff return, so that's 7 points. Then they got 10 other points, so they scored 17 points. So at one point in the game, the score was 17 to 14, I think.
All right.
And so really, if they didn't get the kickoff return, it would have been 14-10 our favor.
Yep.
See, but the kickoff return, so defense was doing a good job. And then John Riggins makes his big run on 4th and 1, and that's the whole game.
Mm.
Nobody ever wrote about or talked about the fact that Miami did not complete a pass in the entire second half.
Oh, wow.
That doesn't happen in pro football.
Yeah.
That does not. I don't care if Little Orfanani's the quarterback.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
John Riggins made a big run.
Yeah.
They didn't even mention so stuff like that. You just kind of chuckle. You say, yeah, well, we made a little contribution today.
Yeah.
But
I mean, how do you deal with that? Because I think that there's a lot of people out there that deserve more credit than they get. I mean, I think there's a lot of unsung heroes out there.
It's frustrating.
Yeah.
It is frustrating. And you just hope that you're rewarded in other ways, namely security and financially, too, right there, And that did happen.
Yeah.
See, so that was good. Not like it is today financially, nowhere near it. I mean, today, my God.
Today they're getting paid.
Everybody. The lowest assistant gets paid,
Yeah.
And there's 22 of them out there,
Yeah.
My God, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. But I do think so. To your point, and maybe your advice is if you have that feeling of not getting your due and not getting recognized, you got to push forward still. And
just keep on knocking it out. Keep on knocking it out.
Yeah.
Doing what you're doing. And hopefully somebody someday recognizes it,
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, we played Buffalo. The score was 17-0 at halftime. It should have been 37-0. They were moving the. I don't want to use that term. I'd say the length of their penis. They couldn't do nothing. We're giving the ball up to the offense on the 15-yard line, the 20-yard, and we get 17 points.
Yeah.
It should have been 37. First play of the second half. What happens? They throw the ball. We get my linebacker, Kirk Gervais. He intercepts it. He takes to the half-yard line. I start, what are you doing getting down to the half-yard line? That's going to be now an offensive touchdown. So he said,
like, put it in.
He said, Coach, congratulate me for intercepting the ball. I said, that's what you were supposed to do. And then you're supposed to score, not get knocked out on the half-yard line.
That's too funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, like come on, get us our due.
Yeah. He said, you're supposed to be happy I intercepted it. I said, no. So I'm pissed you got knocked out without scoring.
Oh, that's good.
So then all of a sudden, the offense scored 24 points.
Yeah. Yeah.
So things like that always, they kind of ruffles your feathers a little bit, but you got to roll with it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Even when we played Denver, how do you score 42 points in a quarter?
Get the ball.
Well, first of all, you need to get the ball enough times to score 42 points,
Exactly.
So what's happening? The other team, if they keep it for a couple of first downs, okay, you didn't get 42, you got 35. Now they keep it for another couple of first. Now you get 30 instead of 45, you got 20.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, you score because they're not moving the ball the length of their penis either. And John Elway's the quarterback, and we sack him 5 times.
Yeah.
5. We intercept him 5 times, and sacked him about 5.
Yeah.
No. We're not talking about Little Red Riding Hood. Now we're talking about John Elway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think there's probably a lot of positions out there that maybe sometimes feel like defense, where it's a full half of the equation, but feeling like you're not getting the limelight because the limelight's going to offense, scoring the points.
Yeah, well, it's all team effort in the long run, anyhow. But
for sure. I think it is a valuable perspective though, because just in life, we should pay more attention to like the whole spectrum, the whole picture, not just maybe like
Well, look at the offensive line. Did they ever get any credit?
Very little.
We would give people credit on Monday after the game of victory.
Yeah.
Like if the offensive line did not get a sack, the running back got over 100 yards.
Yeah.
There were bonuses to be given out, which were illegal, by the way. But we would have little things like that.
Yeah.
You get a couple of sacks or 1 sack, fumble recovery, interception. You get a little. That was really good. We had great camaraderie, and the Monday game, the Monday after a win, was always a real fun time because we'd be giving out $100 bills, crisp $100 bills.
Oh, nice.
Like that. And the guys would put them in their stockings because they had their shorts on,
Yeah.
And then they leave and they go to the bar.
Nice.
And the hundreds would go right on the bar. And then they just keep taking until it's gone,
Yeah.
like that. So they were all good. We had a good group of guys.
That's
group of guys.
That's good.
Whatever the training camp, Carlisle, the offensive line, they were good. They would meld together because they felt a lot like what you were talking about. They call themselves mushrooms because they're always covered in shit and in the dark, So they would go to this bar, but it wouldn't be in the proper college community. It'd be a little 2 or 3 miles out,
Got it.
Themselves, and they'd come in just before it was meals were being cut off. Stop food at 7. They'd get in maybe 7:15, 10 of 7, scoff their food and they ready to go to a meeting at night.
That's good.
Yeah, so there's a lot of camaraderie and what you can do as you win. It's all good. Now, when we were at Houston those first couple of years, you're losing. Not pretty.
Tough.
Not pretty, man. Not pretty. You got to be careful, man. As a coach, players have a quick trigger if you get in the wrong confrontation, You got to be careful.
Really? In like what way?
Yeah. Huh?
Like a physical altercation or
no,
like
well, it could be.
Yeah.
It could turn. I had one case in Houston when I was coaching down there, and God, Houston was talk about that. They had a guy who good guy, but he wasn't a coach, but he was a high draft pick, and they still owed him money. So we needed a defensive line coach, and Bud Adams. So we'll give him the job. We're paying him already, type of thing, So he was a little weak as far as players. So I kind of I'm kind of an alpha. I really am, and so this one guy Toady. You ever hear of Bubba Smith, his brother?
Okay.
Toady Smith. And it's called a 3 technique. You got to play in the outside shade of the tackle, that type of thing. And if you get a little too wide, you kind of open a gap and things like that. So I say, Toady, tighten it up, And he didn't do much. So I went over there and patted him on the ass, like tighten, move, tighten it up. Well, he turns around with his arm, he whacks me right on the side of the head like that. Yeah. And I grab into him, like that. And I was hoping the guys would break it up. But I had to do something. So anyway, it was broken up right away, And and we shook hands and all that kind of. But Sid Gilman fined him. Fined him $2,000, which back then was a lot of money.
Yeah.
For him, so he got fined $2,000. So that was that. See, things like that happen.
Yeah.
Now, why did that happen? That didn't have to happen.
Totally.
But
totally.
It's a loose fuse, man. It's a loose fuse. So you got to be careful.
Gotta be careful. Very good. All right. What should we end on?
Huh?
What should we end on? Any other thoughts? Anything we want to end on?
That it's been a good life. I've been very fortunate.
Absolutely.
I've been blessed.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And there's good life ahead. There's good life ahead.
Huh?
There's good life ahead.
Yeah. I'd say I'm 89 and counting.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
89 and counting. Feel good. And hope I continue to feel good.
Amen.
So I'm going to work out. I'm going to eat good.
Amen. That's what we got to do. All right, Pop.
Continue to chase Betsy around the house.
That's so good.
We'll go from there.
We'll go from there. All right.